Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 196, Return to Shujing 9. Steady intakes of breath accompanied the slow but strong heartbeats that had soothed Angela into sleep, and they were the first thing she noticed upon waking in the glow of the morning's light. Sokka's body always cushioned hers better than any pillow might. Resting with her head on his chest had become a habit she indulged in ever since they had first slept together. She had assumed Sokka was slumbering still, but the gentle caress of his fingertips trailing over her hair, slipping down her spine as they traveled with the strands, had most likely been what had woken her in the first place. She didn't stir, though. She released a blissful sigh instead, too comfortable in his arms, too soothed by his gentle hands, to ever want to shift away from him. The sigh alerted him that she had woken, though. He didn't withdraw his touch, but his heart picked up its pace immediately. Toph had once told Angela that Sokka's heart would always beat faster whenever she entered the room, a sure giveaway of his feelings for her. Sensing it directly, her ear pressed to his chest, right above his heart, brought her to smile for the first time in the day, before she had even opened her eyes. "Don't stop," she whispered softly, and she could sense as his lips curved into a smile as he kissed the top of her head. "Sorry if I woke you," he said, in the same tone. They were alone, with no one to hear them for at least a mile or more, yet they spoke quietly, as though they were keeping secrets from the entire world beyond the bed they shared. "Don't be. I'd rather be awake," Angela answered earnestly, her bandaged hand trailing over the left side of his bare chest to encircle his torso with a gentle embrace. She didn't need to explain her reasoning. This was the last day of their blissful escapade, a fact that weighed on their hearts despite their cherishing of every moment they had spent together. Greed was inevitable after an entire week of no setbacks, no trouble, and no catastrophes to resolve. For the first time in their lives they had been truly ordinary, common people with no larger goals other than finding happiness in their daily lives. Letting go of the illusion of innocent simplicity, of careless anonymity, would prove far more difficult than facing any gladiator's challenge. Sokka shifted in bed, turning on his side to face her. His arms slipped gently around her body, and although his fingers kept toying with her smooth hair, his embrace was closer and more intimate now. Angela sighed blissfully again, her lips pressing softly to his collarbone. I don't want to go anywhere today," Sokka mumbled, knowing he'd sound like a stubborn child who refused to do as he was told. But he knew Angela would understand how he felt, for he doubted she would feel any differently. "Neither do I," she sighed, confirming his convictions right away. Her hands had taken to navigating his back, across the large scar he'd sported on it since their last visit to Fire Fountain City, and the many small, lighter marks of her own making. "If anything, it can't be said we didn't make the most of this week." "Yes," Sokka smiled, pressing another soft kiss to the top of her head. "I think we needed this more than we realized we did. It's been a difficult year." "More difficult than it had any right to be," Angela agreed, "though we've made progress in many regards, right? We shouldn't complain too much." "I only complain when our time together gets cut short unfairly," Sokka said, his hand sliding upwards, across the small of her back, settling between her shoulder blades, which happens more often than not. "So yeah, I can't say I'm ready to go back to the real world. Not even a little bit. Here I thought I'd be the more unwilling one to return to the mainland." Angela mused, turning her face into his neck. "Do I really have to be the voice of common sense against yours this time?" "You might have to," Sokka grinned. "As it is, I just can't bear the thought of returning to the capital just for everything to go right back to what it was." "Well, the good news is you won't have to," Angela said, reeling back her right hand to caress his chest again, as though outlining his shape with every stroke of her fingers. "Nothing's going to be the same, Sokka. Not after this." "You sure?" he asked, and the tender, innocent tone of his voice brought her to raise her eyes to meet his own. She smiled heartily at him. "We'll return as a doubly married couple, won't we?" she said, and he chuckled, "though I suppose not many people should know about that, but still. It's probably better if they don't." "Yeah," Sokka agreed, nodding weakly. "Bad enough that we didn't invite our friends for the first wedding, we didn't do it for the second one either." "Indeed, and I don't think I have the patience to endure their complaints about that." Angela smiled. "Maybe I'll have to go back to working with the enforcers, or give Yin a hand with her people. I'll certainly have to schedule new fights for you, we've been awfully sloppy with the league as of late." I'd say we're taking a well-deserved break, seeing as we've been working tirelessly to rise in the ranking for years now. Sokka pouted. Angela shrugged, nodding. That's one way to look at it. She said you'll have to start preparing to fight Toph again, too. As many favors as she may owe us, she's going to fight you seriously, like she always does. Yeah, she won't go easy on me no matter what, Sokka said, biting his lip but frowning with determination. It'll be fine, though. If we start following up on the ideas I had, we might just prepare properly to face her this time. Though, if I don't win, you won't be too upset, will you? I'm the one who ought to ask that question, Angela smiled, cupping his cheek. I seem to remember I wasn't happy about your last loss against her, but I was nowhere near as depressed as someone else was. In my defense, it ended up being a good thing for us that I took it so badly, Sokka chuckled, else, maybe we would still be resisting the urge to rip each other's clothes off, right? Oh, please. You really think we could have endured another year, let alone more than that, without taking things this far? Angela laughed. Sokka pressed his brow to hers, both laughing. Still impossible. It was inevitable, if you ask me. I suppose that's true, Sokka smiled, his hand reaching for hers as he pressed a gentle kiss to the pulse point of her wrist. I won't be mad if you lose against Toph, anyhow, Angela whispered. I guess I may be too lost in the emotions brought forth by our happy trip, but I don't really feel the same urge I used to, the urge to defeat all our enemies in the league. If anything, maybe being your wife makes me all the more unwilling to send you into the arena. Now. I fight for you, Angela, he smiled. Any husband ought to fight for his wife in every way he may need to, don't you think? That's the thing, though. You shouldn't need to. Angela sighed, shaking her head, but it's true that, in the eyes of anyone who doesn't know better, I wouldn't have any reason to keep you with me if I dropped out of the league. I'm stronger than ever, too, Sokka whispered. You have less reason to worry about my safety than you ever did. I'm not so sure, Angela smiled sadly. You'll have to fight Combustion Man after you fight Toph, right? Whether you win or lose against her. You won't be mad if I lose against him either, right? Sokka pouted, and Angela laughed and shook her head. I wouldn't be, no matter who you lose against, she said. I'd only be mad if Combustion Man kills you, and then I'd be mad at him, not at you. So, even if I pulled something as embarrassing and ridiculous as my thumbs-up stunt from Ba Sing Se, you won't get mad? Sokka asked, teasingly, and Angela laughed again. Humiliating Combustion Man? Now that would be a sight to behold, she said, and he chuckled. So, see? Maybe there's a thing or two back in the capital worth looking forward to. Granted, I'll most look forward to returning here with you on your next birthday, but we have to kill time somehow until then. Kill time, huh? Sokka repeated, amused. Seems fair. I guess it's not that bad, going back, but I'm just going to miss this so much. His arms tightened around her, even his legs slipped between hers, with no purpose other than entangling their limbs for intimacy's sake. Angela smiled tenderly again, letting him envelop her as he wished. Then whenever you miss it, you should look at your right hand, Angela said, reaching for it, careful to touch him without grazing the wound underneath the bandage. Right there, underneath the glove you always wear, you'll find the evidence of what we did this week. You'll remember we're bonded for life, and I suspect you won't know how to keep from smiling once you think about all those things. Heh, said Sokka, grinning as Angela undid his bandage carefully. By the time it had come off fully, his clean wound was exposed. It wasn't fully mended yet, but the bleeding had stopped and there were no signs of festering around the cut. Well, it's looking kind of ugly for now, but it'll be better in a couple of days. I'm sure of it. I hope so, Angela smiled sadly. We have to change our bandages now anyhow. But that means, getting out of bed, Sokka groaned, before trapping her in his arms again. Angela laughed, her chest brushing against him whenever she took in a new breath. I don't want to. Not even for breakfast. She teased him, for a morning leak. Nope, Sokka pouted, squeezing her. That's all secondary and ignorable. Hugging you in bed is better. Such a hopeless romantic husband. Angela smiled, closing her eyes and nestling against him. All right, then. Just for a bit longer. Just for a bit longer, Sokka agreed, smiling kindly at her when he leaned in to kiss her fully. They both continued to smile as their lips pressed softly together, fingers tangling in each other's hair. It was no surprise for either of them when those gentle kisses turned passionate, when their hands touched skin with a new intent, when their bonded souls sought the pleasant release that reminded them they belonged with each other, by choice and conviction. The last of their leisurely mornings of waking side by side, of letting their bodies rise to the purest fulfillment they had ever felt, couldn't go to waste. Once more, as they had during the night, their bodies swayed slowly together, without the desperate eagerness that often accompanied their trysts. They could take their time, they could explore their bodies all over again, as though it were the first time they ever did, and they could rejoice in the thrills that rushed inside their hearts for every instant they were perfectly joined as one. Yet, as intoxicated and lost in their pleasant sensations as they were, the cuts over their palms were sending warning signs that they had to tend to them at once. If there was one reason why Angela might ever agree to stop indulging in intimacy with Sokka, despite craving it constantly as she did, it was to tend to his wounds. And while Sokka seldom took his own injuries seriously, he couldn't hold back a flinch after they undid Angela's bandages to find that her cut, as much as it was far shallow than his own, had still bled quite a bit into the cloth, possibly reopened over their nightly and morning activities. "Yeah, your hand definitely demands we get out of bed by now," Sokka sighed in defeat at last, pressing one more kiss to Angela's lips before pushing himself up to a sitting position. His concern for her was expected, natural even, but Angela found it endearing regardless. As he sat up and stretched, his skin covered with marks from all their love-making across last week, she couldn't help but admire his strong body, the graceful fall of his hair over his face, his still half-lidded eyes closing tight as a yawn crossed his face. When he turned to her again, he was smiling kindly, the glow of happiness lighting his handsome features. "What are you looking at, wife?" he asked, raising his eyebrows suggestively. She returned the grin, having known he would notice her shameless ogling. "At my breathtaking husband, of course," she said, without missing a beat. "I suppose it's because we just got married, but I'm certainly besotted with you all over again." "Oh, are you, now?" Sokka laughed, shaking his head before leaning in to kiss her lips again. "Stop saying stuff like that, or else I'll never get to patching up your pretty hand. Mine's fine, yours is the worrisome one. We're perfectly complementary, aren't we?" Sokka smiled. "You look after me, and I look after you. We're cut from the same cloth, is what we are." Angela laughed, pushing herself up too, with some difficulty. She threw her head back with a deep sigh, closing her eyes for a moment. "Yeah, I guess we both need more motivation to get out of bed than ever before. We could just show each other our cuts all the time, that ought to do it." Sokka laughed, and Angela smiled fondly at him before shaking her head. "Fine, fine, we have to tend to them, that much is true." They climbed off the bed momentarily, and only to pick up their first aid supplies. Their bandages had almost run out by now, but they managed to share the remaining ones evenly, after applying a healing salve over the wounds. They sat by the edge of the bed through the process, and by the time Sokka's hand was bandaged properly, he had insisted, of course, that Angela's cut would be tended to first. Angela had dropped her head on his shoulder, letting herself relax again in one more moment she would want to treasure forever, like the countless ones they had shared during their journey. "You okay?" Sokka asked, watching as she took his bandaged hand in her own, tracing his knuckles gently with her thumbs. "More than I have been in my entire life, if anything," she answered with an earnest smile. "Have I ever told you that I resented you, quite a lot, the first time you made me wish I had been born a peasant, just so I could be with you?" "Why you, say what?" Sokka blurted, a disbelieving smile breaking across his face. Angela smiled as well, closing her eyes as though to avoid meeting his gaze. "It happened after that kiss, the one that messed me up before I got sick, in Ty Lee's backyard." She smiled. "By next morning I was telling Xin Long all the reasons why we couldn't be together, and he kept responding with his trademark, straightforward understanding of the world. I seem to remember he said something along the lines of, if you two like pressing your mouths together that much, what could be the problem? You can, of course, imagine my outrage at such reasoning." Sokka laughed and kissed her temples. Angela couldn't help her smile, letting Sokka envelop her in a gentle hug as she continued telling her story. "I went on to say that there was no way you and I could have a lasting relationship, that our positions in the world made it impossible. Next thing I knew, A complete slip of mind led me to say that things might be different if only I weren't the princess, and that was the first time, in my entire life, that I ever found myself wishing not to be who I was. All because I kissed you when I shouldn't have. Sokka smiled. Angela nodded, raising her head to peck his lips softly. In all fairness, I had it coming. I had already kissed you at the worst possible moment too, so even if I didn't think it back then, I guess it was only fair that you returned the favor when you did. She said. For all my life, I'd used my title as a shield in many ways. It got me out of trouble, it served as comfort whenever something went wrong, it provided me with all the privileges I could have wanted. I thought being a princess was the essence of who I was, pretty much. That I would ever want to let that go, it meant I would have to figure out whoever I was underneath that title. And I sure didn't want to ask myself that question, for the reasons you already know. The answer I always imagined for it was monster, after all. Or well, it was, that is, until you came along. Angela. Sokka whispered, and she chuckled before dropping her head on his shoulder again. The more I let you in, the more I discovered my truest self. Before long, I found myself wishing not to be a princess again, and now without being utterly outraged by the very idea of it. And for this week, I guess I got my wistful wish, didn't I? Not that you didn't treat me like a princess, you certainly did in every way that counted, but I think I like being your wife better than being a princess. Sokka remained silent for a moment after hearing those words. Angela played with his hands gently, until the pure, tender calm between them was broken. His free hand reached for her chin, tilting her face upwards to kiss her fiercely. Angela had expected he wouldn't react in any small ways to those words, but she had prepared for flustered complaints about how she wasn't allowed to be corny, about how that was his job rather than hers. Instead he held her close, his trembling hands cradling her face with the care of a man who cherished her, and every moment he spent with her, she had been much more than a princess for him, for much longer than he had ever realized. The first time he had lost himself in her eyes, the first time he had seen glimpses of what lay underneath all her invulnerable exterior, he had known it since then, even if he hadn't quite rationalized it. That he had been the one to help her see the truth of who she was, that he had inspired her to embrace a humbler, and yet so much more fulfilling way of living, had to be a greater achievement than any he had to his name in the Gladiator League. Even after they parted breathlessly, Sokka sought her lips again and again, prompting Angela to laugh against his mouth. The passionate exchange turned playful before long as they both rolled on the bed, blissful grins on their faces. That this would be the last day of their escapade seemed to have gone forgotten for at least one moment of crystallized happiness. Sokka had often responded to being overwhelmed by emotions with sprees of wild kisses, and Angela welcomed them gladly. As they lay together on the mattress again, his high spirits still plain in his face, Angela slipped her fingers through his hair and kissed his lips most delightfully. You can complain all you want about how mushy I am, you can call me the worst hopeless romantic you know. He smiled, but you keep trying to outdo me at everything, even at that, huh? That's because everything's always a challenge between us, Sokka, she answered, even the good things. And I love us for that, Sokka laughed, his brow against her shoulder as her arms encircled his neck. If only she could have held him there for longer, his weight upon her so comforting and safe, Angela would have certainly done as much. But their private moment was interrupted, at least in Angela's mind. Her smile waned upon recognizing her dragon's thoughts amongst her own, and she rolled her eyes as he complained about them being locked up in their room for far too long. Ugh. Xian is demanding our attention, she sighed, and Sokka raised his head, smiling awkwardly. I guess it was bound to happen, he said, stroking her hair. We'll have breakfast with him, I suppose. Yeah, though we ought to get dressed before we do that, Angela sighed, and that's always a waste. Should we pack before going, or? Well, we can do that after eating, right? Sokka suggested, and Angela nodded promptly. Neither one was all that willing to say their goodbyes to the spacious, elegant room that had served as their haven over the last days. Xian Long's apparent bad mood vanished as soon as his two riders appeared, half-dressed but still decent enough to spend time with the feisty dragon. Angela took to the kitchen right away, however, as Sokka handled Xian Long's enthusiastic greetings. It's good to see you two. Yeah, Sokka smiled, patting the dragon's snout. Ready for a pretty long trip? I don't know if we'll be stopping much this time around. Xian Long puffed out his chest at those words, proud of his stamina, as though reassuring Sokka that he could handle the challenge. The gladiator laughed and nodded, pleased by his response. Then I'll look forward to traveling with you, buddy. I always do, he said, and his cheesy words warranted him an affectionate lick from the dragon. Azula arranged their leftovers on their breakfast plates while she waited for the tea kettle to boil. She would greet Xian Long properly afterwards, but she had to ensure she wouldn't forget about her daily dosage of tea. Too often they had teetered on the edge of forsaking that precaution altogether during their trip, and she couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Children were the typical following stage for relationships beyond marriage. She knew as much, but it wasn't a step she took for granted. Not only was she still reluctant, still too nervous about being a suitable mother to be hasty over the thought of conceiving Sokka's child, most of all, she dreaded that they would fail to raise a kid properly if they had to keep their parentage a secret from the rest of the world. But that beautiful idea of relocating to the Earth Kingdom, under the guise of arranging the Enforcer's operations in the large continent, was growing louder in her mind by now. If only it were possible, if only her father could be convinced, but surely, in time, she would find an opportunity to make it happen. If she did, every day of their lives could be like this week, and if they so wished, they could indeed raise a child together without much interference. She was smiling to herself at those thoughts when Sokka's arms slipped around her waist, startling her out of her daze. His lips found her cheek before long, and he pressed several kisses to it, humming happily each time. Azula couldn't hold down a giggle, something she could have been utterly ashamed of, but he certainly had a way of making her feel like the kind of giggling fools she used to scoff at, and she enjoyed it thoroughly. "What's on your mind, dear wife of mine?" he asked, with a sing-song voice. "Things that you'd be ridiculously happy about, if only you knew what they were," she answered enigmatically, and Sokka snorted as he watched her checking the teapot, still on its way to boiling. "So secretive," he said, playfully. "What, were you thinking again about how handsome I am? How good I am with Xian Long, maybe?" "Well, no, but both those things are worth thinking about too," Azula smiled. How talented a singer I am, surely," he smirked. Hey now, you haven't given me singing lessons yet." "That won't do, Azula." "Oh, hell, I forgot about that," she sighed, shaking her head. "I suppose I'll set myself up for a very miserable trip by offering to teach you on our way to the mainland, but I can't think of another solution." "Wait, you would? For real?" Sokka exclaimed, his eyes wide as a disbelieving smile spread over his face. "Well, there's nothing I wouldn't do for my husband, even if it means I must suffer through it." Azula smirked, and Sokka chuckled. "That way you have something to look forward to for our trip, too." "Yeah, even if it's just that," he sighed, burying his face in her neck. "Hell, you're being too nice, Azula." "Ah, and you don't like it?" she asked, teasingly. "You have more fun when I'm being a jerk." "Well, I do have a lot of fun when you're mean, but I like this just fine, too," he snickered, giving her a gentle squeeze with his arms. "I'm just not sure how to keep up with it, but I'll figure something out, for sure." "You'll have to," Azula said, smirking, "because now that I'm your wife, I can't say I feel like acting any differently than this." "Really?" Sokka said, with a goofy smile on his face. "Ah, Azula. I love you," she whispered, kissing his lips mere seconds before the kettle whistled. "But, if you don't mind, I must make sure we won't make babies before the right time arrives." As always, Sokka smiled, watching from behind her as she worked to brew the tea expertly, having done it for herself countless times by now. "If you really wanted to know, though, that's what I was thinking about," she mumbled. She didn't expect him to drop his arms suddenly, so startled by her bringing up children that he had been floored entirely by her words. She smiled innocently at him, taking in the wide blue eyes, as well as the confused slant of his mouth. "I'm not saying I'm ready yet, no," she clarified, and that already brought Sokka to nod understandingly. That was what he was used to hearing from her, after all. But maybe the idea doesn't seem all that dreadful anymore. If we've survived on our own, against all odds, maybe we could raise a child and not mess it up beyond measure, right? If anything, I can be sure I'd do better than my parents did." "That's a low bar you're setting for yourself, love," Sokka laughed, kissing her cheek again as she blushed upon hearing the term of endearment. "I agree, though. At least, it's worth thinking about it, might help us be more prepared once we really do want this. Yeah, said Angela, smiling over her shoulder at him. Sokka grinned and pecked her lips softly. If you keep up being so sweet I think I'll get a sugar rush, Sokka teased her, and Angela rolled her eyes, shoving at him gently as she finished pouring the tea onto 2 cups. More often than not, Sokka had drank the tea with her through the trip. You have no one to blame for that but yourself, she said, handing him his overflowing breakfast plate of leftovers as well. You know damn well I was a cynical, driven, amoral asshole before we met. Sweetness had never been on the menu, but you broke me. Oh, I'm the sole culprit for it? Well, alright then. Sokka laughed, as they walked to the courtyard together. Xian Long waited there, greeting his smiling rider with a happy gurgle of fire. Good morning to you too, Xian. No, there's not enough food left for you, silly, so you'll have to go fishing or hunting again. If you'd paced yourself last night maybe there'd be more left. The dragon seemed aghast, outraged even. He grumbled about humans wanting to keep all the good food to themselves before taking off, flying quickly towards the nearest stream in hopes to capture enough fish to fill his stomach. He came back to Sokka and Angela when they were half finished with their own meals, dropping a myriad of fish at their feet and eating them eagerly in front of the pair, to Angela's usual disgust and Sokka's expected amusement. It would be the last meal they would share in Shujing, a fact that didn't escape any of them as they enjoyed their food. By the time Angela was finished she set the plate aside and dropped her head on Sokka's shoulder again. His arm encircled her waist, the two of them gazing at the rearranged garden, still sporting its beautiful lanterns and the nest of blankets and pillows they had lain in. Everywhere they glanced at in the mansion would evoke memories and thoughts of their shared experiences. The bittersweet nostalgia that clouded their eyes was still leaning more towards sweetness, for the time being. I'm really going to miss this place. More than I did when I moved to the capital, Sokka smiled, reaching for Angela's hand. It's the first Fire Nation place I ever felt at ease in, and I used to think it'd be the only one where I'd belong. I'm so glad I was wrong about that. Me too, Angela whispered, leaning in to kiss his neck, her lips grazing the faded scars upon it. Beyond the location we may be in, the truth is we belong together. Nothing will change that. Sokka smiled gently, his fingers sliding into her hair. They rose over the curve of her back until he found her nape, and he joined their lips together again, confirming through a tender, deep kiss that he intended to live by the words she had just uttered. The smiles on their faces were perfect mirrors of each other's once they parted. You know, he said, breathing deeply before gazing around himself again, I'm thinking I ought to practice more painting once I go home. I won't get any better unless I keep working on it, right? True, Angela said, stroking his arm gently. I'll try to paint this, if I can remember it properly, Sokka chuckled, breathing deeply as he took in the beautiful backyard. I really want to bring as many memories home as I can with me. I don't even know how to describe what this week has meant to me, Angela. Maybe you ought to try to put your feelings into haiku, Angela smiled, dropping her head on his shoulder. Could be you should practice on that, too. Heh, as long as you don't laugh too much about the results. He smirked and she kissed his cheek. I'll try not to, she said, reassuringly. Will we be part of your painting, by any chance? I think we should be. Yeah, he smiled, pressing his brow to hers. Might have to study your body a bit more to make sure I get everything right, though. You won't hear me complain about that, Angela teased, and Sokka laughed before hugging her. I love you, Sokka. I'm so glad we could do this. So am I, he whispered, raising his face to gaze into her eyes. My beautiful, generous, brilliant wife, no man has ever been more fortunate than I. Nor any woman more fortunate than I, Angela responded. Sokka chuckled, leaning in for another spree of joyful kisses. Their leisurely week had come to an end, and against all odds and playful predictions about how they wouldn't stand each other by the time they went home, Sokka and Angela felt closer than ever before. It was impossible for them to gaze at the other without smiling, more so if their eyes met as they glanced at the same time. They worked together to put away the plates for their breakfast, cleaning everything thoroughly, including the kitchen counters and the oven. It only seemed right to wash up before their new trip, so they took to the bathroom and bathed together, without spending as much time soaking in the tub as they would have liked to. For once, they had to pack, after all, and the day would get away from them if they weren't careful. What exactly are we going to do, though? Sokka asked, as he tucked in their used clothes in the laundry bag. I get that we're going home, but we have to be about as paranoid upon returning as we were about taking off, right? Yeah, Angela sighed, nodding as she fastened the bags they had already packed up fully. Depending on how many stops we make, if we do it all, we still ought to reach the capital at night. We'll drop you off under the night's cover, and Xin and I will fly out of the city again, return sometime in the morning, probably early in the morning, really. I don't know for how long I'll be able to stay away from you after this. That's a cause for concern. Yeah, Sokka smiled, crouching behind her as she finished ensuring the backpacks were tied properly. I think we'd been learning how to exist without needing to be in each other's company constantly. We've completely ruined all that progress after this week. You can say that again, Angela admitted, laughing softly. Oh, well. I can't deny I love this constant urge to be by your side at all times, even if it's painful when I can't be. If we arrive early at night, though, you can spend the night with me anyhow, Sokka suggested, kissing her cheek. We wouldn't have to separate until before dawn breaks, right? Right, said Angela, sighing but smiling warmly at him. Only problem is, your bed's supposed to be occupied until tonight, right? Couch it is, Sokka said, grimacing as Angela laughed, pressing her brow to his. Then that's what we'll do, she said, taking his hand gently in hers. The calluses on his palm weren't as rough as they always were, for he hadn't wielded his sword in longer than usual, but that was certain to change once they returned home. Are we ready to go, then? I guess so, Sokka said, his voice small. Angela offered him a sad smile at his obvious reluctance. Sometimes he looked so big, larger than life, an exemplary grown man, so very dangerous when he wanted to be, and sometimes his most innocent facade would shine through those blue eyes, betraying that deep down he was hopeful and kind, the gentlest soul Angela had ever known. Her hand rose to his cup his face and she kissed him again, tasting the desperation in his lips as he dove into her mouth recklessly, his nose pressing into her cheek. I love you so much, he said, smiling weakly, their lips still pressed together. I don't know how many times I've thanked you, but, thank you again, Angela. This was the greatest gift anyone's ever given me. I'll figure out a way to make it better yet next year, she smiled encouragingly. If there's one thing about us that always remains true, it's that we get better and better with every new day we spend together. So, however high we've set the bar this time, we can do better next year, even. I know we can. I'll look forward to that. Then, Sokka smiled, closing his eyes as she kissed his cheek and wrapped her arms around his waist, twisting her body to achieve that. We'd better get going, though. We still have a long trip ahead of us, and a lot of singing lessons to go through, too. Angela said, with an awkward grin. Sokka laughed, pulling away and smiling warmly at her. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. I actually do want to. If you learn a thing or two about singing it'll probably be better for my ears in the future, she smirked, standing up and offering him her hands. Sokka chuckled as he took them, letting her pull him to his feet. So yes, even if it won't be easy, it's a sacrifice that had better pay off one day. I hope I won't make you regret it. Then, Sokka chuckled, kissing her lips softly, and again, I must say. I love you, Angela. And I love you, Sokka, she said, hugging him, her head dropping on his chest. His own arms wrapped around her frame delicately at first, far more tightly later as the surge of happiness prompted him to kiss her again and again. Xin Long waited for them after they went over the mansion fully one more time, closing every window and door. The dragon stood by his saddle, which the riders had to strap to his body along with the rest of his armor. Afterwards they fastened the backpacks to the railings, just as they had upon setting out from the cove in the mainland, and finally they climbed on the dragon together, with Angela sitting at the front and Sokka holding her from behind. Well, this is it, the princess sighed. Her hands fell upon Sokka's, and she relaxed her body against his, gazing at Piandeo's mansion fondly. Until next year, as long as it's still empty by then. We could try to find a new place, if it isn't, Sokka smiled. Granted, Shujing is amazing, but I'm sure we could see more of the world by then, if the mansion isn't available. Fair enough. Might be fun to go house hunting, even, Angela conceded, before patting Xin Long's neck. Let's go, Xin. The dragon rose up to his full height, taking in a deep breath in the elegant place he had called home over the past days, allowing Sokka and Azula to appreciate the magnificent building just for a few more instants, and then he trotted off, racing towards the furthest wall and jumping in the air to skip over it, flying low until they were well past the visual field of anyone in Shujing's town. The dragon had managed to remain perfectly concealed so far, and he had no intentions of revealing his presence to the townsfolk by being careless during their return home. Sokka and Azula gazed over their shoulders at the building they were leaving behind, feeling as though they were letting go of their lives as Jing and Wenta already. As much as the weight of duty had yet to sink in, they couldn't help but wish their trip had been much longer than it was. Azula cuddled up against Sokka as Xian Long flew higher, upon reaching the edge of Shujing's island. Soon they would be hiding in the cover of the clouds, and by then it'd be a long ride, whether until Xian Long got too tired to carry on, or until they reached Sokka's house around dusk. "Oh, it's really not fair," Azula sighed, her head resting against Sokka's chest. "I know we enjoyed every second of our crazy trip, but it feels like it ended too soon." "Well, if you want to wish for it to be over as quickly as possible." Sokka smirked, kissing her cheek. "Care to sing a song with me, my dear wife?" "Heh. Come to think of it, that might really be the way to convince me it's a good thing we're going home." Azula laughed, before breathing in and beginning with the promised lessons Sokka had been anticipating eagerly. As much as the lessons were meant to be for Sokka, Xian Long joined in, trying to chant along with whatever melodies Azula tried to teach Sokka. She tried to explain it from the most technical point of view possible, expecting Sokka would respond better to that than mere demonstrations of singing, but it didn't matter how she explained pitch, tones, or scales, Sokka would still fail to find the right notes for anything he tried to sing. Halfway through the trip, the princess had grown convinced he was only struggling so much because he was doing it wrong intentionally, but Sokka assured her, between laughs and the constant jabbing of her fingers in his ribs, that he truly was as tone-deaf as she had ever accused him of being. They did stop before reaching the capital, taking a break by Fire Fountain City's volcano for a chance to eat and replenish their energies. Xian Long, naturally, dove off to hunt his own meal. As much as there was a risk the people in the large city might see the dragon, it was unlikely that they would be able to notice how many riders had been on his back when he had landed at the opposite side of the volcano from where the city stood. Sokka and Azula remained hidden by the tall rock wall, eating together in the same ease they had shared in Shujing, smiling warmly as they watched the horizon from their privileged position, enjoying the sight of the blue colors fading into violet and pinks as the sun set slowly, beyond their field of view. It was dusk by the time Xian Long returned to them, and fully nighttime once they took off to finish the journey back to the capital. They wouldn't reach the city for several hours yet, but it was all the better. People would be far less likely to notice a dragon floating across the sky and landing in a house's backyard if they were already in bed. The two riders were tired by then, but while the temptation of resting through the remainder of the voyage was strong, they had more reason to resist that impulse than to give in. Azula's hands held Sokka's more tightly with every league they left behind, and when the great gates of Azulan became visible she sighed in disappointment. Sokka wrapped his arms tighter around her waist, pressing gentle kisses to her cheek, knowing his attempts to reassure her wouldn't pay off now. The closer they came to his house, the sooner their cocoon of bliss would crumble and fade away, turned into nothing but memories they would long to relive anew. "I know I said we had a lot to look forward to once we came back." Azula sighed, "but I'm starting to think otherwise." "Yeah, well, I'd try to play the counterweight to your current sadness but I don't want to go home yet either," Sokka groaned, holding her tightly and burying his face in her neck. "Can't we be Jing and Wenta for 5 more minutes? 10. Another 5 hours. "Doesn't look like it," said Azula, sighing and pressing her face to his. "Screw it all," Sokka mumbled, in childish frustration, and he clung to Azula as though he refused to let go at all, his eyes shut as though he might delay their return home by averting his gaze from the largest of the Fire Nation's islands. But nothing could slow down their progress anymore. Xian Long soared higher in the sky, as far from prying eyes as possible, before diving in quickly towards Sokka's house. If anyone saw a shadow crossing through the sky, they might have thought it to be a mere illusion, a trick of their eyes, rather than a mighty dragon with 2 riders locked in an intimate embrace. He touched on the ground softly, and the familiar building greeted them almost warmly, even if there were no lights within. Azula sighed but smiled weakly, accepting it was time to face reality once again. "Shujing was a brilliant refuge for us, that can't be denied, but this house is its own kind of haven for us too. Angela smiled, prompting Sokka to raise his head and sigh audibly. It is, while I. But going back to the hiding and sneaking around is not going to be easy now, Princess, Sokka said, glancing at her sadly. You can stay here with me for a while, though, won't you? We said we could spend the night together one last time. I have to, Angela said, shrugging. I'm supposed to change into my princess attire, aren't I? True, Sokka conceded, relief already rushing inside his mind and body. He didn't have to let her go yet, then. There was no need to say goodbye so soon. All right, then, all right. He only released his hold on her waist to climb off the saddle and offer Angela his fully spread arms. She jumped into them, offering Sokka a soft kiss once she was safely on the ground. The kindness of his grin as he stroked her hair was enough to goad her into kissing him many times again, never mind all caution and dread regarding how much more careful they had to be now that they weren't all by themselves. Xian Long grunted before long, bringing Angela back to a reality she wasn't ready to face yet. She had to do so, though, for Xian Long was calling her attention to the many bags still strapped to his saddle. Angela reached for the backpack where they had tucked away her royal attire, and she yanked it off Xian Long first. Sokka took care of unloading the rest of the bags while she walked to the bathroom with her head hung, never having felt so unwilling to be crowned Princess Angela as she did right now. Hey! Sokka called after her. Angela turned to look at him, a sad, apprehensive smile on her face. Want me to help you out? Might as well. Can't say I even know how to start being my old self again after this week, Angela conceded, as she left the door half open for him before undoing the bindings of her tunic. Sokka was a complete gentleman this time as he helped her out of her clothes and into the usual ones she wore. He offered her frequent grins, laughed as he struggled to tell which clothing item was which in the darkness of the bathroom, and he kissed her lips often to reassure her, constantly, that what had changed between them over this trip would linger forever, just as she had told him. As much as saying goodbye was still foreboding, Angela was eased by his gentle words and ways, still seeking his lips with her own after he finished crowning her half-knot with her hairpiece. And there we go, the glorious, beautiful, extraordinary Princess Angela. Sokka smiled fondly at her, cupping her cheek. I'll miss the casual outfit, can't deny it, but you're so imposing this way. Have to enforce my authority somehow. Projecting the right image is the first step for it, like I've said before, Angela sighed, dropping her head on his chest. But I barely even care to do that anymore. Can't I just move here with you, for good? I'd be cool with that. Great. I'll send word to the palace by morning and have them bring all my stuff here. All of it? I'm not sure the house is big enough for all the contents of your royal suite, Princess Sokka chuckled, kissing the top of her head. Then maybe I won't send word at all and I'll just stay anyhow, Angela sighed, burying her face in his neck. Ugh, why did we even come back? We should have just eloped the right way and ran off forever. Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing since we left Shujing, Sokka smiled, rubbing her back gently over her armor plates. Angela closed her eyes, taking in his scent and warmth. She let her mind return to their leisurely days together briefly, relishing in Sokka's company now that she knew she would be deprived from it far too soon for her tastes. How she knew she was being greedy, spoiled, clingy and needy, but as ever, love would open her weaknesses easily, bringing about consequences for breaking down her walls and defenses that weren't always agreeable. So she sighed, clutching at Sokka as he rubbed her back and arms, offering her what little comfort he could for now. Are we going to stand here for the rest of the night? Angela asked, smiling weakly. Well, my bed's taken, so I don't think we can go to my room, Sokka said. We did talk about the couch, but, I'm actually kind of hungry by now. Already? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. There wasn't that much food left when we reached Fire Fountain City, Sokka pouted, and it's been several hours since then anyhow, so, yeah. Already? Angela smiled but surrendered to Sokka's usual impulses to eat. He led her to the house, entering the darkened rooms carefully, wary of bumping into obstacles or being too noisy. They welcomed the familiarity of their surroundings as they crossed the building, but they were acutely aware of not being alone anymore, even if the other occupants of the house were asleep right now. Their leisurely, careless behavior from Shujing had to be put aside from now on because of that. I can't find any leftovers. Damn, Sokka grunted, searching through the cabinets in the kitchen, even glancing inside the pots that sat on the counters. I guess we could cook something from scratch ourselves. Oh? For old time's sake? Angela asked, amused. Here I thought the only advantage of coming home was not having to make our own meals. Might be an advantage, might be a disadvantage. Sokka chuckled. I had fun cooking with you. So, can we do it again? One last time. Angela smiled and nodded, complying far more enthusiastically to that proposal than she would have mere weeks ago. While there was no doubt that they were far from experts in regards to cuisine, they had developed an unexpected liking to it, nonetheless. Perhaps it was merely a matter of teamwork, rather than about the cooking itself, but be it what it were, busying themselves with a quick meal was enough to appease their heavy hearts, even if every moment that passed them by brought them closer to parting ways. The night had been quiet, in general, which was a whole novelty for Song after the week she'd spent with her current roommates. For once they had seemingly given her some respite, and she didn't even need to use her earplugs tonight, and yet when she heard the sounds of clanging and clinking in the kitchen, the cook and healer scowled, even with eyes closed. The one rule she had given them, the one thing she had been adamant about, and of course they had to break it on the very last day of their arrangement. She climbed out of bed, still half asleep even though her irritation was powering her to head downstairs and confront the crime taking place in her kitchen. It was the last straw, and she would have none of it, though she didn't intend to see anything she might be scarred by, either. So she began scolding the pair as soon as she finished the climb down the stairs, assuming the sound of her voice would at least ensure they would cover up or hide away before she could catch them red-handed in her kitchen. "I thought I'd told you," she said, her voice stronger than even Song had expected it to be, "that the kitchen was absolutely off-limits for you two." The puzzled stares she got from the two perpetrators were confusing enough, but the drowsy Song had to blink her drowsiness away, in the dark of the night, to realize that it wasn't Haru and Tai Li standing by the counters. "Whoa. Seems like you've become real strict over this week, huh, Song?" Sokka said, amused as Angela as well smiled, though sympathetically. She certainly could imagine why the young woman seemed to be on edge about whatever was happening in her kitchen. If only the two of them hadn't actually been guilty of desecrating it some time ago. "Wait, what?" Song said, rubbing her eyes in surprise. Her annoyance faded away, replaced by a delighted smile. "You're back. Ah, I thought you'd arrive so much later." "Sorry, I was sure you were, well. Yeah, I think we can fill the blanks," Angela said, raising her eyebrows as Song approached them, hugging Sokka gently, still laughing in relief. "I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have been so harsh without knowing who it was." She smiled apologetically at them. "It's just, well, those two are, there." "No need to describe it," Sokka said, grimacing. "If you've put up with the two of us without complaint for so long, I can imagine whatever they were up to this week was no good if you're blowing up like this." "You have no idea," sighed Song, dropping her head before raising it again, with a weak grin. "I missed you guys, though. It's good to see you again." "Did you have a good trip?" "So good we wish we didn't have to come back," Sokka chuckled, "but I guess, if just to alleviate your troubles, it's good that we did." "Yeah, I'm grateful for it," Song laughed. "Oh, goodness, but you really arrived early." "It was the best way to proceed," Angela whispered, with a shrug. "I couldn't drop off Sokka in broad daylight, for the same reasons I couldn't stop by here to pick him up when I first took off." "Yeah, it's the only way to mislead anyone who might have kept an eye on us." "And speaking of which, has anyone asked for me?" Sokka asked, and Song stiffened. "Oh? That doesn't look promising." I'm sorry," Song said, huffing and shaking her head. "That's probably why I got much stricter, really, even if they hardly paid me attention. Someone did come visit you, and, well, simply put, Haru was in no condition to talk to them." "Oh," Sokka grimaced, as Angela breathed deeply, rolling her eyes at the reality she hadn't wanted to return to. "Who was it?" she asked. "Anyone dangerous?" "Well, maybe, it was a woman, the captain of the enforcers," Song said, biting her lip. Angela gritted her teeth and huffed, shaking her head promptly. "Did you tell her Sokka wasn't home, or?" "And no. I tried to use the actual cover story we'd worked on, that he was so very miserable, but she certainly didn't believe me when she overheard, well, whatever they were doing in your room, Saka-song said, grimacing. The gladiator shuddered, a grimace of disgust on his face. Wait just a moment, she thought I was sleeping around with someone else while Angela was on the road. He exclaimed, raising his voice more than he should have, but by now neither Angela nor Song seemed to be all that concerned about keeping quiet. Yeah. Pretty much, said Song, and Saka yelped in horror. No. Yep. That's horrible. Unacceptable. Saka continued, his hands reaching for his hair as he looked at Angela in dread. Naturally, the princess hadn't reacted remotely as explosively as he had. Why aren't you freaking out? Angela, by now the entire city will think I was whoring myself out while you were gone. It's not true, though. Angela smiled at him sympathetically. We're both well aware of where you were and what you were up to. Calm down. But it's terrible. Everyone knows I'm in love with you. Saka squeaked. They don't know we're together, obviously not, but now I'll look like some dishonorable idiot who sleeps around when the woman he wants is out of sight. Yeah, well, I didn't say it'd do your reputation any favors. Angela smiled sadly now, reaching to caress his arm reassuringly. But you can relax, Saka. Granted, I wish they hadn't been so reckless and hadn't dishonored you as they did, but this way you have a stronger alibi than you would have if Mei-sun had noticed Haru wasn't you, which she might have if she'd talked directly to him, right? Maybe? Ugh, but it sounds dreadful. That's the worst alibi ever. Saka groaned, throwing his arms around Angela and hugging her tightly. She laughed and patted his back, knowing, without even looking at him, that he was pouting in frustration, his head resting on her shoulder. Footsteps on the stairs alerted them that the culprits for Saka's current crisis had woken up, too. Without letting go of Angela, Saka turned them in place so he could shoot a deadly glare at Tai Li and Haru. The former showed up at the kitchen's entrance while fastening her loosely tied robe, the latter shirtless, holding up his trousers with a hand. Their eyes were squinted as they tried to figure out the reason why they'd heard conversations in the night, especially the latest loud cries by Saka. You two. How dare you smear my good name as you have? He squeaked, prompting Angela to laugh even louder than she had before, reaching with her hand to cup his cheek reassuringly. What? You're back already? Tai Li exclaimed, eyes wide now as she seemed to come awake with just that realization. Goodness, I thought you'd arrive later today. Oh, wait, Song, you already told them about. Yeah, I did. Song declared immediately, and Tai Li grimaced painfully. Why? She said, her voice unexpectedly weak as Haru stepped forward, looking at Saka apologetically. I'm so sorry, Saka. I know I had one job, but... Yeah, you did it anyhow, you just did it the worst possible way you could. Saka pouted, shaking his head before burying his face in Angela's shoulder again. Ugh, hide me away from the rest of the world for a couple of years, maybe by then they'll have forgotten I'm some sort of disloyal man-whore. There, no one will judge you half as much as you think they will, Saka, Angela said, rubbing his back gently. I'm judging myself enough already and I didn't even do anything. Saka pouted, before breaking their embrace and shooting a nasty glare at Tai Li. And you should be worried too. You'll get married soon, people might think you were sleeping around. Well, sure, but I have a terrible reputation anyhow and I'm sure Haru forgives me for cheating on him with him, Tai Li said, grinning at the earthbender, who smiled back guiltily. Yeah, you're forgiven, he said, before breathing deeply and looking at the new arrivals again. I'm so sorry, truly, but welcome back. You had a good trip. Must have been good if Angela's taking this so well. Tai Li said, raising her eyebrows suggestively, and Angela sighed. Either the trip was good, or I'm too tired after that last flight, or I think this will amount to an inconsequential problem in the end. Any of those reasons, or perhaps all three of them, are responsible for me acting like this, she said, with a dry grin. Inconsequential. Saka pouted, and Angela smiled reassuringly again. People may talk about it for a while, but they'll forget it all later. Besides, as horrible as it may be, it helps keep suspicions at bay anyhow, she said, shrugging. Saka groaned, his head hung. I'd rather keep them at bay through any other means. He grumbled, but he turned quickly towards the stove moments later, realizing the rice he had been cooking needed his attention. Wait, you were cooking? Ty Lee said, eyes wide. You don't have to, I can finish that for you, said Song, but Sokka shook his head proudly. No need. As hard to believe as it may be, we actually cooked for ourselves quite a bit while we were on the road. Sokka smiled at Song, your recipe book sure helped out. Really? Song said, happily surprised, well, I did try to write all instructions with as much detail as possible, but I wasn't sure even that would be enough. We were careful, mostly, said Azula, smiling, when we weren't poking fun at each other by reading aloud the wrong recipes, that is. It speaks well of our common sense that we could tell those ingredients didn't match the dish we were cooking before we made any serious blunders, though, Sokka smirked, before grinning at Song. So yeah. We survived on our own, in Shujing, for almost a full week, so you should be proud of your book. We probably wouldn't have made it without it. Almost a full week. Ty Lee repeated, glancing at Azula. Wasn't that where you were headed all along? We ended up spending 2 days at a small town, Firelight Town, Azula said. It was a nice place. And we took up a spicy ramen challenge there, Sokka announced proudly, prompting their 3 friends to stare at them in disbelief. You, wow, said Song, snorting before laughing freely. Well, that suits you both just fine. I thought it did, too, Sokka grinned. So you're saying, instead of rushing off to do actual romantic things, you just ate a ton of spices? Ty Lee said, before laughing too. Oh, Song's right, that's typical from the 2 of you. Azula smiled warmly at Sokka, who chuckled proudly and shrugged before returning to his rice. The gentle expression on the princess's face didn't go ignored by the others, though. Something was different about her after this trip. She seemed gentler, more mature, perhaps, and she appeared to be incapable of taking her eyes off Sokka for more than 5 seconds. That she eventually helped him with the rice he was cooking was all the more perplexing, and the lack of explosive bashfulness at Ty Lee's teasing didn't go unnoticed either, even when her friend began pestering her about revealing whether the spiciest thing in their travels had been the ramen or something quite different. Come on, what else happened? You 2 couldn't possibly have spent a whole week on your own just eating spicy ramen all the time, Ty Lee complained, as the pair shared a bowl of rice, merely smiling at Ty Lee's words like, that necklace. That's new, Azula, isn't it? If she hadn't pointed it out, neither Azula nor Sokka would have realized she was still wearing it, fully accustomed as she was to carrying its weight on her neck. They shared a quick but sad glance before Azula reached back to unfasten it. Sokka helped her by raising her long hair, allowing her to remove the necklace and hand it to him. It's not that new, not really, she answered Ty Lee, but I shouldn't wear it in public anyhow. What? Why? Hey. You can't say that and not explain anything right afterwards. What's the story behind that necklace? Well, you see, I might have been inclined to answer your questions, if only you hadn't destroyed Sokka's reputation as you have, Azula said, dramatically, prompting Sokka to snicker. Obviously she wouldn't have shared any details of what had transpired during their trip, but having an excuse not to was only going to exasperate Ty Lee further. But you said earlier that. Fine then. Keep your spicy secrets to yourselves. As far as I'm concerned, you just ate a lot and put on a ton of weight, she declared, proudly. The only reaction by Azula and Sokka was laughter, the pair sitting together by the kitchen table. As much as they couldn't have the same intimacy they'd shared in Shujing, they reached for each other's hand constantly over the table, legs brushing together, eyes meeting on occasion with gentle smiles on their faces. Talking with their friends was enjoyable, though, and before long Azula and Sokka were sharing the less intimate of details about their journey. They spoke about riding waves with Xin Long, Sokka's sailing skills and Azula's final swordsmanship lessons, as well as the failed attempts to teach Sokka how to sing while they were on their way back home. Many of their stories brought the others to laugh, but all of them were acutely aware that the blissful pair was hiding something, or many things, about what had transpired during the trip. Before they could question them, though, the relaxed smile on Azula's face vanished. Xin Long was letting her know dawn would arrive soon, and they had to take off before then. The princess's heart clenched at the realization, having wished the dark blanket of nighttime might protect them from the real world if just for a little longer. As much fun as it is to talk about all this, though, I should get going, she announced, begrudgingly. Sokka's eyes widened. What, already? He asked. It can't be that late yet. Xianlong seems to think it is, though, Azula said, eyeing him remorsefully. Sokka's heart sank visibly, as the smile he'd kept on his face for most of the conversation faded. Ty Lee was tempted to lighten the mood by reminding them that they had been together for a whole week with no interruptions already, but her common sense held her back, not to mention she dreaded the pair before her had forgotten they were no longer alone, lost in each other's eyes as they were. Oh, well. Sokka finally sighed, shaking his head and standing up, offering Azula his hand as she stood up. My horrible alibi will fail if you stay, it's true. People might start thinking you went nowhere through the week and just stayed with me at my house. And that'd be pretty catastrophic. Azula smiled sadly at him before glancing at the other pair. I'll probably be back later, but in case you guys are already gone by then, thanks for your help. Granted, you didn't do things exactly the way we would have wanted you to, but hopefully it'll help you guys more than it might harm you, right? Said Haru, with a grimace, and Azula laughed softly. Yeah, that's the only hope we can cling to, she said, nodding in their direction before glancing at Song. And I'll most likely see you later, right? I'm not going anywhere, as far as I know. Song smiled. Welcome home, Azula. Thank you. Azula smiled gently too, before guiding Sokka by the hand towards the backyard, where Xianlong waited. The three that lagged behind in the kitchen watched them walk away, all of them silent as the princess and her gladiator faded from view. By then Ty Lee turned to the others again, eyes wide with confusion. I'm not the only one who thinks those two aren't acting the same as always, am I? She asked. Song snorted, shaking her head. Maybe it's not that apparent with him, he's a goofball. She smiled. But Azula is, well, I don't know. Something big must have changed while they were off together like that. What could have changed, though? Ty Lee said, skeptically. Might be they eloped for real. Haru suggested. If something really did change, they couldn't have. Ty Lee said, skeptical, though her eyes widened moments later. Or, wait, could they have? Song laughed again, dropping her face in her hands. If she had learned something about the couple in the backyard right now, it was to never underestimate them or the wild decisions they could make when guided by nothing but their hearts. They had relieved Xianlong from the load of their bags earlier, but they had to strap Azula's back on the saddle by then, even if she carried less of them than Sokka had. The dragon was unusually serious now, almost as though he were nostalgic as well, longing for the freedom of flying without a care with his two favorite humans across the whole world, if possible. Sokka smiled at him, reaching to pet his head. I don't think I've seen you so stern ever before, buddy. What's wrong? He's as sad as we are, looks like. Azula smiled sadly, patting Xianlong's armor. He misses Shujing, and he's going to miss you too. Heh, well I'll miss you even more, buddy. Sokka smiled, wrapping an arm around the dragon's head. Xianlong pressed it to his chest, prodding him gently as he groaned pleasantly. We'll fly off together again like that one day, all three of us. And we'll go surfing again, how about it? The idea brought a happy glint to Xianlong's eyes, and Sokka messed his mane as much as he could with the armor's plates in the way. That promise seemed to excite Xianlong, and his brooding decreased for it. If only it were just as easy for Azula to feel less apprehensive about leaving, though. The princess was smiling sadly, unwilling to climb on the saddle just yet, and Sokka reached to cup her face in his hands. Hey, now, you said you'll come back later, right? He asked, and she nodded promptly. I'll have to check on my gladiator, of course. I left you unattended for a whole week and it seems you got far too busy in my absence for my liking. She said, smiling sadly. Sokka grinned too, pressing his brow to hers. Don't be too desperate, I suppose, or your father's bound to suspect, but as soon as you think it's safe for you to come, I'll be right here waiting for you, love. I promise. I know you will be. Azula smiled, reaching for his lips with her own. I'd rather not have to leave at all, we both know that, but I can at least look forward to seeing you again. And that's usually enough to get me through the day. I hope it is this time too, Sokka whispered, his fingers caressing her face gracefully. Thank you for the best week of my life. It was my pleasure, in every way. Azula smiled. It was the best of mine, too, husband." Sokka chuckled, leaning closer to kiss her again. Their wild hearts still would beat faster when they kissed, even after all these years. The yearning in Angela's chest only intensified along with the deepening of the kiss, the last thorough one they would be able to share for the next few hours. They wouldn't be waking up together anymore, or dancing around fireplaces, or making love underneath the stars, but the passion that burned between them was brighter than ever after the magical experiences they had shared over these days. "I love you, Sokka," Angela gasped once they parted, sliding her hands into his hair, trailing his scalp as her eyes as well conveyed the words she'd just spoken. "I'll see you in no time, okay? And I'll see you all the time," he smiled. "I'll just close my eyes and think of you, of your smile, your laughter, and that's how I'll survive this wretched ordeal of waiting until I can be with you again." "Sounds like a fine plan. I'll have to do the same with you," Angela laughed, pressing her brow to his. Sokka pecked her lips one more time before lifting her in his arms, effortlessly, and carrying her carefully to set her on Xin Long's saddle. The dragon had been about to warn Angela that he could sense the sun was going to begin rising soon, and they had to slip out of the crater unnoticed before it did, but fortunately, Sokka's initiative meant he'd be able to take off sooner than later. "I love you too, Angela," Sokka whispered, stroking her face as she leaned down from the saddle, seeking to steal as many quick kisses as she could from him before Xin Long took off. "Don't take too long, okay? I won't. I promise." She cupped his cheek, her golden eyes sincere and breathtaking. "Get some rest, though. We didn't sleep at all through the night." I know." Sokka smiled, and Angela stole one final kiss before Xin Long stood up fully, the impending threat of dawn driving him forward. Even so, Angela reached out for Sokka with a hand, and he held onto it for a few seconds before the dragon took off, sprinting quickly into the darker sky to the west. Sokka's breath caught as he watched them fly away, his chest constrained. It was over now, then. They were back in the real world, and his birthday week was over. With teeth gritted and hands fisted, Sokka closed his eyes and breathed deeply, trying to ignore the pangs of solitude that now flooded him. One day, he knew, one way or another, for sure, he would be with her for good. They would no longer hide in shadows, no longer conceal the true nature of the bond that joined them. The betrothal necklace he held in his hands, after retrieving it from his pocket, wouldn't have to be kept safe in his house, and instead would claim its rightful place around Angela's neck for good. And he would be waiting desperately, eagerly for that moment, more than ever before. However illegal their two marriages might have been, the ceremonies had unlocked their hearts further than ever before. One day, to be sure, he would be able to call her his wife before a world that would be ready to accept them as they were. But until then, he had no choice but to stand strong, to hold on to his patience, and to fight to build that kind of world by Angela's side. And even if his loneliness hurt right now, he couldn't help but smile at the thought that a much brighter future would be within their reach eventually, a future where he could finally show the world he belonged with his beloved princess. The wilderness was more forgiving in some locations, less so in others. But at the base of tall mountains it seemed to be much more unpleasant than anywhere else they had traversed so far in their long, painful, and seemingly pointless quest across misty marshes that stank of rot and death. 5 members of the group had already bailed. 6 were left, one of them their resilient leader. He was unconventionally charismatic, otherwise he wouldn't have convinced even one of them to join him, but charisma couldn't make up for the lack of results. Either his vision was right or it was wrong, and if it was wrong, it meant they had traveled across the Earth Kingdom for nothing. "You really think he knows what he's doing?" one of the men whispered, hoping the terrifying, tall man wouldn't hear them. "Do spirits really guide him?" "You know what they say about the swamp," shrugged the one he was speaking to. "None of those visions happen for no reason." "Okay, but what I saw was my parents, and they're dead, man. They're gone. I can't go on a goose chase to find them, can I? Then leave." Roan's voice cut across the conversation, and fear rushed inside the 2 men as the ice-cold glare of the water tribesmen fell upon them. They were silent immediately after that, and Roan resumed his trek through the marshes at the base of the mountains. His quest was no self-imposed whim, he had been chosen. The object of his search had been the one to seek him out, in the first place. His soul had rung against it in his dreams, and it had been so intense, so vivid, that he had known immediately this was his true calling. He knew it was close now. It had to be. His entire body shuddered, his deadened heart racing in a way it hadn't in years. His sharp eyes turned keener still at the sight that greeted them in the newest turn they took, decaying skeletons in tarnished yellow and orange robes. The rest of the group gasped at the sight of them. Roan merely pressed onwards, striding towards the image, that one image he'd been sent in dreams, an image that had guided him to a place like this. Old air-bending staves, wooden relics, and devices, they littered the ground, as nature grew around them, attempting to claim the remnants of lives lost during the previous century. All of them were innocuous, irrelevant, unnecessary, though, for only one thing demanded Roan's attention. And it stood at the top of a small hill, sunken halfway into the ground on its large blade. The guandeo was the only object in the area that hadn't been dulled with age or decayed under the elements. It stood in place, inviting, almost begging Roan to finally take it. He was fated to wield it, like no one else ever had been. For his soul was dark, dark enough to match the spears, and his lust for blood was certainly just as strong as the weapons. Oh shit. It's real. He heard one of his companions gasping behind him. If you didn't think so, why the fuck did you even come along in the first place? Retorted another one. I just didn't want to wait around doing nothing, but if it's real. Roan ignored them. He took a step forward, and the 5 men took a step back instead, cowering away from the weapon of wonder their leader had been seeking for months. It was worthy of respect, this glorious spear. It was powerful, and capable of offering the most suitable solution to a war-torn world that would never see a brighter future. Why continue fighting, when their world was a living nightmare, just as the next stage of existence would be? Why delude themselves with the misguided belief that there could ever be a brighter, better future, when all that awaited them in the afterlife were horrors beyond compare? There was no reason to want to fix or change anything, of course. Roan had known it for years, and so did the spear. The solution was simple, and he longed to deliver it, especially to those who most deserved to know the suffering of death, and of what came afterwards as well. His hands reached for the weapon, his dead-like eyes finally glowing with purpose as his skin came into contact with the beckoning, otherworldly spear. Chapter 197, Iroha's Suspicions 1. Something certainly had changed over the last week, Azula reasoned, for even under her father's harshest scrutiny she hardly found herself fretting. She had taken her time to cover up the bags under her eyes and the fading love bites on her neck before stopping by her father's study. She arrived moments before he took off for his daily workout, and she was sure she didn't look half as tired as she felt, or as weighed down by the absence of a hand to hold as she was. Well, you do appear less stressed than you were when you took off. I suppose your vacation was successful, Ozai said, raising his eyebrows. Azula nodded in agreement. If I appear tired, it's merely because we flew through the night just so I could arrive on the appointed day of my return, Azula explained, as you would have expected me to. Good. Truthfully, you look far more rested than you have since you became crown princess, I dare say, Ozai smirked. Azula raised her eyebrows. And here I thought I'd managed to preserve the image of impeccable perfection for all this time, she said, though her tone was more playful than disappointed. Ozai actually chuckled. You have, but your father knows you better than you might realize. The weight of responsibility isn't meant to be taken lightly, and I know no one takes her duties as seriously as you do, child, he said, breathing deeply, which is why I'm reluctant to offer you this report. Azula frowned, eyeing the pages sitting on Ozai's desk. He seemed to test her now, as though waving a temptation he doubted she'd be able to resist with a report about the enforcers, judging by the symbol Azula could see crowning the paper, and yet she merely raised her eyebrows and shrugged, tempted to drop against the backrest of her chair nonchalantly. She probably ought to tear through that report at haste, but she couldn't quite bring herself to do so. Nevertheless, she shouldn't be entirely indifferent either. You can keep it to yourself, if you so wish. I assume you've handled everything that needed to be handled, Azula said. Ozai smirked. If this is an act, you're quite convincing, he said, and she smiled. I won't deny I'm curious about how things have been since I left, but I think the distance did help me regain the composure I'd lost as of late, Azula stated. Even if you handed me the report right now, I'd probably only read it after I've gotten some rest after my trip. Well, that seems convincing too, Ozai said, and finally offered her the report. Just as she had claimed, She merely took it with her left hand and placed it over her lap. The enforcers have handled themselves well for the past week. According to the information Captain Mason offered me, they're already preparing their next raid, and the majority of the slaves have been relocated to the markets that fulfill all requirements by law. That's good to know, Angela smiled. Is everything well with the rehabilitation center? Seeing as I've received no word from them, I'd assume as much, Jose said, with a nonchalant shrug. And I've received no news from your gladiator either. I'd suggest you check on him soon, in case he ran away while you were gone. He'd better not have, Angela said, frowning a little. Finding a new gladiator and starting from scratch would hardly be worth my while at this point. It truly wouldn't be, Jose said, smirking. Sadly, your new laws wouldn't allow you to punish him too harshly for escaping, but I'm sure you could come up with your own methods to make certain he never tries it again. That is, if he tried at all. His life here is far too comfortable. He probably spent the week stuffing his face and sleeping all day. Angela rolled her eyes. It was harder than ever to pretend she disapproved of Sokka, or that she wasn't all that attached to him, but her father's reactions said enough about how believable her lies were for him. Such ambitious goals. Jose said, with distaste. Anyways, regarding gladiators, there is something I should bring to your attention already, before you find out by your own means. Oh. Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Surely Mason hadn't told Jose about Sokka's alleged indiscretion, had she? There was no reason to report to the Fire Lord about such a personal matter, so perhaps that wasn't it. Were there problems in the League again, perhaps, or? Your uncle is back. For the first time in the whole meeting, Angela didn't have to fake a reaction, or contain it. Her eyes widened, and her eyebrows drew together with a displeased twitch. Jose only offered her an unusual, sympathetic grimace. I had hoped we had seen the last of him, but it seems he's determined to return again and again, like a plague that cannot be eradicated. Jose sighed. He arrived merely 3 or 4 days ago, I hardly remember when anymore, and he offered no explanations for it aside from being tired and too old to travel the world so freely anymore. Iroha's typical brand of blather, I assume, Angela said, curtly. Jose smirked. I thought the same thing. But we both know he's not going to admit the true reason he came back, not to me anyways. And you think he'll reveal it to me? Angela asked, skeptical. Not to brag, father, but I suspect his animosity towards me has surpassed the one he holds for you by now. I'm not sure I can help you figure out what he's hiding this time. Oh, no doubt, he wouldn't reveal anything to you, Jose said, nodding. But he didn't return alone, Angela. And if my memory doesn't fail me, you have an amicable relationship with his gladiator, don't you? Yes, I do, Angela said, only realizing now that Iroha's return likely meant he'd brought Toph along. That was the only possible upside to his reappearance. You did help her with the Daily, and then you did again with the Gladiator event when Iroha nearly abandoned her, if I recall correctly. Jose said. Therefore, if it's possible, try to find the truth of why he's here again. I've suffered enough fools for a lifetime, and Iroha is the worst of them all. I understand, said Angela, nodding. Do you suspect he may be up to anything dangerous, though? Perhaps something related to the White Lotus. Indeed, Jose said, his semblance darker now. He may have nothing to do with them after all, I suppose, but if they begin striking at our nation again after he conveniently returned, I will have him clapped in irons before he can take his usual afternoon nap. I find that agreeable, Angela said, with a weak smile. Either way, I can approach Toph for an explanation. She may not know what Iroha is truly up to, he's secretive even with her, but I have a better chance at obtaining the truth from her than him anyhow. And a better chance than I would, altogether. I can't remember exchanging more than 3 sentences with that earthbending midget, said Jose, with a sigh. At any rate, you aren't required for any urgent matters for today, so feel free to use your time as you may, but there will be a council meeting tomorrow. Oh? Can I ask what brings this about? Angela inquired, and Jose nodded. Naturally, your latest ventures did, Jose said. The princess frowned slightly, though not with disapproval but with confused curiosity instead. The new slavery laws don't apply to the mainland alone, after all. Well, I agree, but I thought it would be too early to begin the enforcers' recruitment in the colonies, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. There would be many problems to address if we are to take the enforcement of the new laws further. And I want to summon that council meeting to resolve them, Jose answered, with a dry grin. Angela smiled, despite herself. Do ponder possible solutions already, if you wish, but I won't make any decisions until tomorrow, when the council is fully assembled. Very well, I'll try to prepare a few proposals, though I can't promise much, said Angela, raising her eyebrows in surprise. I truly hadn't expected to move forward so soon with this. It is necessary, of course, but I assumed we didn't have the resources to expand operations to this degree. Well, we don't just yet, it's true. Jose said I would have to assign them, and that as well is a matter to be decided with the council. At any rate, I've received missives from the colonies, from Governor Tien, for one, about the new slavery laws and the enforcers. He has offered to handle the enforcing of the laws in Ba Sing Se with his own soldiers, but the protocols of the enforcers are as detailed as they are for good reason. While I could have put this off, I don't think you'll be as successful at enforcing the laws if you don't act swiftly to impose the new slavery system. You're right, of course, said Angela, nodding. Well, it's good to know this will be discussed. Thank you, Father. I will seek out Toph now, and afterwards I'll ponder how to expand the enforcers' operations to the colonies. Please, take it easy, Jose interrupted her, and Angela smiled. I'll try. I may sneak in a visit to the Grand Royal Dome, too. She said I need to schedule more fights for my Gladiator before we reach the dropout limit. Naturally, said Jose, grinning too as Angela stood up. Off you go, then. And, Angela. Yes. Welcome home. The words hit her in a strange, sore spot in her chest, even if it wasn't the first time she had heard them from him. Her father was not given to sentimentality, and after all her trips over the years, she couldn't remember him uttering those words with that particular tone before. She found hesitance in his eyes, surely no different from the one that now glistened in her own. Yet she smiled and bowed her head, covering up quickly for her temporary confusion. Thank you, she answered, with a voice as earnest as the one he'd used before her. And with that, she left, pacing the halls of the palace while feeling as though she had been struck over the head with a frying pan. Some days her father was, without a doubt, the worst human being still drawing breath on their planet. And yet sometimes he looked at her with an unusual tenderness that was most unlike him. They clashed, they disagreed, she had disappointed him more in recent years than ever before, but back in the day, before having a Gladiator, she had never seen anything but his most stoic facade. Something had begun to crumble inside her father, and it fell apart more easily after each time they quarreled and made amends. She believed in him less and less as time went by, unwilling to trust him even if she was sworn to obey him for good, but somehow, the more she grew disillusioned with him, the more human he showed himself in front of her. She couldn't quite hate him for that. She would do best to put her father off her mind for now, though, especially any notions of having returned home. As far as she knew, she had dropped off her home at his house earlier that day, and, while she looked forward to meeting Toph, she was all the more eager to return to Sokka's side. They did need to send new challenges at the dome, there was no doubt to be had about that, and it was a perfect excuse to seek him out today, without stirring anyone's suspicions. As for the enforcers, she'd give them another day before visiting their barracks. It would be better to hold off her return to those duties until after the council meeting had decided how to proceed with spreading the slavery laws in the colonies. After all. After dropping off the unread report on her bedroom's desk, Angela made her way to Toph's door, hoping she'd be inside her room. By now she had spent almost a year without seeing the wild earthbender, but she doubted she had changed much. She confirmed her suspicions when the door swung open just before she could knock on it, revealing a young woman, slightly shorter than herself, whose wild black bangs couldn't possibly conceal the delighted grin on her face. Spicy! She exclaimed, and without a moment's hesitation, Toph jumped in for a hug that Angela returned, laughing and rolling her eyes at the young girl's enthusiasm. Yes, I missed you too, she said, as Toph chuckled against her. It's been forever. Or, well, feels like it. Since Gladiator Brawl, right? And that certainly feels like it happened forever ago, said Angela, raising her eyebrows as Toph finally released her from her embrace. It's been around a year since then, actually. Yeah, I was hoping to bump into you when Iroh said we'd come back to the Fire Nation, said Toph, grinning, but for some reason you were off doing hell knows what when we arrived? I think people said you were on a vacation. Well, yes. You might think it's weird, but I was, Angela said, entering Topha's room before offering further explanations. If Toph meant to talk about where she'd been, and with whom, she wouldn't risk having eavesdroppers in the corridors listening in on her words. So, a vacation? You just took off to play around on the beach or something? Said Toph, scratching her head as she closed the door. That doesn't sound like you, Spicy. You're always up to something, big or small. I can't say I didn't do anything worthwhile, but I probably shouldn't be discussing my activities so freely. Angela said, vaguely. Toph crooked an eyebrow before smirking. Oh. I see. How did the dog survive a week without you, I wonder? She said. Angela crossed her arms over her chest. I have been wondering that myself, she said, her voice tone sarcastic enough that Toph actually laughed out loud upon hearing it. I wanted to pay him a visit now, to ensure he hasn't misbehaved more than I expected while I was out, but when my father mentioned you and Iroh were back I thought I'd check on you first. Heh, I'm a bigger priority than the dog? You flatter me, Spicy. Toph snickered. May I ask why you came back so suddenly, though? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Seems odd for you two to spend such a long time on the road only to return for no reason. I assume you didn't find Zuko, else you would have either brought him back with you, or stayed with him. Yeah, we didn't find him, said Toph, but by now she frowned. You know, Spicy, I like you a lot and everything, but, well. Iroh asked you not to tell me why you returned. Angela smiled knowingly, and Toph grimaced. You know, I miss the times when you and Iroh got along. Those 3 months, or 2. However long it was. She groaned. Why can't you guys just try to get along again and make my life less miserable? Did you ever go to school, Toph? Angela asked, casually. The earthbender placed her hands on her hips. I didn't. Why? You never had to live through these kinds of petty conflicts when you were younger. Then, Angela smirked. Makes sense to me that you'd have to endure them now. Oh, yeah? Well. I shouldn't have to endure them at all. You two should just grow up. Toph exclaimed, pouting. Okay, calm down, Angela laughed. Say, if I manage to guess why you came home, Iroh doesn't have any reason to get mad at you for telling me, because you wouldn't have told me at all, right? Sure. Said Toph, raising her eyebrows, but I honestly doubt you could. I mean, not that you're not smart, but that's a little. Zuko wrote him a letter that encouraged him to give up his search and live his life. Toph froze mid-sentence, her mouth still open. Angela merely smiled innocently, waiting for her friend to snap out of her state of shock. Why you, wait a minute, how could you know that? Toph exclaimed, horrified, and Angela laughed, almost carelessly. All right, now the tables have turned, she smiled. You can't tell Iroh what I'm about to tell you. Crap, why would you do this to me? Toph complained, yanking her hair. Why are you two such a pain? Just. Okay, whatever, I'll shut up about it, but honestly, Angela, you two are the worst. Noted. Angela smiled. I happened upon Zuko a few months ago. What? You ran into him? Toph asked. How? Where? We went everywhere and there was no sign of him. Iroh was starting to think he'd been spirited away. How could you find him when we didn't? By not looking for him, as a matter of fact, Angela smiled truthfully, it was all chance. We were in the same place at the same time, but he's not bound to be there anymore. I shouldn't tell you too much, Zuko didn't even want me to know where he's been hiding, so I'll probably be better off not telling you either. Heh, you just think I'll blab about it to Iroh, Toph pouted, and Angela shrugged. I'm willing to bet you're tempted to do so, aren't you? Maybe. But only a little. Toph sighed. So, you told him to write this letter? Or? Yeah, I asked him to. I wasn't sure he'd actually get around to writing it, but it relieves me that he did, Angela continued. He's happy, if that's any concern for you and Iroh, that much I can say. Well, cool. Though I don't know why I can't tell Iroh about this. Toph grumbled. If I did, he'd likely realize you're not that bad, since you told Zuko to write to him. Wrong on all accounts, he'd think I'm manipulating Zuko even now. Angela smiled dryly. He'd assume I have kidnapped him and locked him up somewhere, that I made him write that letter, sent it to him myself. That's ridiculous. Why would he think that? Toph squeaked. I get that you don't like or trust him, Spicy, but don't you think that's too much? He's been hostile towards me ever since Zuko left, remember? Angela said my brother took off on his own volition, for no fault of yours or mine, and yet Iroh didn't snap out of his stupidity with you until he realized he'd sent you to your death in the slate. At least, I assume that's what did it. Well. And you were his closest friend, no less. If it was that hard for him to forgive you or realize he was treating you wrong, how much harder would it be with the family member he likes least? Angela asked. There's no way he'll ever change his mind about me, Toph. Even if I made efforts to get along with him, which I have no intentions to, he'd never reciprocate, and I'd just be wasting my time. I guess, but I still don't like it. Toph sighed. It's a bother that my two best friends hate each other. I'm sorry we make your life that much harder, said Angela, though her smile was earnest either way, though, we haven't seen each other for a year. I'd assume you two had a lot of fun traveling the world, haven't you? Well, yeah, something like that, said Toph, grinning, relieved to change the subject. We did go to a lot of crazy places, like some oasis in the desert, and we even visited this weird abbey. Iroh liked the perfumes they made there. And then there was some Fire Nation resort too, and well, if nothing else, at least you got to visit a lot of places. Angela smiled, though Toph's sudden reluctance to speak surprised her. And you were going to say something. I don't think I should, Toph mumbled, now blushing. Angela raised her eyebrows, reading her easily. Oh? Well, what's going on? Made a new friend, or found an old one? She smirked, and Toph snarled, bashful and defensive, as expected. Why you know, that's just rich coming from you. Why you just went and took some sort of vacation with. Okay, hold that thought right there, Angela cut her off, though Toph had held back anyways, prominently scowling, yet it was hard to take her expression seriously with her cheeks so flushed. You don't have to be so up in arms about it, you know? What harm is there in liking someone? Well, for someone like you, I mean. I'm still somewhat noble myself, Spicy. Not as much as you, sure, but still. And since when are nobility's restrictions of any concern for you? Angela smiled. Were you hoping to bring Jet home to your parents? Hell, no. Then why is that even relevant? Angela laughed. Truly, you're worse about romance than I ever was. Yeah, well, that's because I'm not as crazy as you, Toph grumbled. Not to mention, you were a mess about your own business, back when I first caught you in BAing SE. Yet you were still fumbling with it much more than I was, even back then. Angela smirked. At least my problem wasn't some guy I'd only just met. Ugh, just stop. Toph groaned, burying her face in her hands as Angela chuckled. Truthfully, I'm confused, Toph, she said, smiling. You always have the perfect comebacks and you tease everyone right back when it comes to any subject other than this. Because I don't really have a lot of experience with this, whatever it is. I mean, love? I don't love him. I just like him. If I do? I guess I do. Toph mumbled, before sighing. If I had more experience maybe I wouldn't be so awkward about the whole thing. Well, as you say you have no experience in these regards, I take it you bumped into him but nothing really happened? Angela asked. The blush on Toph's features spoke for itself though. Oh? Do I care to know? You don't. If you keep poking me about this, I'll just start asking about you and your week-long escapade. Toph exclaimed. Or, even better, I'll just ask you about this whole year. Maybe I was on the road, but you're not going to tell me your life hasn't been hectic for all this time, are you? Changing the subject, I see. Oh well, it's probably for the best. Angela smiled. Well, truthfully my life has been somewhat hectic, especially over the past few months. I did run into Zuko. Before that I became the commanding officers for the Enforcers. They're a new branch of the armed forces, and they will ensure the new slavery laws approved by my father's council are followed properly. Laws I proposed, in the first place. Whoa. That sounds big, said Toph, raising her eyebrows. I didn't hear about any of that. And before that? Angela said, deciding promptly to gloss over the slaves who had started it all. Toph probably didn't want to hear about that, did she? Before that, actually, we finished our end of Iroha's challenge. A challenge I assume you know about. Fuck. You did? Already? Toph squeaked, the very picture of chagrin. Angela chuckled. Ugh, well, that's fine. I still have about 20 losers to go through before I can finish my own end of the bargain, but I'll get to them. Especially now that we're back in the Fire Nation, I'll get through the rest of the list in no time. I wish you luck, then, said Angela, smiling. It is strange to think of Sokka as the top non-bender of the league, to some degree, and yet it's perfectly fitting, too. The others really must have been wimps if he took them out so fast, Toph smirked. Angela rolled her eyes. And what about everyone else? You told me Ty Lee was getting married when we last met? Did she do it already? Oh, actually no. It should happen sometime soon, though I don't know what the exact date will be just yet, Angela admitted. I should talk with the head sage about it, now that I'm back, and if you're wondering if you'll be invited, I probably can ask Ty Lee about it the next time I see her. You can? Sweet. Please tell me there's going to be an awesome banquet. Toph said, grinning wildly. Angela smiled and shrugged. There better be 2 or 3 of them, rather, she said. You and Sokka will probably stuff your faces so fast the rest of us won't even get a single bite. Only if I don't get to everything before he does, Toph declared, proudly. Angela laughed and shook her head. Well, being away for a year didn't change you too much, I can say that for certain, she said. Either way, I suppose we'll meet around the palace for the next days, unless Iroh takes you anywhere else. Oh, what? You've got somewhere to be now? Toph asked, as Angela filed towards the door. I did mean to check on Sokka, and we have to schedule new fights, Angela said, shrugging. To her surprise, Toph actually looked disappointed. What? Just, we haven't hung out together in so long. It's not right to cut short our reunion. So, I'll go with you, she announced, with a proud grin. Angela raised her eyebrows. I'm taking my dragon, she said, and Toph flinched. Yeah. Okay. I can deal with riding it, I've had to before. She mumbled, and Angela laughed. You really must have missed us if you'd ride Xin Long willingly. She smiled, opening the door and guiding Toph down the hallway. I miss pissing off the dog, while I said Toph, grinning. I can't wait to hear his surprised squeak when I show up with you. Yeah, he won't see it coming, Angela said, smiling. Toph raised an eyebrow, sensing a strange, unusual quality in Angela's tone right now. Is everything okay, though? With you too? Toph asked, as they neared the refuge. Why wouldn't it be? Angela responded, walking through one of the open gateways, to find her dragon sleeping at leisure, his chest rising with each breath, his tongue slipping out of his open jaws. Sounds like your pal here's taking a nap, Toph smirked, and Angela sighed. Should have guessed. Oh, well, it's best to leave him be, I did overwork him yesterday. We'll go on foot. Yeah. Angela rolled her eyes but smiled, walking side by side with her friend on their way to the palace gates. She was far from well-rested herself, and Xin Long's nap had reminded her of how much she would welcome sleeping too, but she wasn't sure she'd rest properly if she knew she wouldn't wake up to find Sokka beside her. How easy it was to fall into habits that couldn't last for good. Toph talked some more about her own trip with Iroh as they walked to Sokka's house. Despite her initial reservations, she did share more details on how they'd bumped into Jet and Longshot, close to jailing after a visit to her parents. Angela listened intently, at first curious about whatever ammunition she could find to tease Toph later, but the conclusion of that particular story left her frowning in confusion. I don't really know what he told them, said Toph, shrugging, but after Iroh chatted with them, they took off like 10 minutes later. Jet did say goodbye, but... Did he want to scare him off over some sort of fatherly protective instinct? Angela asked, though she wasn't making fun of Toph this time, and the girl noticed the nuance of her tone. I doubt it, Toph said, her hands behind her head. It felt more like he gave them advice on where to go. Jet had been all mopey because they couldn't find any trace of their friends, after all, so maybe Iroh had an idea on what to do about that. That, ugh. I could have helped you with that, Azula grimaced. Sokka and I ran into one of Jet's old gang members once, he's a gladiator too. You did? And worse yet, through him we discovered Sokka's second opponent ever in the league was part of their gang too, Azula said, eyes wide. It didn't occur to me to tell you about this, though. I guess, if you ever run into Jet again, tell him to visit Udeo. Sneers is there. The other one. Smellerby, was it? It was a weird name. Anyways, she's somewhere in the mainland. Damn. If I'd told him that, he probably would have been ecstatic, though he would have left even faster than he did. Toph chuckled. Well, hopefully what Iroh said helped them out anyways. Hopefully, said Azula, swallowing hard. Somehow, she felt apprehensive about whatever Iroh could have been up to, whatever advice he could have given to outlaws escaping through the cracks of the formerly disorganized slavery system. Could he have recruited them into the White Lotus, by any chance? The idea was disturbing. Even though Jet had changed after his experiences with Long Feng, she didn't even know for sure if Iroh was part of the group, for starters. But if a man with Jet's track record came across the largest anti-Fire Nation organization ever, his growth was bound to take several steps back, possibly prompting him to regress into the same teenage terrorist who had destroyed a town of innocents for what he'd perceived were the right reasons. We're almost there now, huh? Toph smiled. Once they turned into the street that led to Sokka's house. Has Song been okay? She's had the chance to meet her mother in Ba Sing Se a few times, so yes, Azula said, nodding. Most everyone's fine, I believe. There isn't much to tell other than what I've already told you. Yeah, sure, after you ran off for a whole week with the dog, you're seriously going to tell me all your stories are about laws and whatever? Toph smirked. Come on, I just talked a lot about Jet, you shouldn't be all that uptight now. You didn't give away anything pertaining why you'd blush so much, Azula smirked. Toph pouted again, and of course, her cheeks reddened once more. Therefore, if you don't mind, we'll both keep the bulk of our private lives private, all right? Fine, whatever. Here, I thought you'd have a fun story or two, but I bet the dog won't be all that tough to crack, compared to you. Toph smirked. And why are you so keen on finding out anyhow? Azula asked, trying to get advice on how to move forward with Jet if you ever meet him again. For that matter, you might as well ask Ty Lee instead of me. She kept offering advice I never took her up on. No, I'm actually asking because you feel a bit weird, spicy, said Toph, almost nervously. Azula frowned. Weird? Weird how? I dunno. Something's changed in you. And I guess it has to do with the dog because your voice sounds different when you talk about him, and... Azula grimaced. Of course something had changed, many things had, but that her voice tone would be a giveaway was worse than knowing it was about her heartbeat. Maybe Toph would have been the only one who'd pick up on the change, if it had been the latter, but if that wasn't it... Well, thank you for letting me know. I'll have to work on that. Azula mumbled, and Toph snorted. Oh. Come on, I didn't tell you so you'd cover it up. She laughed, as Azula stepped forward through the small fence that enclosed Sokka's house. What happened? On one hand, Azula was worried now, almost to the point of paranoid, wondering if her father, if Zhao, if anyone else might notice what Toph had. Was she acting so differently towards Sokka, or about Sokka, that she couldn't possibly hide something important had happened between them? Would her foolish, love-struck demeanor give them away at this rate? And yet, on the other hand, once she knocked on the door and it swung inwards, all those concerns seemed to fade into oblivion. For he was confused that he'd received guests through the front door, always expecting her in the backyard, with her dragon, but those blue eyes greeted her with the warmth he ever held for her once they met her own. The face she'd grown used to seeing every morning, even the scent of him, all of it hit her so suddenly, so powerfully, that she couldn't hold back her reactions. Her heart raced. Her face broke into a genuine smile, and Sokka's did the same, in turn. Azula? Why are you? He said, stepping towards her despite they were in the open. Only the sight of Toph over Azula's shoulder brought him to stop short, mere moments before taking Azula in his arms. Hey, dog. Been a while. Toph exclaimed, startling the two dazed lovers with her words. Sokka's easy happiness now froze on his face, regarding Toph as though she were a mirage or a bad luck omen. His eyes shifted between the two women before him, unable to put together why they were here now, let alone why they hadn't arrived on a dragon's back instead. Huh? He said, blinking blankly. Toph. Damn, right. You still remember me, that's good to know. Toph smirked, walking past them and into the house. Here I thought, with how you two were about to pounce on each other, you'd have forgotten the rest of us exist. Sokka rolled his eyes, but he had no answer to that claim. He would have gladly forgotten about everyone else if it meant he could be alone with Azula again. The princess smiled still, crossing the threshold into the house, but as soon as Sokka closed the door behind her, she tossed away all caution and restraint, locking her arms around his neck as she kissed him in joyful greeting. Okay, then, said Toph, astonished by their boldness. It was hardly the first time they'd kissed in her presence, but never before had they been so unapologetic about it. I guess they did forget about the rest of us now, huh? Takes a while to get used to that, huh? Said a familiar voice behind Toph. Happy to have something to distract her from the two eager kissers by the door, Toph turned on her feet and smiled at Ty Lee, who seemed just as pleased by their reunion as the earthbender was. Stretchy. It really has been forever since I last trained with you, and ate all your food. Toph exclaimed, tossing a quick punch at Ty Lee. Despite being used to Toph's greetings, Ty Lee instinctively evaded the blow and struck one of Toph's chi points, and with that, the girl's arm dropped limply at her side. Hey. I'm sorry. Ty Lee laughed, before moving in for a hug instead. Toph was pouting in the taller girl's arms, but she patted Ty Lee's back nonetheless, with her only functional hand. What are you doing here, though, Stretchy? Toph asked, once Ty Lee released her from her tight hug. Oh, Haru and I were doing these two a favor, though we may have caused them trouble rather than helping them, Ty Lee admitted, with an awkward smile. Toph raised her eyebrow in confusion. Really, now? As lost in each other as they seemed to be, Sokka and Azula finally stopped kissing only to smile at each other dreamily. Sokka sighed, his knuckles caressing her face gently. How I missed you, he whispered, and Azula leaned forward, pressing her brow to his. Missed her? Toph snorted, turning towards them, an arm folded over her chest, the other still dangling awkwardly by her side. I'm gone for a whole year and you're only a little surprised, but you don't see her for like 12 hours. It was 5, actually. I counted them, Sokka answered promptly, and Azula laughed at his earnest reply, pressing her forehead to his shoulder now. Toph shook her head but smiled too. You two are grosser than ever today, just so you know, she said, despite her amusement anyways. I sure wasn't expecting you, Stretchy, but it's good that you're around. Can I come to your wedding? Why, sure. I had no idea you knew I'd be getting married, but yeah. Ty Lee said, beaming. It's great you came back just in time to be part of it. Perfect. Then make sure to get me as much food as possible, Toph declared, beaming. Ty Lee laughed and nodded. I was already planning on having a lot of extra food, I guess now I'll have to plan for even more than that, she smiled. Footsteps on the staircase drew Ty Lee's attention. Haru didn't have as many bags with him as Azula and Sokka had needed during their trip, but he still had large ones strapped to his shoulders as he climbed downstairs to greet them. Azula hadn't taken notice of his new haircut so far, which left him with slightly longer hair than Sokka's own, let alone had she paid much attention to his now clean-shaven face, but the lack of hysterics meant Ty Lee had grown used to the man's new appearance. There you are, Ty Lee said, beaming. Hey, Haru. Toph said, waving in his direction, and Haru smiled back, despite Toph wouldn't see it. Wow, it's been a while, Toph. It's great to see you. I'd say the same, but I've never dash. Always with that joke, you're just so funny, Ty Lee interrupted the snickering earthbender, smirking and rolling her eyes before turning Haru. We're ready to go home. Yeah, I miss my mom, Haru chuckled, reaching the bottom of the stairs and turning his smile on Azula and Sokka. Good to see you again, princess. I'm surprised you could drop by so soon. Yeah, I'm trying to ease my return into my duties. It's not proving all that easy, Azula admitted. I already have a report to read, a council meeting to attend tomorrow morning. Eh? Tomorrow? Tai Li said, grimacing. Oh, but I was going to ask you to join me and Mai at my dress fitting tomorrow, too. Well, this meeting probably won't take all day, Angela shrugged, but Tai Li shook her head. Nah, better not risk it. I'll reschedule for the next day, she shrugged, smiling. You will come, right? You have to get a new dress of your own, too. I know, Angela conceded, with a lopsided grin, though, for all your excitement, you haven't arranged things at the temple yet, have you? I didn't. You said you'd help me with that, after all, said Tai Li, toying with her own fingers nervously. Angela chuckled and shrugged. Yeah, I just figured I'd ask in case you'd dealt with it yourself. Well, then, I'll stop by the temple as soon as possible. You ought to have a set date for your wedding by the time I do. Yes. Whoa, just like that, said Toph, surprised. Is it that easy to just schedule a wedding in these parts? Weddings were such a drab, boring business in the Earth Kingdom. It's not that hard to schedule them over here if you're Princess Angela, said Tai Li, nonchalantly. Toph snorted. Ah, taking advantage of your princess privileges, are you? She asked Angela accusingly, and the princess rolled her eyes but smiled. Might as well abuse those privileges to give my friends a hand, same way I did it to help you at the slate, Angela said, and Toph snickered. Fair enough, fair enough. Then we'll see each other in 2 days, Tai Li smiled, as Haru tightened his bags and made his way to the door. I'm glad you guys got here just before we left, it was truly the perfect timing. I should be able to meet with the sage before your dress fitting, said Angela, and Sokka stepped away from her only so he could open the door for Haru. Thanks for, well, substituting for Sokka. You haven't heard from that enforcer's captain yet, have you? Haru asked, wary. Angela smiled and shook her head. No, but I'll handle it, no need for you to worry, she said. Have a good day, both of you. Bye. Tai Li exclaimed, glancing back and waving as she and Haru walked past the fence and entered the street. Sokka closed the door moments afterwards, offering Angela a sympathetic grin despite she didn't seem all that affected by Tai Li's requests. Sounds like you're about as busy now as you were when we first took off, huh? He asked, slipping a hand into hers. At least my mind's in a better place now, Angela admitted, squeezing his fingers. If anything, I probably ought to be on edge again. I have so much to do, yet I'd rather grab you and run off right back to Shujing instead. I'd be in for that, Sokka smiled, kissing her brow. Only until your conscience caught up with you, and it would, Angela smiled. Either way, I want to schedule a fight today, perhaps within this very week if we can get away with it. That'll allow us at least a few chances to see each other, and you ought to visit the enforcers again, right? I don't know. Should I? Sokka asked, dubiously. Mei Sun scares me, after what Tai Li and Haru did. If she gives you any grief I'll talk it out with her, Angela smiled. There's no need to be so nervous, if your reputation's been damaged we'll repair it. Damaged why? Toph asked, taking her seat on the living room table, as ever. As much as the pair by the door had been talking mostly quietly, the fine-tuned hearing of the earthbender could pick up their entire conversation flawlessly, only interrupting it now out of genuine curiosity, along with the deliberate intent to make them remember she was still there. What did those two do that could be any trouble for you, dog? I mean, spicy, said Haru, substituted for you, but they were going at it, in broad daylight, when he was supposed to be pretending to be me, sulking over Angela being gone, Sokka growled, making his way to the living room with Angela beside him. So now it looks like I just took advantage of her being gone to sleep around with anyone I could find. Isn't that good, though? Toph smirked. That way no one will think you're sleeping around with her, eh? Well, come to think of it, no, that's not necessarily what people will conclude, Sokka grimaced. Angela raised an eyebrow. I mean, I've never been known for this kind of thing, right? But that I allegedly found someone else as soon as you left, wouldn't some people guess maybe you and I do have something going on and I'm just a disloyal idiot who thinks with his penis? Possibly. But not everyone would think that, I'd hope, said Angela, with a crooked grin. Either way, I'll try to smooth everything over with anyone who may accuse you of misbehavior of that sort. If only I hadn't established the new laws I could fall back on fake torturing you as punishment for being so indiscreet, but... but you love me too much to do that, regardless of the laws, don't you? Sokka asked, with an innocent smile. And where Azula would have naturally dismissed his claim with a scathing comment, she merely smiled as well, silently admitting defeat to a fight she could have won easily if only she had cared to. Ugh, I meant it when I said you were grosser than ever, but you just keep on topping it. Toph groaned. Azula huffed. You ought to take note, instead. Jet will likely be grateful for it. Azula said, nonchalantly, and Toph snarled, wishing she had half as good control over her body as the princess did. But the blood rushed up to her cheeks regardless, in plain sight for Sokka. Oh, if only everyone were blind like she was, they would never know how she felt about anything. What? Jet? Sokka asked. Azula smirked. She bumped into him again. Something must have happened, but she's too shy to admit it. I'd rather not hear about it, myself, Sokka smiled, wrapping an arm around Azula's shoulders. But good on you, Toph. You deserve to be as happy as we are. You too, seriously, are you on some sort of unspoken contest with Ty Lee and Haru over which one's the most obnoxious couple of all time? Toph growled. Pretty sure we're winning at that contest by now, Sokka said, and Azula nodded solemnly, prompting him to laugh and kiss the side of her head. Here I was, hoping to catch up with my friends, and they're just determined to make me sick. Toph shook her head, though some noise upstairs startled her. Hey. Song's here to save me. The aforementioned girl stepped out of her room and glanced down at them from the corridor at the second floor. It was clear by her hooded eyes and stifled yawn that she had been sleeping, and that she had been woken by the noise downstairs, but she smiled groggily at the three downstairs. Hey, you're back, Azula. She said, and the princess nodded. Just got here, brought Toph along as well, she said, and Song grinned at the earthbender. It's been so long. She said, will you be staying with us again? Nah, I'm going to freeload off the palace again. It's less trouble for you, Toph said, as Song climbed the stairs to join the rest of them. But it's good to be back, even if those two are being unbearable today. I pity you for having to put up with this, Song. I don't mind that much, as long as they're not so loud. She smiled, though I must say, they're acting differently after their trip. They weren't quite like this before they left. Makes no sense to me. It's hardly the first time you two go anywhere together, Toph said, her hands behind her head again. It felt like the first time, to a fault. We didn't have to deal with gladiator fights or insane conspiracies while on the road, after all, Sokka said, shrugging. Still, that's no reason for you to act like you're married or whatever. Toph said, shuddering, what the heck did you two even do out there that you don't usually get to do over here? Lots of things. Such as, well, said Sokka, and for once, Azula shot him a meaningful stare. Sokka. I know we said we'd shut up about it, but it's kind of difficult. He smiled, though he suddenly reached for Azula's right hand, to study her palm. You took off the bandage. I thought it would be better to take it off when I was reporting to my father, Azula explained. All I had to do was ensure he wouldn't see the cut, and he didn't, so he didn't notice it, didn't ask any questions, and he would have, surely, if I'd been wearing a visible bandage. At least it's on its way to healing, Sokka smiled, caressing her hand gently. You got hurt on the trip, Spicy? Asked Toph, raising her eyebrows. If you got sprained while doing something creepy in bed, please don't explain what it was. It wasn't that, Azula shook her head, though it was Song who put the pieces of the puzzle together, upon noticing Sokka's right hand sported bandages of its own. You both got hurt on your right hands? Exactly in the same place? Song asked, and Sokka smiled awkwardly at her. Oh, goodness, you didn't. What, you know about this? Azula asked, surprised. I read about it in that book about old customs of other nations, before I lent it to Sokka. Song said, smiling in disbelief. I asked him if that was really what the Water Tribe did for weddings, and when he said it was, but for real? You guys went and twice. Sokka announced, proudly, and Azula sighed and pressed her head to his shoulder, hiding her face in embarrassment. Song blinked blankly. Why would anyone need to get married twice? Wait a second, you actually got married. I was just kidding. Toph exclaimed, eyes wide though, huh. That explains it. Guess women really do mellow out when they tie the knot, huh? As mellow as I may appear, I can still give you the fight of your life if you ask for it. Angela smiled dryly at Toph, who snickered. That's the spicy I know and love. Finally, she declared proudly. Still, what you did can't be official, can it? Song asked, her eyes traveling from Sokka to Angela in confusion. At least not by Fire Nation laws, right? Well, not really. Neither ceremony, anyhow, Sokka admitted, though he hardly seemed discouraged by it. We were using our false identities in the first one. A sage in the first town we visited agreed to hold the ceremony for us despite we didn't have any papers to prove who we were, and then the second one was just us and Xin Long. And I assume that one was done by the Water Tribe right instead, huh? Said Song, smiling a little. Well, even if it's not legal, it's really romantic that you did that. It's no surprise you're so inseparable now. Yeah, a whole week of not having to worry about anything else can change a lot of things, said Sokka, grinning at Angela, who had slid an arm around his waist, resting against him comfortably. Try to keep this quiet around Ty Lee, though, Angela said. She'll probably accuse me of stealing her spotlight by getting married in secret before she did. That's alright, she won't hear it from me, though she suspects it already. Laughed Song. She does. Angela said, eyes wide. Huh, well, wouldn't be the first time I convince her she's hallucinating things. If anything, at least she didn't see it with her own eyes this time. Oh, you ask me to keep way too many secrets, spicy, Toph snorted, shaking her head. Keep this up and I'll have enough dirt on you to write a book about the story of your life. I'd worry about that threat if you knew how to write. Angela smiled dryly, prompting Sokka to laugh. That's okay, I'll just get Song to write it for me. Right, Song? Toph asked, smirking at the healer. Song rolled her eyes and shook her head, smiling reassuringly at the princess. I wouldn't do that, she whispered, and Toph huffed in disappointment. You should. A lot of people would pay good money for this book. We'd be swimming in riches like she is, and then you could pay someone else to cook and clean for you. Such ambitious goals coming from a girl who sacrificed a life of luxury to beat up people in an arena. Angela said, smirking skeptically. Toph snorted and shrugged. Okay, I was trying to tempt her with the riches. I don't really care about them, myself. I think we're simply not going to write your sordid book, simple as that. Song laughed, shaking her head. Wasted opportunity, I tell you. They spent most of the remaining morning talking about Sokka and Angela's trip, even if the pair glossed over most the intimate details the others didn't need to know. Toph had been sitting on the table as ever, while Song took an available chair whenever she wasn't offering them tea and refreshments. Sokka and Angela sat at the crimson couch together, hands linked, her body resting comfortably against his. They would have gladly stayed that way for the rest of the day, laughing with their friends and enjoying their companionship, but Angela's time was precious once again, and there was at least one more thing she meant to do today. So she asked Xin Long to stop by at Sokka's house after she sensed he had woken up, so her next trip of the day could be a lot quicker than the previous one had been. We're off to the dome, then? Sokka asked, once Xin Long landed in the backyard. We do need to issue out or accept a challenge, Angela sighed, standing up almost begrudgingly, probably an earthbender in the higher levels of the ranking, someone to help us prepare for dealing with a certain dirt worm. Ha! You'll never find anyone half as good as me. Toph said proudly, and Angela smiled. No earthbenders, for sure. But I do know of a non-bender who probably would wipe the floor with you by now, the best in the league. Keep on dreaming, Jewel. Not happening. Angela laughed and shook her head, patting Toph's shoulder as the girl sat proudly on the table. I'll see you at the palace later, I suppose, unless you plan on staying here until sundown, Angela said. Toph grinned. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do, but I'm sure I'll hear you sometime soon, she declared. As obnoxious as you two may be, it's still fun hanging out with you. Are you guys sure you'll be okay in the dome? Song asked, as the pair stood by the threshold that led out to the backyard. I mean, well, you'll have to try to act like nothing's going on between you again, and for once I'm not sure you'll manage. A valid fear. Angela acknowledged, before shrugging. As long as we hold back all our urges to jump into each other's arms until we come back here, we should be fine. Yeah, we'll just save our energies for later, Sokka smirked, and as Azula laughed knowingly with him, Song sighed in defeat. Okay, then, I guess I'll just go out for most the afternoon, she said, with a small voice. Toph was the only one left to offer her a sympathetic smile and pat on the back, for the other two had already made their way to the dragon, climbing on the saddle while constantly exchanging smiles and glances that spoke more loudly than words could. If you really want to go out somewhere, I can go with you, Toph grinned, been a while since I last spent time in this city. Pleased by that suggestion, Song was glad to take up Toph on her offer of a walk through the capital. By the time the two girls were ready to set out, Xian Long was already landing at the dome's steps. Okay, we just have to act normal. I have to bring back my intimidating princess act and you'll be back to your typical annoying behavior, Azula said, as they climbed off the saddle, painfully holding back from touching each other. Sokka snorted at that claim, though, looking at her with derisive skepticism. Say what you will now, princess, you know you love the way I annoy you, he said, proudly. Or perhaps you needn't even make the efforts to be annoying again, it suddenly feels like you never stopped, she said, though where she'd usually speak such words with malicious intent, the glint of playful amusement in her eyes told Sokka that she definitely hadn't meant her latest words in the least. He chuckled as he climbed the stairs up to the dome, eager to open the doors for his secret wife. They kept what they hoped was a fair distance from each other, though Azula had to make genuine efforts to avoid leaning closer to him as they walked together through the vestibule. Being near him with no opportunities for physical contact was utterly unfair. Sokka would have felt uneasy about that as well, if only he hadn't been busy studying the visitors of the dome. A lot of people were bowing at Azula, as ever, but some were staring at him instead. He couldn't know for sure if their eyes were accusatory or just curious, but he dreaded it was the former. He grimaced as he lagged a few paces behind Azula, hunching over as though to hide his shame. Maybe Captain Mason had gossiped about his alleged indiscretion after all. Azula stopped cold suddenly, though, and Sokka nearly walked into her. Hey, why did you? Sokka said, purposefully avoiding physical contact even if his entire body yearned for it. But where he had hoped Azula might have merely wanted to walk side by side with him, or perhaps that she might have been worried about whatever was bothering him, he found that she was frowning, and it was the frown with the crease between her eyebrows that he knew all too well. Something wasn't right. He raised his eyes towards Shoji's counter, only a few meters away, to find a familiar stocky man with silver hair was standing before it. Ugh. Toph is back, so that means Iroh is, too, he reasoned, and Azula nodded, breathing deeply. Here I had hoped I'd avoid seeing him for a while longer, she said. At any rate, try to ignore him as best as you can. The less we acknowledge his presence, the likelier we are to wrap up our business quickly and return to your house. And I definitely wanted to do that already, even before we saw him, Sokka said, with a dry grin. Now I want it even more. Azula smiled a little but restarted her walk towards Shoji purposefully. The young man had been engaged in conversation with Iroh, but he raised his head right away upon noticing a new arrival at his counter. Princess! It's so good to see you! He exclaimed, grinning. Azula offered him a small smile of her own. Likewise, Shoji, she said, hoping to ignore her uncle, but the man glanced at her from over his shoulder regardless. Ah, what are the odds? Iroh said, his calm, easygoing voice unsettling for his niece. Here I thought I'd bump into you in the palace, rather than in the dome. Whereas I thought I wouldn't bump into you for yet another few months, but the universe has its ways of surprising us, Azula said, cuttingly. Are you done with your business yet, or? No, but by all means, go ahead, said Iroh, smiling as he gathered the many challenges he was studying into a small pile, allowing Azula room to speak with Shoji freely. He's still deciding who to challenge, Shoji explained, grinning, and jumping to his feet. I'll go get your card right away. I take it more challenges have piled up? Azula asked, and Shoji smiled awkwardly. Yeah, being the unofficial top non-bender makes you quite popular, as you know, he said, before opening the door to his storage room. Unofficial top non-bender indeed, said Iroh, smiling at Azula. I'd heard some of the rumors, but I hadn't known for sure until I asked Shoji just now. Congratulations to the both of you. You must be immensely proud, Azula. Quite so, Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka couldn't quite hold back a scowl, wondering why any compliment spoken by Iroh felt like a sly insult instead. As you're not all that surprised to see me, I take it you knew Toph and I are back in the capital. Iroh continued with his conversational tone. Azula nodded. My father told me this morning, yes. I had heard you were away, too. Was it for a gladiator fight? No, my father suggested I should take some time off, so I did, Azula shrugged. Ah, well, he certainly has imposed much upon you, Iroh said, and Azula's lingering pleasant mood from over the past week seemed to begin crumbling upon sensing his blatant condescendence. I hear you're working with some group of female soldiers these days, too? That you wrote new slavery laws, even. Indeed, Azula said, curtly. That's quite a lot of responsibility to give a crown princess, said Iroh. I guess not everyone can handle it so well. Most people wouldn't, but Azula's one of a kind. Sokka's first intervention in the conversation brought forth a mix of reactions within Azula: impulsive, reckless giddiness at hearing him defend her, as always, along with horror, for it was far from safe for him to speak so well of her in front of Iroh, of all people. Oh, so I hear, Iroh laughed, even if he seemed to not give much thought to Sokka's words. Azula wouldn't drop her guard around him. You're fortunate her duties haven't pulled her away from the gladiator business altogether, Blue Wolf. I know I am, not like I'd find a better sponsor anywhere, after all, Sokka said, proudly. It was only then that Sokka noticed the meaningful glares Azula was shooting at him. It gave him pause, if just for a moment, but he understood what she wanted regardless. It was difficult to hold back, though, defending her was second nature for him by now, and he'd gladly speak his mind to Iroh about how extraordinary the princess was, if the man carried on dismissing her that way. Here we are. Shoji announced, bringing in the same cart he'd shown them on their last visit. The 3 baskets were overflowing by now, though. Which kind of challenge would you like to see this time? I suppose Earthbenders, Azula said, blinking blankly at the mounds of challenges in front of her. I did pick out some of the expired ones, but it's no good, new ones come in every day. Shoji sighed, lifting the Earthbenders basket and offering it to them. Mind letting us see the ranking, too? Azula asked. I think we'll need it to decide which challenge to accept. Oh, sure. Said Shoji, grinning as he picked up the large scroll and handed it over to Sokka. Iroh should have continued to study his own challenges, but he took to watching quietly as Azula sorted through hers, asking Sokka to search through the ranking for the opponents that caught her eye. Shoji bit his lip, eyeing between both royals with uncertainty as he waited to find out which one would issue out their challenge first. General Iroh. He called him, and Iroh smiled gently. Yes, I'm still thinking. He said. So, Paragon of Pain wants to fight in 4 days? Asked Azula, raising her eyebrows. Do you think you'll be ready for a fight so soon? Oh, probably. Why not? Sokka shrugged, smiling innocently. Perfect, then. I honestly don't dare schedule anything within more than just a few days, Azula sighed, shaking her head. The way things are going lately, I might get myself shipped off to the other end of the planet without a week's notice. Do you have ink and a brush, Shoji? Of course. Said the young man, offering the implements to Azula so she could finish filling the challenges form. Iroh continued to watch them even now, and the gladiator and sponsor pair grew more uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Azula was relieved to finish filling the challenges form, eager to leave the dome and put proper distance between herself and her uncle. Odd that you haven't asked me why I'm back yet. The words gave Azula pause, and she scowled at Iroh as he continued to regard her with calculating and mysterious eyes. He was determined to see through her, it was apparent, and Azula was most unwilling to give him that satisfaction. Odd that you'd want me to, she said, as she handed the filled challenge to Shoji. Why would I bother asking a question I know you won't care to answer? As futile as it might seem to ask, neither of you show the slightest curiosity about it, said Iroh, raising his eyebrows. Not even when it means your friend is back, too. If you must know, uncle, I've already spoken with Toph, Azula said, with a cutting grin. And indeed, I asked, and she told me she couldn't say because you asked her not to reveal your motives to me. If she won't tell me, I have less of a chance of convincing you to explain, don't I? Not to mention, why should I care that much, either way? You didn't find Zuko, else you would have either stayed with him or dragged him back here with you. Dragged him back? Iroh asked, scowling. You're so certain he wouldn't want to be here out of his own volition? Wouldn't he be, if that were the case? Azula said, dryly truthfully, Uncle, the only reason I'd rather you were in the capital instead of jumping around the world is for Topha's safety and stability. Other than that, you're free to do as you will with your time and your resources. I couldn't care less what you use them for. As long as you do right by Toph, your business is none of my concern. Iroh's new frown was far more honest than the rest of his behavior so far. If anything, Sokka was relieved the man had stopped hiding behind his constant masquerades at last, if just briefly. Have a nice day, Azula finished, her smile as sarcastic as possible before she raised a hand in farewell at Shoji. The young man was speechless behind his counter. Despite this wasn't the first time he'd witnessed a tense encounter between these two sponsors. We'll see you soon, Shoji. Alright. Bye. Said the young man, nodding as both Azula and Sokka started on their way to the doors. Iroh held his silence briefly as he felt his heart racing a little more wildly than it should for any man his age. Eventually, though, his impulsiveness got the better of him, regardless of the years he'd spent tempering his wilder side. So, if I'd found your brother, any traces of him, whatsoever, it wouldn't be any concern of yours. Azula slowed to a halt, and her uncle didn't miss the worried expression on the gladiator's face. The princess glanced at Iroh over her shoulder, the steel in her eyes exactly as harsh as he anticipated it would be. Did you? She asked, simply. I might have said, Iroh, frowning. Is that no concern of yours, then? Azula breathed deeply, holding Iroh's gaze for a moment before restarting her walk without another word. Sokka hesitated to follow her for moments. The accusatory glare in his blue eyes told Iroh the man was wary of him, who knew to what extent. It was no surprise that he would be. He'd spent years under the princess's influence, surely believing all her poisonous words. That he was wrapped around her finger was a given, something Iroh had known even before seeing their partnership up close in Ba Sing Se, but only now, under that fierce glare, did Iroh start considering his niece's stalwart defender might be an accomplice, rather than just a victim, of the princess's manipulations. Xian Long was ready to take off, having sensed his rider's sudden distress. He only waited until Sokka was safely on the saddle before shooting off into the sky, flying them away from all onlookers as fast as possible. Are you okay? Sokka asked. The seriousness of his voice took Azula aback as he reached for her hand, and she laced their fingers before offering him a reassuring smile. It's just Iroh, Sokka. I'm used to this by now, she said. Are you, though? You look rather angry. I am, Sokka pouted, his arms now sliding into position around her waist as he leaned closer to her, allowing Azula to rest against his body intimately. That bastard just keeps trying to get to you, and I know you can handle yourself just fine against him, but it makes my blood boil whenever he talks to you that way. So, your blood has boiled every time he's talked to me in the past 2 years. Azula concluded, before leaning back to kiss his cheek. What a lovely and silly husband I have. But you have to stop worrying so much, Sokka. You'll develop an ulcer if you get so angry every time someone tries to mess with me. Maybe I just need to kick their butts to avoid that. Sokka smiled a little, burying his face in her neck. I guess things have been so good lately, and you were so happy, too. That he'd get in the way of that is frustrating. Feels to me like you're the angrier one this time, though, said Azula, stroking the hairs on the back of his hair, and I may have to do a thing or two to cheer you up. That brought him to grin fully, raising his eyes playfully to find hers. That they were in the capital again was no reason to hold back from enjoying each other's company whenever the opportunity arose, and with Azula's duties frequently getting in the way as they always did, they'd do best not to waste their precious time when it was there for the taking. The house was empty when they arrived, and they would be free to indulge in their intimacy for a few hours. Toph and Song were still walking together through the capital, chatting at leisure. The young earthbender wouldn't meet up with her sponsor until a few hours later, when she returned to the palace and sensed him in his room. She knocked on the door before pushing it open, a courtesy she seldom displayed for anyone, but she had grown to do so with Iroh. Ah, you're back just in time for tea, Iroh smiled, as Toph entered the room, stretching. Had a busy day? Something like that, she said, dropping by his small table. Well, I met with Angela today. Curious. So did I, said Iroh, startling Toph. Why, you did too? In the palace, or? No, I figured I'd go to the dome to check on your progress so far and send new challenges, said Iroh. She happened to do the same thing just while I was there. It seems they've already finished their part of my challenge. Yeah, they were pretty smug about that, Toph grumbled, shaking her head. Not like it matters, though. I'll wipe the arena floor with Sokka the next time we fight, as I always have. Even when you're close friends now? Iroh asked, amused. Toph grimaced. Well, I didn't say I'd enjoy it too much, but I'm not letting them beat me, she declared. I'm glad you're so determined to win, regardless of how you may feel about them, said Iroh. If you say they were smug, though, you saw him too. Yeah, Angela wanted to check on him, you know, she'd been away for a week and all that. Said Toph, stretching on her side across the floor, her head resting on a hand as she propped herself up with one elbow. So I heard, said Iroh, and I also heard Angela asked you about why we came home, but you refused to tell her. You did ask me not to. Toph mumbled, guilt marring her face. Iroh studied the expression for a moment until he breathed out in defeat. But she knew why anyways, didn't she? Wait, what? Either she guessed I received news from her brother, or she had something to do with it herself, said Iroh. Toph's sightless eyes widened. How would you know that? She asked. Her indifference, Iroh said, simply as ever. She acted like she was one step ahead, like she knew for certain that we couldn't have found Zuko or any valuable news about him. There could have been revealing information in his letter, but she displayed no interest in it whatsoever. Maybe she just really doesn't care. Toph ventured a guess. How it sucked playing double agent between Iroh and Angela, constantly having to hide secrets from them both when all she wanted was for them to be friends again. That hardly makes me feel any better about my niece, sighed Iroh, shaking his head. If she truly cares so little for whatever troubles Zuko might be facing, then she is no better than my brother, for certain. Why would you say that? Iroh closed his eyes, stern as he waited for the water in his teapot to reach the boiling point. Memories he never wanted to return to, that he had wished to cast away from his mind, lest they drive him to insanity, often bubbled to the surface, and before he knew it, he would be standing there, in that tent, facing a corpse covered with white linen. He's not there. That's not him, that's not my son. General Iroh, please. That's not Lieutenant. The commanding officers from the legions besieging Ba Sing Se handled him as carefully as they might a wild animal, with a mix of pity and caution. He knew what he looked like right now, like a commoner, any man with no military training or understanding of war's cost, being told his only child was gone. A man who had spent years organizing battles and training soldiers had no business crying so desperately, his face contorted into a gruesome snarl as he refused to face the truth of his son's demise. That's not Lieutenant. He insisted, he repeated, desperate to change the past. To find his son on the battlefield, yank him out of danger before it was too late. He had seen young Captain Tien crying as well earlier, his son's best friend, and he had understood the reason behind his tears immediately, even before being briefed of the truth. He was Crown Prince Iroh. He was the Dragon of the West. He had discovered the greatest fire-bending masters, and they had deemed him worthy. Would they have done as much, if Iroh hadn't been on the right path? Wouldn't they have killed him themselves, if Iroh was fated to bring about the death of the undoubtable worthiest member of the royal family? Iroh wasn't worthy. He couldn't be, not anymore. Not if Liu Ten was there, lying still underneath the linen cloth. One of the soldiers forced a drink into his hand, begging him to swallow it. He could see the fear in their faces. They thought he would explode in a violent outburst, that he would lash out and attack them, that he would set even himself on fire to relieve the grief that clouded his heart. And for a brief moment, he was tempted to do so. Just for a moment. He swallowed the drink in one shot, letting it burn across his throat as he closed his eyes. He could see his son's smile, hear the encouraging words he'd spoken after the wall had been breached. "We're going to make it, Dad. Grandfather will be so proud of us, of you. You'll bring down the greatest of Earth Kingdom bastions." Oh, how he had dreamt of that moment, even literally. basing se crumbling before him, as he stood triumphant with his armies, and now the dream turned to dust. For what dream could be worth fighting for, once you had lost that which mattered most? The soldier poured him more liquor, encouraged by Iroha's silence to continue soothing him with drinks. He didn't expect the general to brusquely yank the bottle off his hands and stalk away, turning his back on the crushed body he refused to identify, making his way to his personal campsite with feet that moved of their own accord. He had finished the bottle by the time he arrived, but even the cloud of alcohol over his head wasn't enough to dismiss his pain, his doubts, his wavering faith. Even in dreams, he found his son's face, but in them, he was no longer smiling. Instead, he was desperate, in excruciating pain. "Dad. I need you. I'm lost. Lieutenant. Lieutenant. I will find you. I will find you." He bellowed back, whether in dreams or in reality, he didn't know. "Dad, please." Lieutenant cried out, and his shape turned blurry, foggy, a blue glow surrounded him, as though he were fading out of existence. As though his spirit was reaching out to him one last time before being taken away into a world he hadn't belonged in. "Lieutenant. Iroh." He snapped out of his daze to find himself 2 whole decades older, in his bedroom, the teapot already whistling, as Toph regarded him with unabashed confusion. He breathed deeply, returning to himself after reliving his worst moment, the lowest point of his life. And why had he been thinking about that? Once he remembered, his brow furrowed. As soon as I dropped my guard, to look for my son, my brother took advantage of my weakness and took the throne for himself, Iroh explained, breathing deeply as he snuffed out the fire and prepared the tea. "It is no different from what she did. Oze wanted her to have the throne, even if it belongs to her brother, by right. If she sees nothing wrong with taking it this way, she's no better than Oze. But, she hasn't been so terrible, right? As crown princess, I mean," said Toph, biting her lip. "Aren't those slavery laws a good thing?" Her words silenced Iroh for a moment. The translucid water had been tinged a darker color under the effect of the tea leaves before he spoke anew. "I have asked myself the same thing," he admitted, "but I can't say for sure that they are. It all depends on why she's taken up such an ordeal, doesn't it?" "I can't imagine her dad liked it when she suggested it," Toph said, grimacing. "He's never struck me as someone who gives 2 shits about slaves, so he probably didn't care to give them a chance to live better lives, did he?" "No, he definitely didn't," Iroh admitted, "which begs the question, again, of why she would be doing this. But she has an army at her disposal now, even if a small one, if those enforcers truly answer to her. Could be she's trying to overthrow the Fire Lord," Toph suggested, hoping the idea of a rebellious Azula would appeal to Iroh, despite not knowing if Azula had any such intentions or not. And yet Iroh only scowled at that idea. "Then she'd be even worse than him," Iroh said. Toph froze. "How? Isn't Oze the worst Fire Lord ever, according to you? He's been her staunchest supporter, he has raised her into who she's become. I would have never dreamt of turning against my father, even when I had some doubts on the path he was steering the Fire Nation towards," Iroh whispered. "If Oze gave her everything, and she still wants more, then she is far more selfish and power-hungry than my brother could ever be. Okay, you know what? I think I've had it with you too," Toph growled, rolling on the floor until she was lying face down entirely, her hair dropping carelessly around her head. "You think she's up to no good all the time, she knows you think so, and that's why she wants nothing to do with you. Can't we just go back to the, 3 months when you two actually got along? This is driving me crazy." "I'm sorry, Toph," Iroh sighed. "I know you think of her as a friend, and I doubt you're pleased to hear me speak of her this way, but she's your niece, and you're her uncle," Toph grumbled, "and you act like the other's the biggest baddest monster to ever walk the land. It's stupid. If you guys thought I should talk things out with my parents to fix our misunderstandings, why can't you do the same? Have you asked that of her?" Iroh said, surprised by Toph's outburst. She huffed. "I kind of did today. But she's sure you're up to no good, too. Hell, sometimes I love you both, and sometimes I just can't stand either of you. You're the smartest people in the world but dumber than a brick when you want to be." Iroh couldn't hold back a smile at that assessment. Strange, he thought, that Toph would find more in common between him and Angela than either himself or his niece would like to acknowledge, even if that common ground happened to be their contradictions and apparently selective intelligence. Do you truly believe Angela is more innocent than I give her credit for? Iroh asked, that her intentions are not as self-serving as I suspect. I'd like to think so, but I know you won't believe me, Toph sighed. Is there any reason in particular why you think that? Iroh asked, probing the young earthbender. Well, gee, because she's helped me out a lot of times without needing to. Toph said, shrugging, and raising her head. At last I've hardly ever had anything to do in return for her, just that one time in Gladiator Brawl, right? But she's helped me out since BA Sing SE, and she helped me learn new fighting styles for the slate, even if that might bite her and the dog in the ass one day. What did she have to gain from doing all those things? I suppose you're right, Iroh whispered, though doubt gnawed at him regardless. What did Angela have to gain? Why, no less than a friend who could spy on Iroh whenever she needed her to, but perhaps that was unfair towards Toph. She had been a faithful, loyal friend for all these years, hadn't she? It was him who had failed her, not the other way around. But that left him in an awkward predicament regardless. Was Toph right? Could Toph have a point? Was it, perhaps, time for him to mend fences rather than antagonize his niece? The thought was distressing, for more reasons than the obvious. Angela had seldom treated him with respect, perhaps only during those 3 months Toph had talked about earlier. Her father had raised her to be his perfect heir, and never had she given away any signs of not being exactly that. All her life she had been shaped into becoming Ose's legacy, as far as Iroh could tell. Was there truly more to the young woman than he had understood all along? Had he not given her the credit she was due? Was she, perhaps, capable of defying Ose, of rebelling against him for the right reasons rather than in pursuit of power? He poured the tea carefully, trying to keep his hands from trembling. For all these years, ever since Lu Ten died, Iroh had been guided by his destiny, by doing what had to be done to ensure the Fire Nation's reign of terror ended. But more often than not, he had failed. Zuko was supposed to be the one to end Ose's rule. Zuko should have been the one to grow out from under Ose's shadow to prove the fire inside him was true as that of Ran and Shaw. He was meant to be the one to guide the nation back to the right course, so harmony and peace could be restored. Iroh knew this, believed in this. He had clung to said belief for over 15 years now. Iroh had a purpose, and it was to guide this child, the product of the joining of two powerful bloodlines, Fire Lord Sozin's and Avatar Roku's, into becoming the true leader their nation needed. But that was the only criteria, wasn't it? A child of the two merged lineages would be the one to bring back balance to the world. And as things stood, Zuko wasn't the only one who could boast of such heritage. Had Iroh understood wrong? Was it not meant to be Zuko, but Angela? He nearly tasted bile at such a thought, even if his logical mind was unkindly, stubbornly reminding him that either sibling fulfilled the requirements of the prophecy just fine. But oh, it made no sense. Zuko's heart was pure, far purer than Angela's could ever be. He was a good man, stubborn and hot-headed at times, but deep down he instinctively chose the right thing over the wrong, constantly. Angela, on the other hand, only chose whatever served her interests best. Whatever decisions she had made over the past years might have aided others, but they had still benefited her every time. She was her father's favorite child, she was at his beck and call. Much like Iroh himself had been his father's favorite, back when Ajalon had still been alive. Again, his conscience seemed to reprimand him. He had changed, years down the line, hadn't he? Even if Angela had been cruel, harsh, unyielding, there was no reason to think she couldn't change, was there? And, even if she hadn't yet, perhaps she could, in the future. Ultimately, Iroh would have preferred it if Zuko were the one to save the Fire Nation. But if it had to be Angela, wouldn't that still mean the ultimate goal would be achieved? Zuko had written, on his letter, that he was happy with Suki. Could it be that the young man should cling to that happiness, to be free to live his life as he wished, while Iroh took to guiding his sister into being a better Fire Lord than any of the last four had been? In a sense, it would free Zuko from burdens that Iroh knew were heavy on anyone's shoulders. He had regretted forcing Lu Ten into a warpath that had brought about his untimely death, hadn't he? He had regretted not giving him a choice. If Zuko could have one, though, would it truly be Iroha's place to force him to take up a mantle he no longer wanted, to sacrifice his happiness just to fulfill a prophecy only Iroha had ever heard? Was it time to consider, genuinely, that his conjectures across all these years could have been misplaced? That perhaps it was Azula who stood in the best position to take over her father's role and correct their nation's path? "I'm only saying, she's not as heartless as she always pretends to be," said Toph, shrugging awkwardly as she lay on the ground as she did. "I guess it's not easy to get through to her, but if you could reason with someone as unreasonable as Zuko, why not with Azula?" "Perhaps that is why," said Iroha, smiling weakly. "Princess Azula is quite set in her ways, and believes she needs no guidance, let alone from me." "Then maybe don't try to guide her anywhere," said Toph, shrugging. "Just be her friend." "I guess it's weird for relatives to be friends, but still. It isn't a common occurrence in this family." "No," Iroha conceded, shaking his head before depositing Toph's teacup before her. She pushed herself up only then, eager to drink it. "Well, maybe you two ought to put your family's dumb history in the trash heap it belongs in and learn to get along," she said, grinning as she picked up the tea. "You know, if you fix your feud I'm sure you could come to Ty Lee's wedding." "To what?" "Wait, that's Azula's friend, isn't it?" Iroha asked, surprised. "Is she getting married?" "Yup. To her Gladiator," said Toph, with an awkward smile. "I met her today when I went to visit the dog, and she invited me, so I'm sure if you and Azula were getting along better you could come too." "I suppose, and Ty Lee was quite friendly to me when we first met," Iroha remembered, grinning. "I suppose she must have been around 10 or 11. Before I knew it, she was hugging me while talking excitedly about something. I no longer remember what thrilled her so, but I thought it was endearing." "Then I'm sure she'll love it if you're there," said Toph, beaming. Iroha smiled back as Toph sipped her tea before carrying on talking about her friends. They were Azula's friends, first, and Iroha knew as much, but Toph's innocent excitement upon retelling how she'd walked and talked with Song all afternoon was even more endearing than Ty Lee's hug from ages past. Toph hadn't enjoyed the wonders of a normal childhood, an unsheltered upbringing. Having friends, so many of them, was a thrill for her. So, even if the prophecy had been about Zuko, even if there was no chance Azula would be the right choice for correcting the Fire Nation's destructive path, Iroha found an unexpected urge, deep down in his heart, to mend fences with his niece. The girl who had become like a daughter for him might have further reasons to smile as contently as she did right now. If only Iroha gave his niece a chance, if only he made an effort to salvage a relationship he had thought was doomed for good, if just for Toph's sake. Chapter 198, Iroha's Suspicions 2. Waking up alone was disappointing, if restful. Azula groaned as the light filtered into her room through the small openings between her drapes. Her bed was far too large for her to sleep on by herself, especially on a day where she might not meet Sokka at all. She allowed herself to sulk about that briefly, but she pushed herself onto her elbows and knees, crawling over the mattress until she picked up Sokka's necklace on her nightstand. She smiled fondly at it, stroking it with her thumb. "Wish me luck today," she whispered, bringing the necklace to her lips briefly before placing it inside the nightstand's cabinet and closing it promptly. She always kept it stashed away safely, to ensure no servants would ever catch a single glimpse of it, and so far, she had been successful. Today would be no different. Azula was sitting up on the bed, stretching and yawning with the abandon of a princess who knew herself alone and free to drop all acts of gracefulness and perfection, when she heard the expected knock on the door. The servants had arrived, bringing her breakfast. She sighed, slouching for just a little longer before pushing herself off the bed, rubbing her eyes still. The lingering exhaustion after her trip was still doing a number on the princess. By the time the council meeting arrived she would have covered the bags under her eyes, and her bed hair would be properly fastened in a half knot, and no one would ever suspect her sore muscles needed several more hours of rest to be in their best shape once more. Yet all that exhaustion seemed to vanish altogether when she saw Iroha standing amidst her assigned servants. "Good morning, Princess Azula," he declared, with that happy grin she had often found irksome and stupid as a child. She couldn't think much more highly of it so many years later. "Uncle," she said, disdain dripping from her voice, "what the blazes do you think you're doing here?" "Oh, now, no need to be so defensive," he laughed. "Consider this a white flag, of sorts." I have arranged matters so we may have breakfast together, if just for today. If it goes well, perhaps it can become a weekly arrangement and... Wait just a minute, you just decided all this by yourself, without even asking me if you could do this? Angela said, her indignation increasing steadily. She had been level-headed when dealing with Iroh on the previous day, she certainly didn't feel so strong-minded right now. Well, I just assumed that if I asked you'd say no, so... Why, yes, I would have, and I say so now too, Angela growled. You saw yourself to my room, you can see yourself right back to yours just as easily. But I already asked the servants to bring my food here, said Iroh, pouting. Come now, Princess Angela. Just one breakfast, then, forget the weekly arrangement. What the hell has gotten into you? Angela asked, scowling distrustfully at her uncle. Last I knew, you wanted me as far away from you and everything you held dear as possible. Why are you forcing some shared breakfast on me now? Well, on one hand, it's been years since I last shared a meal with my family, Iroh said, shrugging. Has it? Here I was certain Toph felt like family to you, Angela said, curtly. Oh, well, of course she does, but blood relatives are as important as friendships. Are they, really? Angela asked, staring down at Iroh derisively. You're cursed with blood relatives for all your life, whether you want to be or not. Your friends you choose for yourself, so if they're as much of a burden as your family is, it's your own fault for choosing them poorly. Huh. Interesting perspective, said Iroh, smiling a little. Then perhaps my second reason to be here will appeal to you. As if. Toph talked to me yesterday, you see, Iroh said, and Angela's brow furrowed immediately. She seemed distraught. Upset, I suppose, is a better word. All because her two best friends can't seem to get along, and she misses the times when they did, however ephemeral as they might have been. Perhaps it's not the best of reasons to try mending fences, but I can't say I want to give Toph more reasons to be upset than I already have in the past. As unwilling as Angela was to offer her uncle leeway in any regards, that final explanation gave her pause. Oh, it could be an act, she knew, and yet Iroh looked and sounded genuine as he did when he spoke of Zuko or Lu Ten. Perhaps she was being swayed by her own investment in the young earthbender, perhaps Iroh was just manipulating her and Toph had proved the perfect excuse for it, but Toph had complained to her about that same thing just yesterday, hadn't she? However unwilling Angela might have been to strike up a truce with Uncle, she had indeed claimed she didn't make efforts to amend their relationship because she believed Iroh never would, but wasn't he doing it now? Princess. Only then did Angela realize she had kept the way blocked for all the servants, carrying twice as many trays and dishes as they generally did. With a disgruntled face, she stepped out of the way. She wasn't sure yet if Iroh's intentions were as pure as he made them seem, but putting up with him for one morning might be enough to decipher as much. The servants filed inside without further ado, and Angela studied Iroh's reaction intently, to find him perplexed, wide-eyed and speechless as his food was marched inside Angela's bedroom's annex dining chamber. Why the face? Isn't this what you wanted, Uncle? Angela asked, her tone taunting and menacing at once. Well, yes, he admitted, with an awkward smile, but I honestly had braced myself for a full-blown rejection instead. I'm surprised. Don't get used to it, Angela snapped. She held back the urge to slam the door in her uncle's face as she made her way to her dresser, hoping to at least improve her hair's state before dealing with Iroh as they ate. She couldn't drop her guard, that was for certain. Iroh was up to no good more often than not, and perhaps he had discovered, through Toph's silences and hesitation, that Angela had found Zuko. Chances were he wanted to talk about that, but the princess had no intentions of humoring him. Zuko had a family now, a life of his own, one he seemed to cherish and value deeply, and he hadn't wanted anyone to interfere in it. She wouldn't let Iroh do that, whether he had good intentions or not. Thank you, Iroh was saying, as the servants placed their food on the table. Angela glared at him through the dresser's mirror as she tamed her disorderly hair before arranging it into a proper ponytail quickly, constantly surveilling that Iroh wouldn't do or say anything suspicious. She checked quickly on the love bites as well, confirming to her relief that they were fading by now. Even so, she was quick to cover them up lightly with her makeup, hoping Iroh wouldn't have noticed them in her room's dim light. The servants were taking their leave by the time she joined her uncle by the table. Iroh grinned as Angela sat at his right, leaving proper distance between them, for her own comfort. "So," said Iroh, pressing his lips together awkwardly, "how have you been?" Azula responded to that with a disbelieving glare. Her uncle blinked innocently in her direction. "You're not honestly trying to make small talk, are you?" Azula groaned. "If this is about us getting along, why, isn't it enough for you to tell Toph we managed to share a single meal without wanting to strangle each other? It would already amount to considerable progress for us, I suspect, and truly, if that's the goal, the best way to avoid an untoward development of the sort would be for us to eat as quietly as possible." "Oh, I suppose it would be a good step forward, but perhaps we can try to take more than one at a time," suggested Iroh, with a shrug. "It is but a simple question, isn't it?" Azula rolled her eyes and sighed, staring at her food as she felt her appetite draining her by the minute. Her uncle was always unnerving, but never as much as when he attempted to be cordial with her. "I've been fine, Uncle," she said, between gritted teeth. He smiled. "Good to know," he nodded, finally taking up his chopsticks and starting to eat his bowl of rice. "And, aren't you going to ask me too?" "Might as well just answer the question without me asking it, seeing as you're so eager to share details about your eventful life," Azula snapped. Iroh sighed in defeat. "Well, I've been fine too," he finished. Azula rolled her eyes and began eating, deciding to focus on her food instead of Iroh's irritating attempts at conversation. "Oh, I heard your friend Ty Lee is getting married. Toph mentioned it yesterday. I hope her union with her husband spans for many long and happy years." "That's nice of you," Azula said, dryly. "I imagine you'll be helping with the arrangements for the wedding?" Iroh asked, and Azula sighed before nodding. "That's the plan, though I can't say I'll be able to devote myself to the task as fully as I would have merely a year ago," she admitted. "I'll do what I can regardless, but still." Yes. I've heard you had a hectic year," Iroh said. "Those new slavery laws. I haven't had a chance to read them yet, but it sounds like a massive undertaking." "It is. The enforcers have done their duty well enough so far," Azula said, uncertain of how much information about the group she should volunteer to her uncle, "but this is only the start for them." "It's good that you take it so seriously, though," said Iroh, nodding sagely. "Truthfully, I've never heard of a crown prince or princess who had even written laws before taking up the mantle of Fire Lord. Your father certainly granted you an unparalleled honor." "I suppose he did," Azula whispered, biting back the urge to reveal Oze hadn't done it out of any sense of honor whatsoever. All of it had happened merely because he had wanted to avoid more slave rebellions. "So yes, make the most of it," said Iroh, reaching to pour himself a cup of tea. "Being crown princess is quite demanding on its own, but responsibilities of this magnitude should make it even more challenging, despite you'll likely find the outcome is quite rewarding nonetheless." "You were given larger responsibilities than I was, weren't you?" Azula asked. "The enforcers aren't that large a group yet." "You, though, led massive armies by Fire Lord Azulan's command, didn't you?" "Oh, I did, but it's hardly comparable," Iroh chuckled, setting down the teapot after having poured the dark liquid in Azula's cup. "As well, I had spent all my life learning the ways of war, training in them. By the time I sieged Ba Sing Se, I was a seasoned warrior and leader. You, though, have been crown princess for merely 3 years and you've already outdone all those who came before you. You have always been an overachiever, that can't be denied, but still." "I suppose I have," Azula said, picking up the teacup and draining its contents slowly. "Either way, with so many possibilities before you, I'm somewhat surprised your biggest enterprise to date was writing slavery laws," said Iroh, smiling as he raised his own cup. "I often am foolish to think I've measured you well, but you're full of surprises. Can I ask what compelled you to write them?" "You can, I suppose," Azula said, setting down her half-drained cup, "but I doubt it'll be as moving and heartwarming a story as you might expect." Now I'm even more curious," Iroh said, grinning before taking the first sip of tea. "Well, the story is that Sokka and I joined a pairs tournament with Haru and Ty Lee as our partners," Azula explained. "But while we were there, Haru told us he wanted to track down his fam dash uncle." Azula couldn't remember seeing such a bewildered expression on her uncle's face before. There was no shortage of disgust in it, but most of all, Iroh was stunned, as though in sheer mystification. His eyes were set on the teacup he was holding. "Uncle," Azula said, suspicion rising inside her as she began guessing what his potential problem might be. Why are you drinking this?" he asked, frowning. Why would anyone willingly drink such a brew of tea?" Say what?" Angela blurted out, trying not to sound as nervous as she felt. It was only out of disgust over the taste, right? He was merely being his obnoxious, snobbish self when it came to tea. "Please, uncle, I know you think you're the greatest tea connoisseur of all time, but I don't mean to offend you, Princess Angela," said Iroh, staring at her with wide eyes now. "But if you find any enjoyment in this particular brew, you have some truly unsophisticated taste buds." "Huh, that's nice of you to say," Angela said, dryly. Still, he seemed to fixate on the taste, so perhaps he had no idea what the true purpose of her daily tea was. As much as Iroh was the biggest tea drinker Angela knew, he surely had never drunk this particular tea, for why would he? It was only supposed to work on women, after all. "There are so many teas you could be drinking instead, truly," said Iroh, grimacing. "I have no shortage of leaves selections in my room. I'll bring you some of those. You shouldn't ever drink this nonsense again." "There's no need for that, uncle." "Perhaps I am just that unrefined," Angela said, curtly. "You're not," said Iroh, looking at her matter-of-factly. "No one is." "Princess Angela, truly, how did you ever even come by this mix of perennial apian plant and wild carrot seeds?" So, he knew the ingredients immediately, did he? The realization didn't soothe Angela's rising panic, not in the least, but she could give him a believable enough story, couldn't she? It would only be a half-lie, to a fault. "My friend Mai once offered me some once," Angela said, shrugging. "She drinks it often, cultivates the plants in her own garden. As you well know, I never cared for tea, but, for some reason I found this one to be an enjoyable brew. Is there anything wrong with that?" Oh dear," said Iroh, sighing and shaking his head. Angela stiffened. "What is it?" she asked, point blank, no longer as eager to play innocent as she had been. If he had something to say, he had better blurt it out already. "Well, your friend doesn't drink this tea just because she likes it," Iroh started, with a shrug. "Maybe she does, I wouldn't know, perhaps her taste buds are as bad as yours, but this particular brew has a purpose, Angela. And if your friend didn't explain it?" "A purpose?" Angela repeated, trying to sound as skeptical as possible. Iroh nodded. "It prevents pregnancy," he said. Angela raised her eyebrows in perfectly feigned surprise. A married lady like her would of course resort to contraceptive measures to avoid bearing more children than she can raise, but you, Princess Angela, you have no reason to drink this tea at all, and I advise you to stop doing it, altogether." "Just because you think it tastes bad?" Angela asked, derisively. "I don't see what the problem could possibly be, uncle." "The problem, Angela, is that by drinking this, you might be taking risks you didn't account for," Iroh said, gravely, "and by that, I mean that you might just render yourself sterile if you continue to drink it." Now Angela didn't feign her surprise, let alone her discomfort and outrage. That made no sense, did it? Mai had never warned her of that, neither had Tai Li. Curses, not even the herbalist in the Earth Kingdom had claimed there were such risks. Iroh had to be making that up, or... Oh, of course he was. Her stomach sank, so powerfully she nearly fell off her chair. If he knew the tea prevented pregnancy, then it meant he'd suspect her of drinking it for that express purpose. Why would any chaste, pure woman drink such a distasteful tea brew willingly? He surely had thought that as soon as he had tasted it, and concluded she wasn't chaste and pure at all. He wouldn't be wrong, of course, she hadn't been a virgin in quite some time, and preventing pregnancy was exactly why she had been drinking it, but Iroh couldn't possibly know that. If Iroh knew the truth, if Iroh figured out she was carrying out what he would see as an irresponsible, illegal, improper affair with her gladiator, he would tell Oze immediately. And that would be the end. She averted her gaze from Iroh, her outrage at his boldness rising slowly. Perhaps he'd come in here hoping to find any weaknesses, anything he could exploit, and, fool that she was, she had allowed him to find one, the very worst one. So much for hiding Sokka's necklace safely, so much for staying tucked in her bed rather than escaping to spend the night with the man she loved. She might as well have done any of those things instead, for it would have even been more dignified if Iroh had begun suspecting she had an illicit relationship through anything but the tea. "You haven't been drinking it for long, have you?" Iroh asked, his voice soft, concerned, and Azula resisted the urge to throw a fistful of flames at him. She covered her mouth with a hand before lying with the shake of her head. "Well, good. If that's the case, you'll be safe from the worst of the consequences. You are Crown Princess, after all. As much as I know you don't wish to marry or have offspring yet, you will have to do both things eventually, for duty even if not for genuine love. So, it's in your best interest to keep your body in the best possible shape. Figures that the one tea brew I learned to enjoy would be the one trying to kill my future progeny," Azula said, with a sarcastic smile. Oh, if she was good at something, it was at playing along with someone's game until she could turn the rules around to her favor. "Well, then, I suppose I'll have to stop drinking it. Back to water and plain juices from now on. You'll be grateful once you have your first child," Iroh said, smiling reassuringly. "It will be for the best." Either he was a stellar actor, and he was feigning concern perfectly, or he knew more about the tea brew than Azula did. The second thing, sadly, was likely enough, but deep down Azula was convinced that the old man sitting beside her had begun suspecting she kept some genuinely controversial secrets. All this talk of sterility was but a trap, a ruse laid down to corner her into choosing whether to carry out a secret love affair or to privilege her future children instead. She'd do best to confirm with Mai that this tea couldn't possibly render her sterile, though she wasn't ready to have children yet, but she had assumed she would be, at some point. Worse yet, after the dreamlike week she had shared with Sokka, she had as good as looked forward to them forming a family and raising children together, if the timing was ever right, if the world ever relented and allowed it to happen. Had she been told, 5 years ago, that this tea might make her barren, she would have consumed it by the gallons. Right now she hesitated, wary of whatever she might have been doing to her body without her awareness. If this was merely a cruel ploy from Iroh, which it likely was, Azula wouldn't forgive him. No, she wouldn't possibly let it slide. No matter how many manipulative excuses he might use to try to get closer to her, no matter how nicely he presented himself and how he pretended to be concerned with her health, she meant to close all doors on a potential reconciliation with the man if he truly had lied about something so serious just to get a reaction from her. She had done worse to other people, she supposed, but her patience with Iroh had been wearing thin for years. This would be the final push, the last nudge needed for a mountain to collapse upon itself, and Azula hardly needed more reasons to distrust her uncle than what he would be giving her, if her suspicions were proven true. He continued eating quietly now, though Azula could feel his stare upon her. He was studying her reaction, waiting for any openings, any vulnerabilities that might reveal the kind of weakness he could exploit. The kind of weakness that would allow him to push forward his ambitions to place Zuko on the throne instead of her, a futile endeavor, of course, considering Zuko was in the South Pole and had no intentions of returning to the Fire Nation for the foreseeable future. She forced herself to eat as well, the frown on her brow heavy despite her best attempts to keep up appearances. Her appetite was as good as dead, but if she showed how much his claims had affected her, she'd land herself in more trouble than Iroh was worth. Still, the sooner she could get rid of him, the better. "Will you be done anytime soon?" Azula asked, nonchalantly. "As much as you may enjoy eating at leisure, I have quite a lot to do today, and I have to get started soon." "Oh, of course," said Iroh, nodding quickly. Azula flinched, realizing Iroh had no intentions of taking his food elsewhere, and instead he rushed through the meal, eating so recklessly he would make Sokka look dignified. She held back a dismissive groan, but she said nothing as she took only a few more mouthfuls of rice and pushed herself up to her feet. He had certainly thrown her off, her newfound stability shattered by the looming threat of whatever Iroh might have guessed about her personal life. If only it weren't her uncle, if only it were anyone else, she could have put her trust in the hopes that the man might have mercy, that he might decide to overlook her apparent transgressions. But it was Iroh, the only person she knew who would be able to identify a tea brew with a single taste, who had spent his entire life learning all sorts of apparently trivial information about tea, only for it to prove not so trivial now. Curse everything, she should have turned him down as soon as he showed up at her door. "I will say, though, despite the unfortunate brew you were partial to, I'm relieved I didn't have to work quite as hard as I did with Zuko to convince you that tea was worthwhile, Iroh said, chuckling as he finished his plate's contents at last. It took forever for Zuko to finally grasp its true virtues, instead of thinking it was merely hot leaf juice. Merely hot leaf juice. Azula repeated, sarcastically, perish the thought. I know. Iroh exclaimed, shaking his head and standing up, but as you've already learned to appreciate tea, then the next time we do this I'll gladly bring you a batch of my best herbs. Next time. Azula repeated, following him to her bedroom's door. What makes you think there will be a next time, Uncle? I thought we'd agreed this was only a one-time thing, and just to appease Toph. Oh, well, you certainly said so, but I'd like to think you'll change your mind about that, just as you did about tea, Iroh said, grinning innocently. Azula's scowl was prominent and direct. Unlikely, she said, bluntly. Iroh stared at her in surprise. Really? I'm far too busy for these pleasantries as of late. You only got away with it this time for Toph's sake, nothing more, Azula declared, curtly, so I hope you enjoyed it while it lasted, now please. She opened the door and waited for him to exit the room. Iroh seemed to hesitate for a moment, but he offered her an encouraging smile before long. I did enjoy it. Thank you for humoring me, he said, bowing his head towards her. Good luck on your endeavors. Why, thank you. Azula said, with an unpleasant tone, as Iroh stepped outside. She closed the door as soon as he was through the threshold and rolled her eyes before rushing to her wardrobe, muttering under her breath, and good riddance to you, Uncle. Her last spiteful words were spoken out of Iroh's earshot, even though he had lingered by the door, a slow, intelligent smile spreading over his face. Oh, she was sly, the smartest person in her generation, Iroh suspected. She had always been so capable, so perceptive, seeing through all traps, walking through them confidently after disarming anything that might ever threaten her. Constantly in pursuit of success and glory, striving to be the ideal heir for a father who would demand nothing but perfection from her. And she was involved in an illicit love affair, out of wedlock. Of all mistakes she could be making, of all things that could bring her down, this was by far the most unthinkable of all, and Iroh nearly laughed at the ridiculousness of the situation. His niece, ever so determined, so set in her ways, with liquid ambition coursing through her veins instead of blood, and yet she had caved into the most mundane of needs, seeking out a man for pleasure and companionship even if that could easily spell out her doom. Her father wouldn't stand for it, that went without saying. The proper, pure Fire Lord, ever loyal to the wife he had lost, hadn't taken a single lover after Ursa had left. He would never understand that his daughter could possibly have succumbed to the base needs of any common woman, not after having set an example for her, through all these years, of how righteous he was for dismissing love and lust as needless in a life in pursuit of power. He would expect her to be like him, surely, to rein back her emotions and urges if she experienced them at all, but she hadn't. That tea meant she hadn't. The implications kept Iroh smiling in disbelief as he walked down the corridors, his arms behind his back. Perhaps it was too soon to tell, perhaps it was merely a hedonistic impulse, but it meant that she was, for once, breaking away from Oze's expectations. And if she was breaking away from him in this one regard, then maybe she could be persuaded to do so in many others, just as well. Still, if there was one thing he could tell right away, without needing any further information, or needing to scheme into making Azula reveal her truths, it was the identity of the man she would be sinning with. Because, while Iroh wouldn't have put it past her to take multiple lovers if the urge struck her, something already told him she had no need for it. She already had the perfect man at hand, ready and eager to please her at all times, in any regards. The thought gave him pause as he slowed near his room. That, perhaps, was unfair to Sokka. The young man was, without a doubt, infatuated with Azula, but he was no fool either way. Iroh didn't know him too well, but what he had seen of him, what he had learned about him during their crisis in Ba Sing Se, had been enough for Iroh to develop some respect for him. It was easy to see why Azula had sensed potential in him, why other associates of Iroh's had, too. He wasn't a mere plaything for the princess, to be toyed with until she grew bored. Their relationship was personal, it always had been. From the moment he had seen Azula again, 10 years after he had last been in the Fire Nation, he had sensed something odd about her behavior with her gladiator. She had taken to her feet, muttering words to herself as she waited for the time of his initial fight against Toph to run out, after which she had dashed out of the balcony without looking back, and later on he had come across her helping him walk in the palace, his arm around her shoulders. It was the sort of thing he would have expected her to demand her servants to do for her. He would have never imagined someone as proud and stubborn as Angela would take upon such a strenuous task of her own volition. By the time the Rough Rhinos incident had taken place, Iroh had decided to sabotage Angela's career in the Gladiator League by offering her exactly what she had sought for years, a genuine mission on the field, in exchange for neglecting the gladiator business. She had responded by taking her gladiator with her, but at the time she had been angry, tense, in a mood so foul she had reminded him eerily of Oze whenever he had come across her. Iroh had told Sokka he was surprised by how much Angela trusted him by then, by how close they had become, and the aghast look on his face had convinced Iroh that the Blue Wolf's bond with his niece had been strained, if not outright severed, at that point. Perhaps it had something to do with why he and Toph had found Angela training so furiously in the Agni Kai chamber, merely a few weeks earlier. That instance had unconsciously convinced him Angela would never pursue Sokka as a romantic partner. He didn't know for certain what had happened between them, but he had assumed any attempts to bridge their distance would have ended poorly. He suspected their partnership had improved later on because they had accepted the boundaries they had to abide by, the limits they couldn't break, but what if he had misread them all along? What if, when they had found them in Ba Sing Se's palace, after their dangerous crash across the building's roof, Angela's relieved and sincere smile as she sat beside her gladiator had a bigger meaning than he had assumed. That time, when Sokka had stepped forward to defend her just after they had arranged his second fight against Toph. Iroh had taken it as merely a show of strength, of support towards his sponsor, to further the notion that theirs was some sort of unbreakable team. What if all of it had meant more than he had been willing to see, just like the glare he had given Iroh just the previous day? For years Iroh had intended to tear down Angela's rise to power, and he had failed at it more often than not. Oze constantly made matters easier for her, and the princess herself had never been one to squander any opportunities she was given. Iroh had been blinded by his perceptions, by having believed he had read and weighed Angela properly, when the truth had been staring him in the face for who knew how long. Had this affair begun before Ba Sing Se, or afterwards? Had the signs been there all along, and he had been too set on his misconceptions about his niece to read them properly? If this was lust, nothing but two impulsive young people acting on attraction, then Iroh had the means to take down Angela for good, leaving the way open for Zuko to return to take a throne that was rightfully his. But what if it was love? The possibilities Iroh had weighed in his mind on the previous day had doubled in size, at an alarming rate. Suddenly he found himself facing the most unexpected possibility, that his niece, of all people, would be capable of rebelling against Oze if she truly cared for the man who was her partner in more ways than one. If she truly loved Sokka, then she would certainly want to be with him, wouldn't she? She would hope to share her life with him if their bond went deeper than what mere physical attraction could offer. Her father, and his Fire Nation, would never allow that. Wasn't she trying to remediate that, little by little, though? These slavery laws. Iroh hadn't understood, not in the least, why Angela would wish to offer slaves more leeway, more freedoms, a better life than what they were forced to endure. It seemed so unlike Oze to allow her to get away with such laws, but perhaps they had something to do with some of the news he'd heard of the capital while he was on the road with Toph. That slave rebellion, could Angela have turned it around to her benefit? For her relationship's benefit, most of all? By slowly but surely reinstating the rights of slaves, she would ease her nation into growing used to relationships between the highborn and the lesser members of society, such as that of her own secret affair. It made perfect sense, even though he had never expected his niece to love someone, of course. She had been raised by Oze under the belief that love and emotions were dreadful weaknesses, much like Iroh himself was raised to believe as much by Ajalon, who preached the same nonsense. Iroh had learned otherwise on his own, over time, upon learning the benefits of mercy as opposed to cruelty, upon experiencing true happiness with his wife and son. Had Angela begun questioning her father just as Iroh had questioned his own? He had never voiced his doubts, of course, constantly keeping to himself that he didn't believe in all of his father's philosophies anymore. If Angela was undergoing the same epiphanies he had, she would have to operate around Oze, constantly watching her back, carefully setting up the pieces on her pie show board before taking action and revealing her true hand. All seemed perfect, seamless, to the point that Iroha's reservations upon having misunderstood Zuko's destiny for Azula's had as good as vanished, until it dawned upon him that, if that were the case, he had no role to play in it. Everything made sense, except that he was supposed to be involved, wasn't he? Such were the words he had abided by through the past decades, that ethereal promise he had clung to. General Iroh, sir. He was brought out of his ruminations to find he had been standing by his bedroom's door for a long time, unmoving, a hand on the pommel. The servant who had called him seemed puzzled, but he recognized her right away. "Oh, Liling," said Iroh, smiling warmly at her. "I was lost in thought." "Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, if so," said Liling, lowering her gaze. "It's merely, well, there's a council meeting today." "Ah? And my brother sent you to inform me of it?" Iroh asked, amused. "Well, no. But I had to prepare the throne room, along with others," Liling continued, before raising her gaze. "I informed you as soon as I had the chance." Iroh smiled and nodded, patting the girl's shoulder. She smiled back, clearly eager for approval. "You have done well," he said. "I'll mention it in my next report." You honor me, Grand Lotus," Liling whispered quietly, her cheeks flushing with delight at her leader's acknowledgement. Iroh breathed deeply and dropped his hand. "Well, then. I guess I have a council meeting to attend," he said, pulling his bedroom door open, a clever smirk spreading over his face anew. Ose's meetings were usually any of its invitees' first priorities. Preparing fully for them would be the only thing to occupy Azula's mind in normal circumstances, and she would try to push aside all other thoughts and concerns to focus properly on the subjects to be discussed, with varying degrees of success. For once, though, Azula had hastened her preparations, buckled up her golden armor properly and fixed her hair before rushing down the palace corridors, her brow heavily furrowed. First, she stopped by the kitchens to retrieve the pouch of tea leaves she had been giving her maids for years now, so they could prepare her morning tea with them. She always kept another share of them in her room, as a precaution, but her procedure would have to change drastically from now on. She had secured the tea, but she couldn't head to the meeting yet. She needed a word with the head of her servants, and she intended to have it as soon as possible. Knowing her uncle, the man wouldn't waste much time before seeking out the women who generally attended Azula's daily needs, hoping to figure out more glimmers of truth about her private life through their testimonies, and she had to cover all her bases before that could happen. Xylan Azula called the head of her maids, as soon as she found her inside the servants' resting room. The woman, much older than the princess, bolted to her feet. All the others around her were equally surprised by Azula's sudden appearance, casting wary glances at her, for she was clearly not in the best of moods. "Why yes, princess? Is something amiss?" Xylan asked, nervously. "I need to have a private word with you," Azula said sternly. It was said to think her easy, blissful mood had been chased away so quickly by Iroha's meddling. Curse that man and his big nose. Her blood nearly boiled upon thinking about him. As Xylan followed her outside the room, Azula closed its door quickly, ensuring the rest of the servants would know better than to eavesdrop on their conversation in the corridor. "Was anything not to your liking today, princess?" asked Xylan. "Other than my uncle's intrusion, everything was fine," Azula said, curtly. Xylan flinched. If he tries this again, refused to comply with his demands. "That's an order." "As you wish, princess." "On another note," said Azula, her jaw square as she clenched her fists, "I have confiscated the tea I usually take with my breakfast. From now on, bring juice instead." "Oh? Was anything wrong with it?" asked Xylan. "It's not important," Azula said, quickly. "I won't be taking it anymore. Now, though, if my uncle asks when I started drinking it, I want you to say it was 2 months ago." 2 months? repeated Xylan. "But we've brewed this tea since dash." "I'm well aware, Xylan, but I've just given you an order, haven't I?" Azula said, unyielding steel in her glare. Xylan flinched and nodded promptly. "This is another one. Under no circumstances will you reveal the truth, not to my uncle, nor anyone else. You will convey this order to the rest of my assigned servants and to the kitchens too. Am I clear?" "Yes, princess." Of course. Good, then. Thank you for your diligence, Ajala said, breathing deeply before nodding in the woman's direction. Had the situation been any less dire, any less worrisome, she wouldn't have been so harsh with Shylan. But if Sokka's life hinged on keeping Iroh off their trail, she'd do anything in her power to stop his intrusions into her personal life. She meant to protect their relationship, regardless of the cost, regardless of whatever might be necessary to secure Iroh's permanent silence. She had no more time to waste, though. The council meeting would begin soon, and surely her father would be waiting for her already. She sped up her pace on her way to the throne room, trying to ease some of her tension before seeing her father again. Oze wasn't likely to be pleased to see her so stressed out again, but there was nothing she could do to help it at the moment. Unfamiliar Imperial guards opened the curtains for her once she reached the throne room, and she found around half the council was already there. Her father, as ever, sat at his throne, the place at his right hand available for her. She strode towards it confidently, drawing a few eyes to herself, but no one spoke to her as she climbed the steps to her seat, right next to the Fire Lord. "Good morning, Father," Ajala said, bowing respectfully towards him, as she ever did in the throne room. Oze nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning to you as well, Ajala," he said. She sat down beside him, legs crossed, taking slow and deep breaths to soothe her raging, terrified heart. "Are you prepared for today's meeting?" "I believe so." "I read your report last night," Ajala said, and Oze smiled. "Good to know you didn't tear through it as soon as you left my study." "I have learned some restraint," Ajala said, raising her eyebrows. "Either way, I may have a few ideas to offer, depending on how the meeting unfolds. Then I look forward to hearing them." "Your ideas are quite often the better ones in any meeting I may hold," Oze stated. "You don't seem all that relaxed anymore, though, are you well, child?" "It's nothing," Ajala started, despite knowing Oze wouldn't be fended off that easily. She sighed though, rolling her eyes. "Well, it is something. Iroh. I've only been around him for 2 days and he's already tried to test my patience beyond its natural limits." "Oh. I see," said Oze, grimacing. "Have you discovered why they returned?" "It seems Zuko sent him a letter, from wherever he may be." Ajala shrugged. "There's not much information on his whereabouts. He merely wanted Iroh to stop traveling as much and take it easy, I suppose. But I'd be tempted to think my uncle actually returned just to make my life miserable." "And why's that?" Oze asked, amused. "He showed up at my doorstep this morning, adamant about sharing his meal with me," Ajala said, grimacing. Oze huffed. "No wonder you're so moody." "No wonder indeed," Ajala said, shaking her head. "I suppose he might just be hoping to turn you into his new surrogate child?" Oze asked, amused. "Perhaps that is whatever Zuko's letter led him to decide. He needed a replacement for him, and he decided to pick you. He's playing a game he has no hopes of winning if he truly expects to manipulate me into doing his bidding." Ajala snapped. "Zuko didn't know any better, but I do. I'm no one's puppet, let alone his." "Indeed," said Oze, smirking as the last members of his council finally took their seats around the map. "But you can put your uncle out of your mind for the time being. We can begin now." The usual rite before the meetings began, with the reciting of the Fire Nation's oath. But once they were seated, and Oze had gestured at War Minister Chin to begin, a stocky figure crossed the curtains nonchalantly. "Ah, I'm sorry I'm late." Oze's usual stoic semblance during these meetings shifted into irritation instantly as his brother waded through the men sitting around the world map. Iroh smiled awkwardly, the same way he ever did to lower people's guards, not that it had ever worked on Oze, let alone on his daughter. "Are you, now?" Oze said, scowling as Iroh clambered up to his position by Oze's left hand. "I heard in passing that there would be a meeting. I assumed my invitation got lost in the preparation process." "Oh, no doubt it did," Oze said, seething. Of course his brother's invitation hadn't gotten lost. He hadn't been invited at all, in the first place. Iroh certainly had returned determined to be a nuisance for everyone, hadn't he? Oze exchanged a glance with his daughter. It didn't escape him that Ajala seemed even more uncomfortable with Iroh's presence than he was. They were of one mind, then. The Dragon of the West was up to no good. Why exactly was he up to it in a council meeting that certainly didn't concern him, though? "Shall I begin, my lord?" asked War Minister Qin, nervous now upon sensing Oze's irritation. Nonetheless, the Fire Lord nodded. Please do, War Minister, Oze declared, his voice powerful and commanding, as though to convey he would tolerate no more interruptions. War Minister Qin cleared his throat and obeyed. The enforcers have begun operations in the mainland, and the success of their first raid has become public knowledge. The slavery laws have been official for 2 months to this date, and those who had doubted they would be enforced properly are now, most certainly, fearing retribution. Nevertheless, the enforcers have not reached every Fire Nation territory just yet. Their activities are strictly limited to the mainland, and even nearby islands wait for their own enforcers' squads to arrive. Word has been sent from governors and mayors from all Fire Nation territories: if the slavery laws will be enforced, it must be done as soon as possible, everywhere. Many of them have manifested a desire to help with whatever requirements the enforcers may need, in order to operate in their cities and towns, but they lie in wait for official orders from the mainland before they can know how to proceed. After all, the enforcers are a new group, and as is known, they don't operate the same way any of the other army branches do. It would be in the Fire Nation's best interests, then, to determine how to enforce the new laws in the rest of our territories as fast as possible, with the cooperation of the leaders of each city and town. With that, War Minister Qin took his seat. Angela waited, withholding her personal opinions until the rest of the council began voicing their own. If I may, spoke up General Mack, stroking his chin, I believe it ought to be a priority to enforce the laws, rather than to focus on building the group responsible for it. Couldn't the domestic forces and army help by taking up the enforcers' duties until their numbers are large enough to cover all territories in the Fire Nation? It would be a valid idea, but the enforcers were assembled precisely because the army is known to be spread too thin. Angela cut in. Both the domestic forces and the army have their own duties to uphold, duties they shouldn't neglect by taking up new ones that they are scarcely trained for. That may be so, but you cannot hope to train enough new enforcers quickly enough to attend the needs of the colonies, said Mack, frowning. Even if you increased your recruitment efforts, you'll be hard-pressed to assemble enough squads to cover such vast territories and major settlements. There have been no recruitment efforts in the colonies for the enforcers, though, Angela said. I wouldn't intend to train large numbers of enforcers in the mainland only to send them out to work in lands and cities locals would be far better suited to work in. Then, you'd convey the order of recruiting new enforcers to each leader in the colonies and the Fire Nation Islands, said Commander Gon, puzzled. But who will instruct the new recruits? How will they know how to proceed? The laws establish some of their procedures, but surely you have developed some of your own while training this first generation of enforcers. Perhaps we are getting ahead of ourselves, said General Ling. First of all, we need to determine whether action will be taken about the colonies already or not. I believe it's a risky gamble, unless we have a fail-proof plan on how enforcers' operations in the colonies should unfold. Blindly investing resources into building enforcers' bases and training new recruits abroad may be ill-advised. A fair point, though I have no intentions of withholding whatever resources may be needed for the success of this venture, Oze said, glancing at Angela. Nonetheless, a proper plan would be preferable to shots in the dark with little hope of success. I suspect, though, that you already have something in mind, Princess Angela. I do, Angela said, nodding. Each location, each city and town, will be different from the others. As General Ling pointed out, resources will be needed for the building of bases for the recruits to train and to host the confiscated slaves in. I believe reconnaissance will be needed. Either I or another highly ranked member of the enforcers should travel to each major settlement in the Fire Nation, to determine with the local authorities how to address recruitment, training, availability of buildings and everything else that might be necessary for the enforcers to operate in each location. I understand this isn't how most army branches proceed, but as the enforcers are needed everywhere, as quickly as possible, it's in our best interests to ensure as much efficiency in recruitment and training in the individual cases of each town and city. If time constraints and efficiency concern you, though, that kind of trip probably wouldn't be your best bet, said Iroh, surprising Angela with his intervention. Is there a better alternative? Angela asked, frowning warily. I believe there is, said Iroh, grinning. Arrange a meeting, whether with all governors and mayors or with their representatives. They can inform you of their circumstances and available resources, and you can design specific instructions for each representative once you've met with them. In fact, hold a large briefing on the general duties and procedures for the enforcers, first of all. After that, instruct those who need it in detail, and then, weeks or months after they begin recruitment efforts, you can travel to each settlement to ensure all is going according to plan. That seems dangerous, though, said Commander Gon. A gathering of that magnitude, with all mayors and governors? It would be ripe for criminals and rebels to attack. Proper security can be arranged, I'm sure, said Iroh, shrugging. I doubt the meetings would last longer than a week, too. A convenient, secret location can be selected for this gathering, and all preparations should be as quiet as possible, so no enemies of the Fire Nation catch wind of what's happening. Still risky, yet there's merit to this idea, Ozai said, begrudgingly. Acknowledging, in public, that his brother had said something reasonable was as pleasant as willfully swallowing poison. Each authority in the islands and colonies should be contacted once we have settled on a location for this meeting and ensured its full protection. A 2 weeks' notice ought to be enough for each representative to arrive safely, yes. Ideally, yes, said War Minister Qin, nodding promptly. Princess Azula, the enforcers are yours, Ozai said, glancing at his daughter now. Her face was a stern mask right now. Nonetheless, you are free to send a representative of your own too, if you'd prefer to remain in the capital. I'll go, she said, without a hint of doubt. She didn't even glance at Iroh, despite his reaction to her words was likely of vital importance. The current enforcers' leadership should continue their work in the mainland. Pulling them away from those duties would hinder the organization instead of benefiting it. I'm better suited for this task than they could be. Ozai nodded, before asking War Minister Qin more questions regarding the possible locations for the upcoming meeting. Half an hour later, they were discussing which commanding officer in the room would be tasked with all matters pertaining security for the event. Once that was settled, Ozai declared their meeting adjourned. All signs pointed at this being the right course of action, the smart one, even, yet Azula's unease was on the rise. Iroh had certainly offered a good idea on how to proceed, perhaps the best one altogether, but his motives couldn't be more suspicious. Cutting across Azula's idea to travel across all Fire Nation-held lands, backing her into a corner so she'd have to take a shorter trip instead, one that would allow little to no leisure time, let alone chances to attend gladiator fights in any available arenas in the territories she'd visit. She wasn't surprised at all to find Iroh intercepting her with a pleased grin on his face once she was ready to leave the throne room. Ozai had taken off already, as had most his council members, leaving only a handful of them near the door. You forgot to mention at breakfast that your urgent business was this meeting, Azula, he said, with innocent amusement. Azula scoffed. I had no reason to, she declared. As helpful as your intervention may have been, Uncle, you've had nothing to do with the slavery laws so far. You said yourself you haven't even read them. I haven't. But I suspect I'll have enough time to read them on my way to the meeting, Iroh said, with a shrug. Azula's frown deepened. You'll what, now? She said. He grinned. I didn't announce my interest in attending. I feared you might say no and Ozai would deny me the opportunity. He said, but as much as I haven't read these laws yet, they interest me greatly. What you have done for the nation, for the Forsaken and Forgotten, it is no easy feat, Princess Azula, I hope you are aware of that. It pleases me you are making such efforts for those who need them most. Ah. No doubt it does, Azula hissed, scowling. So, you just want to see everything up close? That's what this is about. Of course, said Iroh, chuckling. I'm thinking, perhaps Toph is right. Perhaps I didn't give you the credit you deserve. Right. Excuse me if I don't jump for joy at having your approval, Azula said, rolling her eyes. This is a mission, Uncle, an important one, but a mission all the same. As such, I want it to succeed. You needn't make a bigger deal out of it than that. Well, I suppose you'd think that. Iroh whispered, scratching the back of his head. You truly don't have anything to gain from coming along. You've already been on the road for a whole year, after a decade of traveling with Zuko, Azula said, rolling her eyes. You do realize you're not getting any younger, don't you? Ah, concerned for my health? No need, no need. Hardly, Azula snapped, though Iroh continued to laugh. It will be my honor to be part of this meeting, I'm sure, said Iroh, beaming. You'll write history with your decisions, Princess Azula. So it seems, Uncle, Angela huffed, shaking her head. At any rate, I have to check on the enforcers and I'd like to think you'll finally stop following me around places. Oh, sure, until the big meeting with the colony's representatives. Iroh said, grinning at her. Angela rolled her eyes again as she moved towards the curtains dangling at the throne room's threshold. Yet, to Iroh's surprise, the princess stopped before crossing them, shooting one of her trademark deadly glares at him from over her shoulder. You're terribly enthusiastic about this, so I guess I should warn you, if you have the slightest intention to sabotage that meeting in any way, or to cause more trouble than you could ever hope to be worth, it will be the very last time you ever meddle in my affairs, Uncle. For good. Iroh only smiled and shrugged, betraying no fear at the princess's blatant threat. As soon as she crossed the curtains, though, his grin faded. Zuko hadn't been gentle at the earliest stages of their 10-year voyage, but he couldn't remember him speaking threats as icily as Angela could. Then again, Zuko had only been 13 back then. Angela was almost twice his age by now. And it was Angela, too. She was cold, calculating, obsessed with triumph and glory. All those things he knew, and he liked none of them. But this was the chance he needed to see through her cracks, to discover whether she was every bit as heartless as her father was, or if that was merely the surface that concealed a purer heart than Iroh thought lay underneath. She hadn't hesitated upon facing this first trap, a trap meant to test whether she would be willing to be away from her gladiator for over a week or not. Had she sensed his intent? Seeing how guarded she constantly was, it wouldn't surprise him in the least if she had. So perhaps this was all bravado, all of it in attempts to cover up for what she knew Iroh was already guessing at. If that was the case, there was no doubt left, not that Iroh had any, that the man in her life was her gladiator. And she would be protecting him and their relationship by putting distance between them, by trying to steer Iroh away from his suspicions. If it wasn't the case, though, it meant Iroh had seen a whole world worth of suspicions in something utterly coincidental, casual, irrelevant as Angela's terrible taste in tea. If only Angela's history with her gladiator had been any different, if there was no fondness between them both, perhaps Iroh would be less inclined to suspect anything, but he was willing to believe Angela could amount to more than the sum of her parts. Just as someone, long ago, had believed the same of him. At first, he had survived off the money he had brought with him upon ditching the convoy that was meant to guide him to his warship. Instead of going home, as he had been supposed to, he had deserted the army. Later on, he had struggled and begged for help from the same people upon whom he had cast the dark shadows of war by steering his soldiers right to their doorstep. Some were generous, others recognized him, and there was no generosity to be found in them, only fear, rage and vengeance. By the last days of his lone journey, he had sold his royal armor, his weapons, everything of value he had ever clung to. His once dark hair fell off his scalp in fistfuls of silver clumps, having changed colors within weeks, months, however long he had been on the road. He didn't know how much time it had been anymore. He walked barefooted across the land, feet bleeding across the rocky grounds, his body trembling as the cold breeze blew against his body. The wind was far warmer than the death-like ice that seemed to have taken the place of his heart. He didn't remember at what point he had tripped and fallen, at what point had he lost consciousness, suspecting he'd never regain it, hoping for it, even. For, if he didn't wake again, it might mean he would find Lu Ten in the spirit world, the only place he had wanted to reach anymore. He didn't notice his rescuers' arrival. How they had carried him away, he didn't know either. For how long he was unconscious, they never told him. He woke again in a humble hut, the sounds of a crackling fireplace both familiar and unknown to his ears. His mind was a blur, his thoughts a jumble, and yet they both seemed to clear quickly upon recognizing the man who sat beside him, watching him sleep with the stern fixation of a frustrated teacher with an unruly student. The scars over his eyebrow, the disapproving scowl upon his features, were all reminiscent of a man he had known before. The shaggy hair and the ragged clothes were nothing like what Iroh could remember of him, though. The fire of determination that had once glowed in Zhang Jiang's eyes had faded slowly with every day he had spent serving Fire Lord Ajalon, but it was back now. Why? How had he found Iroh? What did he intend to do next? Weak as he was, Iroh didn't dare ask any questions yet. Yet it all had a purpose. It wasn't chance that Zhang Jiang had found him. It wasn't chance that Lu Ten had died when he did. All of it had to happen, or else the world would never change, never evolve further. The former admiral had committed crimes against the Earth Kingdom as severe as Iroha's own, yet in their older years they had opened their eyes and understood the wrong in their beliefs. Would it be so unreasonable for a younger woman as smart as Azula to do the same? Iroh sighed, hoping deeply that his newfound faith in his niece would be rewarded. For, if it wasn't, the princess was only bound to further submerge their world in the certain doom her father already had condemned it to. Xian Long sent reassuring thoughts to Azula as they flew to the Enforcer's headquarters, but the princess's tension wouldn't fade away easily. Iroh had nothing but circumstantial evidence, nothing but shallow suspicions he could hardly make use of, and yet they were spot on, of course they were. Any mistakes, any slip ups, and one of her very worst enemies would have every bit of ammunition he needed to tear her to shreds. Unlike Zhao, who had assumed Sokka's affection for Azula was harmless, Iroh would weaponize his knowledge. He would turn it to his favor, to Zuko's favor, or what he thought was Zuko's favor, and... Xian Long jolted, startling her out of her thoughts as they neared the building. The dragon raised his head to look at her reproachfully, and Azula sighed, running her hands through his mane. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't be so tense, he doesn't have enough on me to accuse me of anything serious yet, but hell, he's testing me in every way he can. And if that bullshit about the tea were true, Xian, Oh, she didn't know what she'd do, truthfully. Even now it seemed unlikely, nothing but a tale he had spun to scare her into giving up tea if she was to bear children someday, as was expected of her. But it felt like she was running at full strength with Iroh hot on her heels, and he kept gaining on her, no matter what she did. He couldn't be trusted, that much went without saying, but how far was he willing to go to destroy her? Did he know any restraint? Would he blackmail her once he had solid evidence of her relationship with Sokka? Would he reveal the truth openly without giving her a chance to bribe him or threaten him into silence? She had to put an end to his pestering, as soon as possible. If he would attach himself to her upcoming trip, then that was where she would set matters straight with Iroh for once and for all. Whether by lying and claiming she had nothing to do with Sokka, a lie she would despise herself for uttering, however necessary it might be, or by threatening him into full silence if he found indisputable evidence of her so-called crimes, either way, she had to ensure Iroh wouldn't pose a threat to their relationship, to everything they had worked for over the past years, and she knew Sokka would agree completely with that notion. Xian Long seemed to have given up on helping his rider relax by the time he landed in one of the Enforcer's training courtyards. Azula climbed off the saddle and thanked him for the ride, her brow pressed against his for a brief moment. I know I'm being no fun again. I hope it won't be for long, she sighed. I'll be back soon, likely. Try not to set anyone on fire by then. Xian Long rolled his eyes at her request, complaining that he'd have no means of entertainment if he couldn't do that. Azula smiled warmly at him before entering the building. Strangely enough, there was no one in the larger courtyard where she often landed with Xian Long. In all likelihood, the majority of the enforcers were still working with the slaves directly and they couldn't devote the same amount of time to martial training as they used to. Commander Rahi had been in his office, and he seemed genuinely surprised and pleased to see Azula again. She exchanged pleasantries with the man before summoning him to another room. Before long, she had gathered Sergeant Deki and Captain Yongwu as well. The last to arrive was Captain Meisun, who seemed both relieved and aghast to see her, for reasons Azula had as good as forgotten about after having spent an entire morning panicking over her uncle and his dangerous antics. Welcome back, Princess, Meisun said, smiling half-heartedly. I hope your time off was enjoyable. It was, but it's over now and I would very much like to focus on what requires our attention, Azula said, simply, before gesturing at the rest of the Enforcers' leaders to take their seats on the available chairs in the room. She remained on her feet. However, I read the report on the activities of the Enforcers last night. I wished to congratulate all of you for a job well done. This first raid could have been chaotic, but you have handled yourselves adeptly, as officers of your caliber ought to. Thank you, Princess, said Sergeant Deki, smiling nervously as he blushed at those compliments. That being said, there are some issues that need to be addressed, Azula said, her arms behind her back as she turned to Commander Rahi. I believe you were the one who added the addendum in the report about the difficulties faced in handling the slave markets. Yes, said Rehi, nodding. Raids may be the core of the action, but we cannot turn a blind eye to the final stage of our process. Many slave markets in the capital are still barely adequate, in accordance with the law, and we have a fair share of slaves who haven't been relocated to markets because of that. How are the sales of those markets still in conditions to operate? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. I suppose the right word is complicated, said Rehi. Many people seem outright scared of owning slaves by now, and I suspect it will only get worse when raids come closer to their immediate vicinity. Demand is not as high as it could be, out of fear of consequences of the enforcers' actions, so the available markets are still nearly fully stocked. I see, Angela said, breathing deeply. Any other concerns to bring to the table? There is one, Mason said, leaning forward on her chair. Tracking down the people who fled just before we reached Huiyi has proven difficult, at best, impossible in most cases. The underworld of the Fire Nation is, most likely, harboring the fugitives. The same underworld the old slavery system operated in. It probably still does, in truth, Angela said, bluntly. The disappointed faces of the younger officials didn't shake Angela, though. They had to be aware of the problems they were facing if they hoped to do anything to resolve them. Prohibition breeds illegality. Many people will refuse to abide by the new laws at all costs, finding them unfair, uncomfortable, and unnecessary. If they can get away with buying slaves in black markets and escape our notice, they will. Once we have enough recruits, we'll be able to raid places more often, said Captain Youngwoo. The procedures establish that we have the right to perform surprise raids at any given moment, in any households suspected of slave mistreatment. Even if they acquire the slaves by dishonest means, we can still get them out of there, can't we? Certainly, but wouldn't it be better if we could avoid reaching such extremes, altogether? Angela asked. Do you have anything in mind? Mason asked. Angela shrugged. Perhaps, she mused, leaning against the table behind her. The enforcers have only started out, so it stands to reason that we are still working by trial and error. Only now, after the first raid, do we face many new difficulties that come with our duties. If we hope to be more successful, more efficient, we must learn from this initial experience to improve our future performances. So, we need to create different divisions for our forces. Different divisions? Asked Sergeant Deki. We will need a division devoted to security and enforcing of the laws in the markets. Angela said it won't have to be huge, of course, but it will be necessary all the same. These officials will be specialized in supervising slave markets, improving their conditions and ensuring all laws are respected there. We already have some enforcers stationed in the markets as guards, but it's not enough, so I'd say it's time to create a division dedicated to conditioning the slave markets alone. That would certainly help matters, said Rehi, nodding promptly. If necessary, feel free to find other retired officers, or administrative ones, to lead the market division, if that's the name we'll give it, Angela said, with raised eyebrows. You'll still be in charge of administering the bulk of the enforcers, Commander Rehi, so it may be a safer bet if you don't overwork yourself by taking up a role at the helm of the market division, too. Understandable. I think I can track down some officers who could be interested in the job, Rehi said, nodding. And of course, we would need yet another division, Angela said, looking at Mason now. A division devoted to intelligence, to be precise. Espionage? Mason asked, surprised. Indeed, Angela said, nodding. Either by recruiting people who are close to the Fire Nation's criminal underbelly, or by infiltrating versatile spies into towns and villages that are hotbeds of crime like Huiyi, a division dedicated to unraveling everything that eludes uniformed officials and commanding officers like ourselves. This, I suspect, will help us figure out what forces supported the former slavery system, and we may have a better chance at dismantling it this way. It won't be easy, said Captain Youngwoo. Perhaps it can be done, but I don't think any of us have been trained in stealth operations or infiltration, right? I doubt it, but I know of some soldiers with experience in those matters, Mason said, biting her lip. I can try to recruit them for the enforcers, if you believe it's wise, Princess. I do, actually. That would be quite helpful, Angela said, nodding. I doubt we'll be able to take down the entirety of the black markets and illicit businesses easily. It's an ambitious goal to have, but striking at them, showing they're not safe from the enforcers either, may be the first step towards ensuring that everyone abides by the laws as they're supposed to. So, there should be strike teams, spies, it will be a sophisticated, specialized group, said Mason, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. This might just work, though it will take time for it to be arranged properly. It will be very dangerous, though, potentially the most dangerous of all three branches within the enforcers. It would be, yes, Angela conceded, but Rahi is right, the raids aren't everything. If these are new problems you've identified, then they're problems that need to be addressed. If, by the time these problems are settled, you find new ones, we'll deal with those, too. An illness can't be treated if it doesn't display any symptoms, and the same is true to our efforts with the slavery laws. We are off to a good start, but our work as enforcers is only just beginning. The four sitting opposite her seemed pleased with her words, something Angela took as a triumph as she announced they could return to their duties now. She only hoped her leadership would continue to be so agreeable to the group in the future. The more problems arose, the more difficult it would prove to clog the holes that were certain to appear in their boat. However satisfied as they might be right now, leadership wasn't bound to be a bed of roses, and she would do best to prepare herself for a future where their meetings might not proceed so smoothly. The three men filed out of the room one by one, but Captain Mason lingered behind, electing to close the door again once Rahi had left. Angela raised an eyebrow at the woman, inquisitively. Any reason why you're keeping us both in this room, Captain Mason? I have some other business to attend to, said Angela. Mason nodded. I know you do, but I have something to report that I preferred to speak about in private, said Mason, frowning. Oh? Do tell. Angela said, hoping to sound intrigued rather than dismissive. It's about Instructor Sokka, said Mason, her brow furrowed. Today is the first time we've seen him in over a week. Ah. And I'm hardly surprised to hear it, Angela said, unable to repress a smile. Were his swordsmanship classes sorely missed? Well, the more experienced students took to leading the others through their drills and starting the new recruits with the basics, Mason said, her hands on her hips. But I'm quite displeased, if I may say so. I understand he's a slave, different rules apply to him, to a fault, but this lack of discipline is unacceptable. I haven't spoken properly with him yet. I thought perhaps you were more likely to get through to him since you know him better, but I certainly expected him to behave with more dignity than he has displayed over the last week. I see, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Well, truthfully, Sokka has been at my beck and call for years now. It's little surprise that, at the first chance of freedom he's had in such a long time, he took advantage of it to avoid his duties. He's here today, you said? Yes, and he's certainly apologized profusely for not showing up, said Mason, scowling. But oh, it may not be my place to say this, but I feel I must. Had he merely been indisposed for a reasonable excuse, I wouldn't be quite as outraged. But Princess, I visited his house, intending to check on him and ensure he was all right, and upon arriving I overheard he was being intimate with a woman. I don't know who it was. Oh, Angela said, with a snarl of disgust. No wonder you're so disappointed. You understand, right? Said Mason, frowning. He has a duty to the enforcers. Neglecting it for nothing but debauchery. It's something unbefitting of a man of his station. Then again, you forget who he is. Angela sighed. That rebellious fool often does whatever he wants, whenever he wants to. In many regards he hardly feels like a slave at all. I won't deny it's quite unnerving to know he was squandering his duties just to be with a woman, but at the same time, I've demanded much of him for all this time. It's not that strange that he would want a taste of freedom as soon as it was there for the taking. Doesn't this make him unreliable? Mason asked, worried. As a partner for you, I mean. If he's so fickle, wouldn't he be liable to escaping when you need him for fights, for instance? If that were the case, he would have been long gone by now. Angela smiled. Neglecting his duties during this week was a dreadful mistake on his part, hands down, but he came back here now anyways. I will, of course, have a word with him about his unacceptable behavior, but I'd say you can cut him some slack. As we've all learned, slaves have suffered through more than most of us can dare imagine. I know that, Mason sighed, lowering her gaze. It just seemed unfair. Because, for him to do such a thing while you were gone seemed. Seemed, like what? Angela asked, when Maysun froze. The older woman grimaced, though, avoiding the princess's eyes. It merely seemed to me that you deserved a more loyal gladiator than that, Maysun finished, uneasily. Angela smiled. Well, then, I'll try to straighten him out into one now, if I can, she said. Thank you for your concern regardless, Maysun. Angela walked away quickly, leaving the captain to follow her with her gaze. If the woman's hesitation and nervousness suggested she, as well, had suspicions about Angela's relationship with her gladiator, the princess most certainly didn't care to hear about them, today of all days. The sooner she spoke to Sokka, the better. For he was here, training new recruits, and goodness, as difficult as today had been, knowing she would see him was enough to lighten her heavy heart. She sped her way through the corridors until she found him in a courtyard, smaller than the one where she had left Xin Long. There were about 12 young women standing in formation before him, all of them wielding wooden swords, admiration plain across their features as they listened intently to their instructor. You have the basics down, that much is true, but you're way too stiff and that won't do, Sokka was declaring, hands on his hips. A sword master must be nimble, dexterous, flowing from one stance to the other just as smoothly as thoughts follow each other in our heads. There's a purpose to each of the stances you've learned, but you'll have to duel each other to understand what they are, I suppose. The excitement was plain on the apprentices' faces upon the prospect of duels. Sokka smiled before pairing the 12 up into 6 duos. Moments later the girls were attempting to fight, at first clumsily following suit with their prior training, but soon enough growing more aggressive, breaking protocol easily. Sokka watched them with a crooked eyebrow. These recruits were still too fresh, but he intended to intensify their training so they could catch up to the rest of the enforcers in no time. He was so serious and determined that he hadn't noticed Angela's gaze upon him. She couldn't hold back an instinctive, blissful smile before striding as quietly as possible towards him. See? Can't hold your sword that way or you'll drop it. Sokka called to one pair, and you two, careful with your footing, any enemy would knock you down without breaking a sweat if you stand like that. And hey. Cool it down a notch, you're not trying to behead your partner with a wooden sword, are you? Sounds like you have your hands full, Instructor Sokka. He jumped at the sound of that voice behind him, and the inevitable smile spread over his face as he turned around quickly. His trainees went forgotten as his eyes found Angela's, his heart beating ever faster just to be near her again. Angela. He grinned, before remembering himself, to a fault. How he longed to rush in and kiss her. Instead he straightened up, smiling awkwardly at her. Hello, is what I meant. Good to know you could drop by. These are the new recruits, heh. A lively bunch, they are. I can tell. Angela smiled, wishing she could restrain the fondness she sensed in her own voice, the warmth she regarded him with. She was in plain sight for the recruits, as much as they were still sparring and not focused on their instructor at all, and she should be more careful, all in all, but she couldn't quite control herself these days. They show some promise, at least. Looks like a few are quite eager to beat each other to a pulp. Yeah, you know how it is, you weren't all that different when you started training with me, Sokka smiled, and Angela laughed softly. I suppose that's fair, she said, watching as one girl successfully disarmed another. I did it! She exclaimed, turning to find Sokka with her gaze. Instructor Sokka, I. Oh. Princess Angela. Her loud exclamation interrupted the concentration of everyone else in the courtyard. Suddenly all eyes were on her, and if she had thought they seemed to admire Sokka before, it was nothing compared with how odd every single one of those 12 girls were upon being in her presence. In a very disorderly fashion, all of them bowed down clumsily, some dropping their swords, others fumbling with what to do with them as they performed their reverences. Despite her usual annoyance at nervous bowing, Angela couldn't help but smile this time. I take it they haven't been here very long, she said, assuming they would be more disciplined soon. Rise, all of you. Do you need anything, though? Sokka asked, biting his lip as the girls obeyed the princess's order, eyeing them expectantly. Angela nodded. A word with you, if possible, about your activities over the past week, or so, Angela said, smiling dryly. Sokka raised an eyebrow, confused. I've spoken with Captain Maysun, and, well, is it true you neglected your duties for as long as I've been absent? You well, said Sokka, grimacing. Angela's smile couldn't seem to stop growing, even if she knew that was beyond ill-advised in these circumstances. I'll take your stuttering as confirmation, then, she said, shaking her head. Come on. We have much to discuss. We do? Well, okay, enforcers, keep on cycling through the drills I taught you earlier, Sokka said to his apprentices. I'll be back soon, I think. Probably. You'll have to be, else I'll end up on trial for mistreating my slave, Angela teased him, leading the way towards a nearby flight of stairs. Heh. That certainly is a relief these days, Sokka conceded, smiling reassuringly at his students. Keep it up, I'll be back soon. Why yes, Instructor Sokka, said the one who had disarmed her opponent earlier, watching with surprised curiosity as he sprang after the princess with an undignified stumble. Angela walked through the corridor, then up a flight of stairs, quickening her pace until she picked a room that seemed far enough from the courtyard to provide them with proper privacy. Sokka's hand darted off faster than hers, and he opened the door for her with a gallant grin before following her inside the room. She had so much to tell him, too much of importance had happened in a single damned day, but first of all she had to kiss him fiercely, her hands cupping his face as he hoisted her in his arms, ever holding her closely. They didn't often indulge in escapades of the sort while in the Enforcer's headquarters, but it seemed today was fated to be an exception. I missed you so much. Sokka spoke against her lips between many kisses. Angela groaned, clawing at the back of his shirt as she claimed his mouth countless times with her own. I think I missed you more. I'm sure I did, actually, she whispered. Oh, yeah? What's this, some sort of silly competition again? Sokka teased her. Or, did something happen? Angela. I wish it were a competition, really. She sighed, dropping her head against his shoulder. Yes, something happened. Many things, if anything. And you're not going to like it. Something bigger than the nasty glares Mason keeps shooting my way. Sokka grimaced. I guess she's not a gossip, despite I feared she might be. No one's treated me all that poorly. I think she didn't tell anyone about my supposedly fickle allegiances. She's definitely mad at you, yes, said Angela, smiling weakly, and I think she suspects we're, well, closer than we should be, so what you supposedly did amounts to an unforgivable betrayal in her eyes. Getting her to come around won't be easy, though not impossible, I hope. Whereas there's a much worse threat on the horizon. Oh. Angela said, closing her eyes. Sokka's stomach sank heavily. Iroh? Wait, what do you mean? The White Lotus, or is he onto us too? Sokka asked. The second thing, and it's my fault, Angela sighed, covering her face with her hands as she stepped away from Sokka. I was a fool. Toph complained so much about how we don't get along yesterday, and he claimed she'd complained about it to him, too, so he came to patch things up between us, at least to a fault, over breakfast. But I drink my tea at breakfast, and... Oh, no. No. The bastard realized what kind of tea it was. Sokka said, eyes widening. Have you ever known someone half as devoted to studying tea brews as my uncle? Angela asked, grimacing. Because I sure haven't. The second he tasted it, he knew I couldn't be drinking something like that for any other reason, even if I claimed I genuinely enjoyed the flavor and played it as though I had no idea it could prevent pregnancy. And now I'm doing anything I can to get him off our trail. The story I made up wasn't believable enough, and he's hell-bent on figuring out what's going on between us. That's bad. Really bad, Sokka said, his hands trembling as he longed to hold his princess again. Do you have any plans on how to deal with this yet? Do you need me to do anything? To train the enforcers, to stay here, and keep working hard, and regain Mason's trust, Angela sighed. I need you to do that, while I'm abroad at a meeting about the slavery laws. The disheartenment she found in his eyes was both devastating and moving. She had no choice but to leave him behind for a few weeks, she knew this, and yet she didn't know how she'd ever find the courage to sail away for a trip that wouldn't include him. She couldn't remember the last time she'd done that. Why? How? Did he arrange that? Sokka asked, distrustful. Something along those lines, Yes, Angela whispered. I'd offered to travel through the cities in the colonies, to meet with the authorities of each of them to instruct them on how to recruit their own enforcers, and he interjected that it would be much more efficient to summon governors and mayors to a specific location for a meeting instead. Had I refused and insisted on going on a longer trip despite this was a much more efficient solution, he could have taken it as confirmation that I can barely stomach being away from you, which indeed, I can't, but if I'm going to mislead him about us, he can't know that, can he? Ugh, Sokka groaned, reaching up to clasp Angela's shoulders to draw her into another tight embrace. The princess sighed, clutching at his clothes, her face buried in his chest. Sometimes I still wonder if we're too paranoid, if maybe he's the one in the right and we're too stubborn and thick-headed to understand Iroh, but then he does this kind of stuff and I just want to beat him to a pulp. I can't say I agree with the first notion, but if you do want to beat him up, I certainly won't get in your way. Angela smiled, nuzzling his neck. I guess if I told you what he said about the tea you might just snatch Xin Long's reins and fly to the palace to do just that. What do you mean? Sokka asked. I don't know if there's any truth to his claim, but I suspect there isn't. Angela started. In all likelihood, Iroh was only trying to get a rise out of me with stupid provocations. And he failed, right? So far, yes. I can't say my patience will last much longer, though. Angela sighed. He claimed drinking this tea in large quantities could render me sterile. Wait, what? Sokka said, pulling away to stare at her in astonishment. That can't be right, can it? I mean, if that were true, I would have said something, right? I thought so too, Angela whispered. It makes no sense to me. Whatever hazards there could be in it, they can't be quite that serious. But he knows one of my vital duties as crown princess is to provide the royal family with heirs, so if I had insisted on drinking the tea it would have meant I'd be willing to risk sterility, and why on earth would I privilege an unpleasant tea brew over my own offspring, if not so I could continue carrying out a secret relationship? Then he's definitely onto you. Onto us, Sokka huffed, shaking his head. What can we do, then? Do you have any ideas on how to make him stop? A few, all unpleasant, but necessary. Angela sighed. The problem really resides in how much distance we'll have to hold between us so he'll leave us alone. For how long, too? For crying out loud, Sokka huffed, pressing his forehead to hers. If it's too long, I really might just take extreme measures to put a stop to this. I won't blame you in the least for that, Angela smiled, reaching up to caress his cheek. As for the tea's alleged dangers, I will speak with Mai about it tomorrow once I meet with them. Now I have a very good reason not to forget about our encounter. Yeah, make sure you'll be okay, Sokka said, taking her hands in his to kiss her knuckles softly. I know you've said you don't know if you want kids, but I'd rather you're all healthy and not having them by choice than not having any because there's no choice at all. Ugh, there ought to be something men could do too. It's stupid that you're the only one taking measures to avoid pregnancy. Women can't be pregnant without a man, can they? You know as much. Angela smiled. I suppose you could look into it, if you'd like. As for me, I'll have to stop drinking that tea in the palace now, at risk of being caught by Iroh. If I can visit you early in the morning I'll brew it at your house, otherwise, I guess I'll just have to do it here, if I can. Curse him, really. Putting you through all this for what? Sokka grumbled. What the hell does he expect to gain from making you lose everything you've gained over the last years? I wish I knew. Angela sighed. Zuko isn't coming back to take my position anytime soon. Beyond his obvious interest in supporting him, even if Zuko outright refused his assistance, Iroh has never been easy to read. So we're just clueless about whatever he intends. If he finds out about us, if he confirms it, should we expect the worst? Sokka asked, nervously. Angela nodded, even if her entire chest seemed to collapse upon itself at the very thought. Maybe he'll surprise us, right? Maybe he'll turn out to be innocent and nice. But I'm not taking any chances, Angela said, breathing deeply. I'm getting him off our trail, at whatever cost. He's not going to bring you any harm as long as I have a say upon the matter. And he won't harm you either as long as I do, Sokka huffed, stroking her fringe gently. So Iroh might have figured us out. We're stealing moments wherever we can get them. We're not likely to meet often. Seems like we've definitely come home. Huh. Ugh, I know, Angela groaned, dropping against him. We really should just have stayed in Shujing forever. Damn right we should have, Sokka mumbled, his head atop hers. They both knew they were being wishful, fickle, perhaps even foolish. They had the opportunity to shape the world with their actions as they were now. Being Wenta and Jing had been a lot of fun, but they would never have a chance to change what needed to be changed if they had given up their actual lives. As much as it pained them to face such truth, it was impossible to ignore it. They were no strangers to strife and struggles, but this felt different. So much more rode on this, more than on anything else, but they still had a chance. Had Iroh raised an alert about Azula's relationship already, there was no doubt Oze would have already acted on it, sending his soldiers to remove everyone and everything he deemed unworthy of his daughter. Until that moment arrived, if it ever would, Azula had a chance to anticipate her uncle's movements and to be prepared to counter them if need be. For if there was one thing she would never allow Iroh to steal away from her, it was the man whose arms now held her closely, offering comfort and support in a world where she hadn't found either thing until she met him. And if she had to lie, to scheme, to trick her uncle in the most unfathomable way possible, she certainly would do it. She was more than ready to face any trials, hurdles and pain, everything that might threaten them, for Sokka's sake. Chapter 199, Iroh's Suspicions 3. Sometimes I can barely believe this is really going to happen, Mai said conversationally, leaning against the wall of the elegant dress boutique. I always assumed Ty Lee would just jump from one guy to the next until the end of time. It's baffling that she's settling down officially in just 2 months. I'm sorry you'll have to handle most the wedding organization by yourself, though, Azula said, her eyes set on the curtain of the changing room where Ty Lee had ducked away moments ago. Convincing the head sage to officiate the wedding this morning was hardly even challenging, and so far, it seems it's the only thing I'll manage to do. That's all right, I'll just dump all the pending work on you once you come back from your big meeting abroad. How very nice of you. I do my best. Mai smiled slyly, glancing at Azula for the reaction she had been expecting, a frustrated scowl, an eye roll, anything to manifest her displeasure. Instead, she found nothing. The princess stood beside her, her eyebrows drawn together but not into a full frown, her golden glares betraying her mind was, most likely, far from their last conversation topic. However fun it was to tease her friend, it didn't seem she was in the right mood to respond to it in the more amusing ways she always did. Everything all right? Mai asked, raising her eyebrows. You were off in some escapade with we know who for a week. Hardly seems reasonable for you to be in such a sour mood after that. I wasn't, not until yesterday, Azula admitted, arms folded over her chest. Truthfully, I needed to have a word with you. I didn't bring it up before since I figured I shouldn't dampen Ty Lee's big dress-fitting day. I don't think she can hear us now, if that's what concerns you, said Mai, convinced of it by the rumor of female voices behind the dressing room's curtain. The store attendants had been hard at work with Ty Lee in her chosen dress, and it wasn't likely that the young woman would hear a single word her friends were speaking as they waited for her. Well, all right then, said Azula, swallowing hard. It's about your tea. Oh, please don't tell me it failed you, Mai said, warily. Azula. No. Not that I know of, anyways. Could it? Azula said, staring at Mai in surprise. She shrugged. It's been known to happen, she said, not too often, mind you, but still, what is it, then, if not that? You've been drinking it for a while, right? Azula asked. Did you use it before you and Ruonji decided to have you a day? Well, yes. Neither of us were ready for children right away. I only stopped taking it once we were and I started drinking it again after Uade was born, said Mai, shrugging. Why? I see, said Azula, slow fury rising inside her stomach. Then I take it the tea doesn't hold risks of rendering its drinker barren, does it? What? Where did you hear something like that? Mai asked. Azula breathed deeply. Just answer the question, please, she said, gritting her teeth. As far as I know, there's no such risk. My aunt offered me the recipe long ago. She's an herbalist, as you might remember, Mai said, frowning. If someone would know about any nefarious consequences of this tea, it would be her. She provided it to my mother, who used it for years, and it definitely didn't make her sterile or I wouldn't have a little brother at all. Of course, said Azula, breathing deeply and walking backwards until she hit the wall. She dropped her head against it with a soft thud. Then I can assume that's nonsense, right? You can, said Mai, nodding. There are other less safe methods for preventing pregnancy that might have those kind of effects, but not this. Thanks, Angela said, sighing, though it didn't escape Mai's notice that she seemed irritated by the news rather than relieved. So, do you want to be sterile? Mai asked, and Angela actually jumped at the question. You seem so pissed to hear that it won't have that kind of effect. I can't help but think dash. No, I don't want to be, Angela said, far more firmly than she expected to. It was strange to say those words with such conviction, to show herself so willing to bear children when the idea had seemed appalling for most her life. Her life had certainly changed a lot over the past years, but someone's certainly trying to play with me, and I must say, I don't appreciate it one bit. Someone? Mai repeated, raising her eyebrows. Who, exactly? Angela growled. She found herself answering Mai's skeptical scowl with a harsh glare. You can go ahead and think he's inoffensive all you want, but that bastard, he caught me drinking the tea yesterday. The next thing I knew, he was making up all this nonsense about how I might be sterile if I drink it for a very long time. So if it's bullshit, the intent of his lies is more than clear. Yes, my family is fucked up. It's not just my perception, it's a known fact. Admittedly, that does sound bad, Mai said, frowning. So, either he's trying to send you into a panic for the fun of it, or he suspects you're having an affair with someone and tried to throw you off to make you reveal it. The second one, for sure. Really? Has he made any other moves to confirm it? Maybe sought out Sokka personally, or... Yes, he's the entire reason I'm traveling without Sokka in the coming days. As a matter of fact, Angela growled, shaking her head. What's worse is the event I'll be attending might be the more logical way to proceed with the enforcers regardless, but Iroh very deliberately attached himself to the trip, and if I brought Sokka along to keep me company despite I won't have the chance to schedule a gladiator fight for him, he'd surely take it as confirmation of what's going on between us. And you can't afford to schedule a fight. The intended location so far is Crescent Island, Angela said. The sages there seem to be thrilled about hosting us. They don't tend to be involved in Fire Nation politics as much as they'd like to be. But there's nothing on that island other than the temple, so no, I can't just skip off to the nearest arena for one afternoon and return on time for the meetings. Sokka has to stay here, else I'll just keep on giving Iroh reasons to believe our relationship isn't what it should be. Huh. I'd think you're going overboard with the paranoia, but his lie about the tea is too ominous, Mai said, eyeing Angela warily. Why is your family like this? Honestly? Mine's no good either, but my uncle isn't scheming to destroy my life through my secrets, nor is my brother fighting me over who gets to be our father's heir. You're noble, not royal. The difference is thin, but it exists, Angela sighed. There's no reason your uncle would pester you, is there? He's the Boiling Rock's warden, not someone who was trained to become Fire Lord all his life. Still no reason why he should be trying to sabotage you, Mai said, shaking her head. Why should it be any of his business if you're involved with someone, anyhow? If he wants Zuko on the throne instead of me, the first step to get him there is to destroy me. Angela said, nonchalantly, and he's been quite set on doing exactly that ever since he returned to the Fire Nation after Zuko's exile was lifted. Even now, with Zuko far away and with no intentions of returning, he keeps it up. He didn't find Zuko at all, did he? Mai asked, and Angela didn't miss the very subtle tone of sadness in her friend's voice. No, but Zuko did send him a letter, Angela said. If you're worried about him, though, don't be. He's quite happy. Oh? And you know this how? Mai asked, both surprised and confused. Because the one who found him was me. It was always fun to see Mai's reactions to matters she was genuinely invested in. Naturally, she would never react as explosively as someone like Ty Lee might, but the wide eyes and the slightly parted lips were as close to Ty Lee's loud exclamations as it would get. It brought a smile to Angela's face as she nodded, answering Mai's unasked question already. It all happened by chance, in Whaletail Island. And I'm only telling you about it because you're you, Angela said, as Mai blinked blankly. But, he's fine, then? He's happy? Mai asked. Quite so. He's actually going to have you beat soon, children-wise, Angela smiled. He and Suki got married, they already have one daughter and are expecting another child. Huh. See why the tea is necessary. Mai said, smiling too as Angela laughed in agreement. Goodness, that's such a relief. Granted, I didn't worry that much about Zuko's well-being, it's not like it kept me up at night or so, but knowing for sure that he's still happy with Suki is great news. Is Whaletail Island a safe place for him to stay in, though? That's not his actual place of residence. Truthfully, Angela said we both traveled there at the same time, and yeah, he's been somewhere safe, well outside of the Fire Nation's reach, but his life isn't all that easy there. I gave him money, hoping it'd help. Did you, now? So surprised, are you? Angela smirked. He actually made off with all the money I was carrying on me for the trip, no less. So if you're going to keep on accusing me of furthering my family's feuds, you'd better save it. Things between me and Zuko aren't half as bad lately as they used to be. Alright, but maybe Iroh wouldn't be so unpleasant to you either, if only you told him about Zuko, Mai said, raising her eyebrows. Could be, if you tell him where to find him, he'll leave you alone and pester him again instead. Sounds tempting, to a fault, and yet it's not a good idea, Angela whispered, as thoughts of the Water Tribe came to mind. If I'm reading Iroh correctly, the main thing he wants is for Zuko to be Fire Lord. He'd probably have little compunctions about yanking him away from his family to force him into the role. Isn't that a bit too cruel? He's always looked like such a bland, easygoing man. You, of all people, should know the value of a proper mask. Angela huffed. Iroh has been hiding behind his inoffensive charades for as long as he could get away with it. He's nowhere near as innocent as he pretends to be. I'd say you're crazy, but admittedly, it's better if you are. In your circumstances, Mai sighed, you really shouldn't risk letting him know about you and Sokka. And I'll do everything in my power to avoid that, Angela said, closing her eyes. However difficult it would be to stay away from her secret husband for around a month, she couldn't prioritize her impulses and feelings over his safety. Mai seemed to want to talk some more, probably about whatever Angela knew about Zuko, but Ty Lee and the store attendants stepped out of the dressing room at last. It wasn't the first time they had seen Ty Lee in formal wear, but there was no denying the white and red dress was far more opulent and dignified than any she had worn before. She seemed keenly aware of it, an unusual nervous smile on her face as she bit her lip and fiddled with her thumbs. So? What do you girls think? She said, I have to find the right hair ornaments to match, but I think it looks good, right? Despite the heavy burdens plaguing her at the moment, Angela couldn't help but smile and nod in approval. Even Mai showed no signs of distaste, offering Ty Lee a grin of her own. Looks perfect to me, said Angela. It'll suit you for the ceremony just fine, Mai agreed, and of course, once the party begins I can lend you one of my knives so you can cut it off at the midriff, just the way you like it. What? No. I wouldn't do that to my wedding dress. Ty Lee exclaimed, blushing and glaring at Mai disapprovingly as both her friends laughed. She's just messing with you, Angela said, stepping towards Ty Lee to study the dress more carefully. Seems to be the right fit, though. Do you feel comfortable in it? Oh, yeah, though it's a lot more fabric than I usually wear, Ty Lee admitted, with an awkward smile. It's just for one day, Angela said, smiling, pretty sure once it's over you'll wish you could wear that dress for longer. Well, maybe, said Ty Lee, frowning as she saw a strange hint of nostalgia in Angela's eyes. Again, her suspicions about Angela's latest trip began bubbling to the surface, even though she held back from saying anything in front of the store clerks. You okay, Angela? Yeah. Sorry, I just spaced out, for a moment, Angela said, smiling reassuringly. Princess? Would you like to proceed with your dress fitting as well? Asked the eldest of the store clerks, wife of the shop owner. Angela only seemed to remember she would need a new dress of her own upon hearing those words. Oh, right. I suppose I should, she nodded, following the attendants into the dressing room. Ty Lee followed the attendants with her gaze as they steered Angela away. As much as it was a relief the princess seemed to approve of her choice of outfit, something was off about her friend's behavior. It had been ever since she had returned from her week-long trip to Shujing. Say, is it just me, or is Angela acting weird? Ty Lee asked Mai, who shrugged. What exactly amounts to Angela acting normal, if I might ask? Well, I'm not exactly sure, said Ty Lee, with an awkward smile, but I mean, she wasn't in the best of moods when we got here, but just now with the wedding dress she actually looked happy. Like, emotionally happy. I suppose it was a bit more than I'd expect from her, yes, Mai conceded, nodding. Ty Lee grimaced, inching closer to her friend. Why, I already thought of it when she first got here, but now I'm suspecting it even more. She whispered, hoping no one would possibly overhear them. Don't you think maybe she and Sokka kind of eloped? Mai was silent, inexpressive, for at least 5 seconds. Ty Lee watched her anxiously as her friend weighed her answer, half expecting Mai to scoff and shake her head at the ridiculousness of the suggestion. Instead, Mai shrugged and said, "Maybe. Maybe? Maybe." Ty Lee exclaimed, eyes wide. She couldn't have. "I wouldn't put it past them, frankly," Mai said, with a small grin. Oh goodness, I have to ask her. We have to. I'll get the truth from her before she leaves on that weird trip. Otherwise, we'll ask him. Oh, he'll crack much easier, of course he would." Ty Lee exclaimed, nearly jumping in her new dress. Mai grimaced. "You should calm down, you don't want to mess up your fancy new outfit, do you? But this is huge." "Oh, I can't possibly calm down, it's the craziest thing she could have done." Mai couldn't fully conceal her amusement, though she was nowhere near as vocal about her reaction to the possibility of Angela's secret wedding as Ty Lee was. Something was odd about Angela just now, just as something had been odd about her whenever things had changed between her and Sokka in the past. Of course, Angela's determination to protect their relationship from Iroh surely would be just as strong whether they were married or not, but it was still likely that Ty Lee's wedding wasn't the only one the princess would have been involved with in recent times. And as much as Mai generally didn't care enough about other people's affairs to poke her nose in them, she definitely was curious now about whatever had happened in Angela's secretive journey to Shujing. It hadn't taken very long to figure out the weak link amongst Angela's people. Someone close enough to the princess to have a proper assessment of the situation, but enough of an outsider to bear her no genuine loyalty. He had asked the maids about the tea, of course he had. They had assured him, with very learned and practiced lies, that the princess had only been drinking the tea for a short time. If only Iroh were a true fool, he wouldn't have seen through the deceit, assuming all those parrot answers could have concealed a kernel of truth in them. But it was apparent they were worried, confused, even troubled about answering such a simple, innocuous question, and why would they be, if not because they had been threatened to give those answers by Angela herself? Naturally, it had to mean the princess knew Iroh was onto her, of course she did. It only made her actions more suspicious, but that wasn't enough to convince him of the gravity of her crimes yet. He didn't have genuine evidence, he didn't have real testimonies, he couldn't even know for sure whether he was imagining everything or if he was on the right track. His gut told him he was, but his gut wasn't as reliable as tangible, solid facts. And that was how he had tracked down Renkai. In her many attempts to endear herself to her father, Angela had asked for promotions for all her royal guards. The 10 who had served her since her late teenage years were no use for his purposes. Iroh knew as much, but his sources had let him know Angela's original guards had been assembled into a new squad by General Xiaofeng, comprising a team with only one member who didn't belong to her royal guards before. General Xiaofeng, perhaps, was onto the princess as well. He was a meticulous, dangerous man, and assigning one of his trustworthy soldiers to spy on Angela was as good as expected from him. Renkai was that spy, and Renkai stood at the palace's western wall right now, in the middle of one of his patrols. Iroh smiled patiently, watching as a new guard arrived to relieve the Imperial one. In less than 5 minutes, the men had switched places and Renkai was walking across the palace's yards, on his way to the barracks. "Oh, it's been quite a hot day, hasn't it?" Iroh called out to Renkai, who slowed down upon being addressed by someone. His stance was tense already. It grew even tenser once he regarded Iroh with caution. "Must be a great relief for you to return to the barracks, eh?" "General Iroh, sir," said Renkai, bowing his head in the shorter man's direction. "Can I help you?" "Well, yes. You could. I believe, if someone can, it's you," Iroh said, smirking. "You have been working with the princess's old royal guards for how long now?" "A year and 3 months, sir," Renkai answered directly, taking nearly no time to weigh his answer. Iroh nodded sagely. "And, in that year, have you kept proper surveillance on the princess?" he asked. My job is to watch over our royal family members, not to watch the members themselves, Renkai said, point blank. Iroh laughed. Oh, so do you avoid looking at her at all, when you're assigned to travel with her? Sounds like it must be very complicated to fulfill your job that way. He laughed more. Renkai scowled under his helmet. Is there a point to this, if I may ask? Renkai said, I'll miss lunch at this rate, General Iroh. Oh, sure, I'll let you go. Said Iroh, smiling, but, you could answer a small question for me before you go, right, Renkai? Yes. Iroh breathed deeply before turning his calculating eyes into Renkai's own, across the helmet and mask that concealed his face from the world. He had to understand Iroh meant business, or else he might feel tempted not to answer at all. Is there anything unusual, anything suspicious, about the princess's closeness with her gladiator? Renkai pondered the question for moments, his hesitation spoke lengths, of course it did. He knew more than Azula had ever intended for him to know and, if persuaded, Iroh might finally figure out exactly what dash. I don't believe so. Renkai's blunt negative startled him. Iroh blinked several times, inching away from Renkai, who now seemed utterly nonchalant. You don't? Iroh said, with a crooked grin. Well, that's surprising. I was quite convinced a man in your role would have to be observant, to discover whatever dangerous secrets royals keep from each other. Are you certain you've never seen anything out of place between them? Anything to imply their relationship isn't, well, strictly professional. I can't say I have, Renkai replied again. You can't say? Or you haven't? Both. How could I say I've seen something if I haven't seen it at all? Iroh didn't want to appear frustrated, or outraged, or confused, but this particular guard was, surprisingly, pushing him towards all three reactions at once. He was lying, he had to be lying, and yet. If you'll excuse me, General, said Renkai, bowing his head curtly before making haste to the barracks for his coveted lunch. Iroh watched him go, a prominent scowl on his face. There was no way Azula could have gotten to this man, too. He wasn't meant to be like the rest of her guards. Renkai was as good as a spy amongst Azula's men, at least he should be. Why would he be loyal to a princess whom he had served only on occasion, who was breaking all tradition by carrying out a secret affair with her gladiator? Her reach couldn't possibly go so far. Had she truly intimidated even a seasoned guard, a spy so qualified that General Xiaofeng had entrusted this mission to him? Or had she inspired him, instead? Had she won him over through charisma, through leadership? The notion sat ill in Iroh's stomach, even though he knew it shouldn't. Those would be good qualities to be found in the next Fire Lord, surely, and yet he found them foreboding, terrifying. If his niece was undefeatable, if she had it so easy to sway even those who should have been her enemies. Was she trying to trick him, too? Was this all part of a wider manipulation than he had realized? She was offering him the chance to discover her weakness, her secrets, all of it to soften him, to lull him into thinking she was far more innocent, far more harmless, than she truly was. To sway him into rooting for her, into believing she could be Fire Lord instead of Zuko. She didn't know about the prophecy. No one outside of Iroh's closest circles could have known it all. Even Zuko had been kept out of it, unaware of his own destiny despite Iroh often hinted at what it was. Azula couldn't know of it, she couldn't be scheming to convince Iroh to change his mind about who the prophecy was about. But as hard as he tried to trust her, she made it harder still. No doubt, she would want to protect her indiscretions at all costs, to come off as invulnerable, to avoid giving her political enemies the necessary ammunition to destroy her, but Renkai's facade, along with the lies by the servants, were only convincing Iroh that his initial assessments of his niece were not so far off. That, perhaps, his latest hopes were unfounded, instead. He had to find out through other means. He had to change his viewpoint and analyze Azula further. However smart the young woman was, she couldn't have covered all her tracks. He would unravel one of her weaknesses as soon as the chance arose by tracking down all her previous steps, he knew he could. Renkai walked past the dining room quickly, rushing upstairs while pretending to be perfectly calm. As much as he was no longer a captain, Fei Li had insisted that Ruishi kept his quarters, and Renkai entered them without even knocking on the door. He had half expected the room to be empty, but he was greeted by Ruishi's scowl as soon as he crossed the threshold into the room unannounced. "Renkai," Ruishi said, recognizing him even before Renkai removed his helmet to regain his breath with further ease. "General Iroh knows," he said, promptly. Ruishi's eyes shifted. He was glowering before long, demanding a bigger explanation than that. "He asked you about them." It wasn't a question, but Renkai nodded as a response regardless. "She probably already knows about it." "It's her, after all," said Renkai still. "Warn her. Pretend he asked you instead of me, maybe." "Fine. I'll do that," said Ruishi, nodding as Renkai sighed and turned to leave the room again. "Renkai." "Yes. You did well." "Thank you," said Ruishi, surprised to be uttering the words at all. Renkai nodded, ducking out of the room without further ado. Ruishi sighed. The lunch he'd eaten earlier was twisting unpleasantly inside his stomach now. However much he was no longer the princess's personal guard in name, he felt like he was fighting to protect her harder these days than ever before, first with Renkai and now against General Iroh, no less. Something told him Iroh couldn't be as harmless for the princess as Renkai had been so far, after their conversation aboard the barge. Her feet slid into the boots reluctantly, heaviness weighing in her chest as she sat by the edge of the bed. Merely a week earlier she had shared a bed with Sokka without any hindrances to interfere between them, and she had certainly been her happiest self at the time. She was happy just now, too. They had celebrated Sokka's latest triumph in the Grand Royal Dome today, after his fight against the Paragon of Pain ended with Sokka's victory. He was almost unscathed, barely with a few scratches and bruises, nothing compared with the shape he often had been in after fighting earthbenders in the early stages of their partnership. Azula had still ensured they tended to them, after which she had cuddled with him in his room. The cuddling had, inevitably, taken an intense turn before long, but as much as they wished to give themselves to each other for longer than one afternoon, the sunset was ever a warning sign for the princess. It was time to go home. Sokka lay on the mattress, eyeing Azula's naked back wistfully as she fastened her boots properly. His chest was still heaving after their last round, but the knowledge that she would leave was doing away with his previous euphoria quite easily. Even so, he sat up, holding the chest bandages he'd removed from her body once she felt over the bed to find them. Azula smiled gratefully at him, more so when he crept over the mattress to help her fasten the bandages over her chest. "You don't think you can sneak here again?" Sokka whispered by her ear. "Not even once before you have to leave?" "I don't know. Maybe I'll figure something out, but it's not very likely," Azula admitted, clasping his hand in hers once he had finished wrapping her chest properly. She kissed his fingers, and he responded with an intimate embrace, tinged with despair. "So we'll just see each other at the Enforcer's place once in a while, and then we won't see each other at all for ages." Sokka groaned. "The trip's length is now expected to be less than a month, from what my father told me in our last meeting," Azula said, closing her eyes. "It is a 3-day voyage to Crescent Island, but I doubt I'll have to spend more than a week explaining the minutiae of the Enforcer's duties to the representatives in attendance. I won't be gone forever." "It's still going to feel like it's forever," Sokka pouted, burying his face in her neck. Azula smiled, raising a hand to stroke his cheek. "I've never been good at this whole living without you thing, and I don't think getting married helped matters much." "I'm getting worse and worse at it, myself," Azula admitted, "but, if I play my cards right, if I can put a stop to Iroh, we may not need to spend ages away from each other anymore once this is over." "I hope so," Sokka sighed, raising his head to meet her eyes with his own. "Be careful with the tea, though. You'll keep drinking it while you're abroad, right?" "I'll make sure to brew it when the old geezer is nowhere nearby," Azula nodded. "Good," said Sokka, with a weak smile. "And you'd better keep Maysun at bay and happy for as long as I'm gone," Azula said, with a playful grin. "She's still giving you the stink eye, isn't she?" "Can't seem to stop doing it, if anything," Sokka huffed, the corner of his mouth twitching. "I don't know how I'll fix that yet, honestly. Even though nowadays I show up at their headquarters daily, she still acts like I spat in the Fire Lord's face. Come to think of it, I probably ought to do that. That way at least I'd feel like I deserve her hatred." "Please, don't," Azula said, smiling still. "I know you have more than your fair share of resentment towards my father, and no doubt you have every right to feel the way you do, but I would very much like to come home to find my husband wasn't thrown in prison for disrespecting his father-in-law." Sokka's mood seemed to improve vastly upon hearing those words. His grip around Azula tightened as he pressed his face to her shoulder, laughing at the image she had painted for him with her words. The princess couldn't help but press kisses to the top of his head until she outright turned around, eager to embrace him once more. A simple moment of happiness seemed to provide them with the strength they had felt they lacked. Despite wanting nothing but to hold on to Azula for hours on end, for days if he could get away with it, Sokka climbed off the bed to fetch the shirt he had removed from her body earlier, offering to clad her in it once more. Azula smiled in surprised approval, stretching her arms out through the sleeves as Sokka carefully yanked down the fabric around her body. "Why, thank you," Azula said, once Sokka had helped release her long hair from the trappings of her shirt. He took advantage of their closeness to kiss her lips softly, "Though I thought you weren't going to let me go willingly." "I'm hardly willing as it is," Sokka admitted, with a sad smile, "but we are husband and wife now, aren't we? So I can't help but think that means that I need to be more responsible, even if it kills me inside." Sounds stupid, right? And yet, it really does, but I often feel the same way anyhow, Azula conceded, as Sokka fetched her tunic this time. "I love being with you, spending as much time as I can with you, but now, more than ever, I don't want to burden you," Sokka sighed, helping her with the new clothing item as he had before. "It's bad enough that you have to deal with Iroh on your own. I wish I could help somehow, but if I can't, I'd better not bring you down by being mopey and instead encourage you to do your best with your big meeting." "You don't have to hide how you feel anyhow," Azula smiled. "If you didn't mope at all I might start assuming you won't miss me." "Well, I was moping until a minute ago, so you're officially barred from jumping to such ridiculous conclusions," Sokka smirked. Azula laughed, nodding as he picked up the hairbrush from his dresser and sat behind the princess, ready to assemble her hair into the perfect half knot. She had been born to privilege, ever taken care of by servants and the staff of the palace, yet none of their expertise could hold a torch to Sokka's genuine care into everything he did. His fingers slid through her hair gently, never pulling, with evident pleasure upon the feeling of her silk-like strands against his skin. He dressed her just as devotedly, placing her armor over her shoulders carefully, buckling it for her before her fingers could reach for the fastenings. His lips often found hers, or her cheek, or her brow. However difficult it would be to stay away from him for the next weeks, she never felt quite as loved, as needed, as important as she did when he took her in his arms. "I'm really sorry I can't go with you." Sokka sighed, stroking Azula's hair. "I know I probably wouldn't be much help, and I'd just get in the way, but if Iroh weren't being a bother I'd just love to be there to watch you blow the minds of all those nobles and representatives and whatever they are." "I know you would," Azula smiled, resting against him, her head on his shoulder. "Though I can't say I'll be all that impressive this time around. It's just a lot of explanations for how enforcers should operate, after all." "And you think that's not impressive?" "You underestimate yourself," Sokka smiled, prompting Azula to laugh as she nuzzled his neck. "You'll do amazing out there. They'll listen to your every word, taking notes because everything you say is very important, and once you're finished, they'll all think you'll lead the Fire Nation into a much brighter future than any of your wretched predecessors could even dream of." "Sounds to me like you have better expectations with this meeting than I'd dare have myself," Azula said, stroking the back of his hand, "but I can't deny it makes me feel quite fuzzy inside that you believe in me so much." "And I always will," Sokka whispered, pressing a soft kiss to the top of her head. "Even if I'm not there to see it all happen, you can trust my heart will be with you through it all. I'll be with you, even when I'm not, however corny it may sound, but it's true anyhow. Because..." He reached for her right hand, and he trailed his thumb carefully over her palm. The skin around the wound had reddened when it had begun healing. By now there was a thin scab over it. By the time they met again it would surely have fallen away, just like Sokka's own, leaving them both with matching scars that would bind them forever, as their kindred souls already did. "True enough," Azula admitted, closing her eyes as he caressed her hand gently, "both that you'll be with me, and that it's corny as hell, of course." He laughed, tightening his embrace around her as Azula slid her arms around his neck, her lips trailing over his skin with every new kiss she pressed against him. She only pulled away to reach for the nape of her neck, unfastening the necklace she ever wore when they were alone together. Sokka's easy smile now had a tinge of sadness to it, as Azula pressed the smooth stone to his hand. And if the scar isn't enough relief, there's always the necklaces, right? She said, with a teasing smile. I'd think I shouldn't take yours, but maybe it's a good idea to do it. Not just for my peace of mind, but who knows if Iroh has convinced some servants to go through my stuff while I'm gone, huh? You really aren't going to put anything past him, are you? Sokka smiled, and Azula shook her head. Good. It's better that you're prepared for everything, if you ask me. Can't just cross your fingers and expect the best-case scenario to unfold. Absolutely, Azula said, sighing. I just really hope this is the end for whatever he's up to. According to my father, Iroh might just be trying to get close to me to turn me into his puppet. A stupid notion, if I've ever heard one, Sokka huffed. Let him try, you'll teach him he can't mess with you that way. Indeed, Azula smiled, leaning in to kiss Sokka's lips softly. I just wish you could be there to see it. Sokka smiled, even if his chest ached upon hearing those words. He already longed to be beside her when she faced her biggest challenges, but knowing she yearned for his company only made it all the harder for him to hold back. He kissed her as many times as he could while the sun continued to set, time ever unyielding and unforgiving to the two lovers for whom every shared moment was over too soon. Watching Azula take off on Xin Long's back was even more painful today than it often was. However supportive he wanted to be, Sokka's heart continued to dread the next days, with the keen awareness that he wouldn't be able to see her, or even contact her through Messenger Hawk for as long as she was on her trip, in case Iroh might intercept the letters. They would be cut off, and as much as they had been away from each other before, every fiber in Sokka's body seemed to be torn apart by the sheer power of how badly he would miss her. Still, he had a plan or two on how to keep his mind busy while he waited for Azula to return. He would certainly go back to training the enforcers as she had asked him to, and he wouldn't come off as an irresponsible fool to Mason anymore, and whenever he wasn't doing that, he would paint. He thought he remembered enough of Azula's painting lesson from Shujing to pull off a slightly more decent artwork than the last she'd seen from him. If not, then he'd try again, and again, and again until she could return and see the result of his hard work. That thought was encouraging, far more than he had thought it would be. He would have something to look forward to, something he'd have a chance to show Azula once she finally came home, something to make progress in, even if just in small ways, as opposed to the massive steps forward Azula was taking with her own enterprises. The magnitude of what she was doing was staggering sometimes, whenever Sokka thought about it from a larger perspective, the lives she would touch, the society she was already shaping for the better, the world she was changing with every new decision she took. It was all so big, so grand, and Sokka was fascinated by it. So, as selfish as his heart might be, he smiled at the shape of the shrinking dragon in the sky, pride infusing him completely. He would rather be with her as she proved herself to the world, of course he would, but if he could only watch from a distance, he'd gladly do that too. This was only the beginning, he knew, but he couldn't wait to see the magnificent world Azula would build for everyone. Crescent Island's name was perfectly descriptive. The island was shaped exactly as the crescent moon would be, something apparent even as they approached it over the sea. Nonetheless, there was no description in that name for the flowing lava pouring out of the crevices on the rocks, molten until it came into contact with the water. Azula's barge docked at a safe distance from the flowing lava, though she admired it briefly before climbing off deck and starting her way to the temple. Hers hadn't been the only ship in the harbor. Many of the representatives had already arrived, as the local sages explained to her once she entered the building, flanked by her guards. The grand, tall temple had accommodations for everyone, or so the sages had assured her, but she certainly would have no cause for concern about being crammed in a small room with strangers, as the other representatives might be. She was granted an elegant, spacious room that, according to one of the sages, Xiao, as he introduced himself, had been Avatar Roku's own whenever he visited the temple. War Minister Qin had arranged transportation for all representatives, ferrying them to the Earth Kingdom's western shores through aircrafts from all the most important cities and towns in the continent. A procession of ships had traveled from there to Crescent Island, just as another group of ships had done the same from the larger towns and cities in the Fire Nation's archipelago. By nightfall, all representatives would be expected to arrive, and a grand feast would be thrown in their honor. A feast Azula hoped to use as a reconnaissance opportunity. Depending on what kinds of representatives had been sent, she should be able to determine which governors and mayors were genuinely interested in working to the new law's favor, and how many would be unwilling to make even the slightest effort for her cause. The latter, of course, would be in for a rude awakening. She had every intention of keeping a close watch on the enforcers, whether those abroad or the ones in the mainland, and she would tolerate no mediocrity from any of them. Reeling in all representatives wouldn't prove all that difficult, Angela hoped. Spending weeks in this temple without seeing Sokka's face or hearing his voice would be much more challenging, especially because she had to pretend not to be affected by it. The worst of all her problems, though, would be how to fully convince Iroh that she wasn't involved with the man to whom she had given her heart. However good a liar she had always been, more than enough people had seen through their relationship in the past, many of them without a fragment of Iroh's observation skills. She couldn't falter, she couldn't stumble, she couldn't let him sense any of her remorse when denying the truth of their love. The only thing to give her some semblance of strength was the necklace she kept safely in her pocket. She only took it out once she was alone in her newly assigned room, admiring the bone beads for moments before closing her eyes and picturing Sokka in her mind instead. He had encouraged her before she had to leave, and no doubt he would do it too if he were here now. She couldn't possibly disappoint those charming blue eyes or that heartwarming smile, could she? A knock on the door startled her, but she had enough time to pocket the necklace again before turning to open it. Even before doing so, she knew who would be on the other side. "Ah, there you are," Iroh said, beaming. Angela's scowl didn't relent. "I see you wasted no time settling in, did you?" "Of course not," Angela replied. "Now, please don't tell me you're my assigned roommate." "Oh, no, I have a smaller room downstairs," Iroh chuckled, as expected for one of my station. "You, as you must be aware, are a descendant of Avatar Roku's, unlike me. You have been honored by being offered the room of one of your most remarkable ancestors, wouldn't you say? Considering my entire lineage is comprised by Fire Lords, I might like to contest that particular claim," Angela said, nonchalantly. "I can't say I know much about the history of avatars, but Avatar Roku seemed one of the least remarkable amongst them." The words were a taunt, one she nearly smiled at upon finding Iroh's own grin soured after her claim. Yet he covered up quickly, coughing and offering another of his pleased smiles. "No doubt you could stand to learn more about him, then, if that's what you believe," he said. "It's my understanding, though, that he tried to put a stop to Sozin's conquest." Angela recited, probingly again, an eyebrow raised. "Someone who slowed the spreading of our nation's greatness couldn't possibly be worthy of admiration and respect. Ah, and here I thought you knew better than to swallow Sozin's propaganda," sighed Iroh, shaking his head. Angela scowled. "Propaganda? I had a lot of reading material on my way here, Princess Angela," Iroh announced, with a pleased smile. "Most of it pertained to you and your activities. I finished reading the slavery laws and I find them quite agreeable, but beyond that, I asked for a transcript of a speech you offered in the festivals from 2 years ago. I'm sure you remember it." The blood chilled in her veins once more. That wasn't something she could cover up for, was it? How had the bastard even heard of it? He wasn't in the Fire Nation, he had only just left when that had happened. It had been so long already she couldn't remember half of what she'd said that day. Would that be a good excuse? No, it was unlikely, and Iroh clearly was pleased for her obviously nervous reaction. His smirk spoke for itself. "How did you come by that transcript?" Angela chose to ask, and Iroh shrugged. "There's always scribes amongst soldiers, they write down every major speech and record them for posterity," Iroh said, nonchalantly. "How did I hear about this speech of yours, though?" "Why, by asking questions to the right people. War Minister Chin is quite impressed by you, though certainly overwhelmed by how much change you've brought into the world. He mentioned you gave the first indications of wanting to correct the course for the Fire Nation's slavery system since you offered that speech, so I thought I'd look it up. And goodness, I was impressed. You showed a remarkable handle on the subject of greatness, on how it means we have so many more duties to uphold, so many responsibilities we cannot take lightly. Is that what truly brought this about, I wonder? These slavery laws, do we owe them to your sense of responsibility?" "Possibly," Angela answered, her stomach sinking. Could Iroh truly be cornering her? The bastard had sought out a new flank, a new opening through which to attack, one Angela hadn't been quick enough to cover up for. The accursed old man was, at times, so similar to herself that she could hardly hold back her disgust upon acknowledging it. But he was sly, changing his tactics whenever they failed, cleverly keeping his cards close until the right time to reveal them arrived. He was patient, perhaps more patient than she was, and he was often unpredictable and unreadable. Why had all of this begun, truly? Toph had wanted them to get along, but Toph surely wanted many unreasonable things beyond this, and Angela highly doubted her uncle would work remotely as hard to achieve them as he had this time. He hadn't even mentioned Toph ever since the breakfast they had shared, and if this was just a matter of bonding with his niece to appease his surrogate daughter, would he be so determined to figure out Angela's weaknesses? Would he be so hell-bent on catching her red-handed in her affair with Sokka? Would he truly go this far just to please Toph? Why would he expect his unearthing of Angela's biggest secret to please her, in the first place? Angela couldn't imagine his intentions would be so pure. The glow in Iroha's eyes wasn't that of a selfless man, he had a goal. He had an agenda. And whatever it was, she refused to be part of it. I can't see why you're so hung up on this, though, Angela said, raising her eyebrows questioningly. You're hardly a champion for slaves' rights, as far as I know. Have you even concerned yourself with any of them over the past years? Well, not quite directly, I suppose, Iroh conceded, shrugging. I thought so. You did seem to scare off Topha's potential suitor, even if that's not how she perceived it. Angela mused, and Iroh stiffened. I suppose your almost daughter shouldn't be trampling around with the lowly likes of Jet. That's not what happened, Iroh said. Angela smirked. Oh, I'm sure it's not, Angela said sardonically, glaring at her uncle. Now then, as much as you seem to enjoy small talk, I have to get ready for the feast, and so should you, though, in case I don't get to say so later. You can either be more punctual for these weeks than you usually are whenever my father summons you, or you can simply not show your face at all in the meetings and spare me the bother of ensuring you don't derail them before they even begin. Of course, said Iroh, with a small smile. How innocent, how kind he seemed, an old man hurt by the harshness of his niece's rejections, all of it a front, she knew, for her uncle was every bit as given to dishonesty as she was. Yet another similarity between them she wished she didn't have to acknowledge. I hope you have a lot of fun tonight. Right, Angela said, with a dry grin, before closing the door again and glaring pointedly at it. She didn't move an inch until she heard Iroh's footsteps drifting away, and by then she sighed in sheer frustration. Curse it all, the blasted old man would only keep on cornering her if she kept making it easy for him. She had to take the offensive, to cut him down before he could make his final move, because he had to have one in mind by now. And if he was already pushing her buttons at the start of this trip, surely he would continue to do so in the coming days. Frustrated, she decided to wash up before the feast, hoping she would unravel an answer, a solution, to put a stop to Iroh for good sometime soon. Meanwhile, the general sighed too as he made his way to the feast's venue, at the second level of the building. The hall was elegant and grand, but of surprisingly small size considering the amount of guests they were likely to receive. The sages had been lukewarm towards him upon his arrival, but that hardly affected Iroh these days, as most of Ose's people treated him that way. His mind was elsewhere once more, as his eyes drifted upwards, to the ceiling. Somewhere above him was his niece, occupying a room she might actually not be worthy of, despite so many signs seemed to indicate she was. Discovering the speech had been a stroke of sheer luck. He had received no word about it while he was abroad. The only reports sent to him from the capital had indicated that Angela had sabotaged Zhangjiang's latest operation somehow, whether deliberately or not, but there had been no clarifying how or why. That speech, though, even with the context War Minister Qin had offered him, for the man had witnessed everything, including Angela's unexpected rebellious outburst against her father, it was hard to say how much of it was true and how much of it was a lie. Did she believe in the greatness of the Fire Nation as she had described it? Or, as Iroh had grown to suspect, she was merely using that as a smokescreen, as a way to play it safe while rebelling further under her father's constant scrutiny? He was no stranger to such dangerous games of dissent himself. He had to wear a mask at all times with his brother, a mask he wasn't entirely certain worked anyways, to pretend he was inoffensive, that Ose had nothing to fear from him. Angela's own mask would have to be that of absolute loyalty, while hiding a dangerous storm deep inside her soul. Everything fit perfectly. It would be the ideal conclusion to such a convoluted story spanning over 100 years, for the Fire Nation's reign of terror to come to an end when its rising star turned against the father who was blind to the dangers she represented for him. But even if his mind insisted that this would work, his heart, his soul, resented him for trusting someone so dishonest, so self-serving, so cold. For maybe she was only holding back the truth because she was convinced she couldn't trust him, in turn, but maybe she was just as bad as he had always believed she was. What good would it be for Iroh to put his faith in someone who might just throw his best efforts back in his face? You're mad if you think that pampered son of a bitch would help us. You are. It isn't my choice. Just as it isn't yours. You've barely been part of the Order for 5 years, you don't get to make any calls just because you claim you're more spiritual than the rest of us are. You will not speak that way to a living god. The voices had been arguing for hours, but Iroh hardly cared for them. The meaning of each word fell apart before he could assimilate them. He had been found, he had been fed, he had been clothed, and he had been the source of a conflict between Zhang and his people ever since his sudden rescue. On one hand, he felt guilty, he felt unworthy of being such a source of chaos for anyone else, whoever they might be. On the other hand, he couldn't care less. Maybe the guilt was just a ghostly feeling, what his conscience told him he had to feel, and not what he genuinely felt, because he wasn't sure he could feel anything but emptiness inside him anymore. Every second that ticked by reminded him that he was alone in the world, that he had lost what was most precious to him, that he had broken the vow he had sworn to his wife on her deathbed. It might have been an hour, or maybe it was only a few minutes, but the voices dwindled and faded away. Iroh's eyes were set on the wooden wall of the small hut he had been kept in, and he heard footsteps, saw the haze of light falling upon the wall when the door was opened, but reacted to none of it. A shadow crossed the lights, and it shrank as the person responsible for it took his seat beside Iroh's limp form. You must uphold your destiny. Zhang Jiang's voice couldn't have been welcome, not even if he had spoken kinder words. Iroh's numbness receded, surprising even himself, for suddenly a surge of passionate rage seemed to take hold of him. He snarled, pushing himself up to a sitting position, his graying hair clouding his vision as it fell chaotically around his face. My destiny. He repeated, destiny it's a fool's errand. It's an empty concept for those who fear the meaninglessness of life. You should know it, you of all people. Our destiny, yours and mine, was to be conquerors. To vanquish all who stood against the might of our nation. And yet, here we are. Destiny, there's no such thing as destiny. You are mistaken, Zhang said, and he spoke with such certainty Iroh felt compelled to punch him for his troubles. And you know better. Iroh huffed. Why would you? Is it true you're a living god? Do you know the fate of the world? Is it set in stone, Zhang? If so, enlighten me. Tell me who I'm supposed to be. Or better yet, tell me who's to blame. Tell me who chooses destiny. For I will destroy it. I will put a stop to it. I will do it, because my son's destiny couldn't be to rot in a grave somewhere in the Earth Kingdom while I live out a life that I'd gladly forsake just to bring him back. Vengeance, rage. Poisonous sources of fire-bending. Zhang recited the words simply, furthering Iroh's outrage. Poison's just as good a murder weapon as a blade might be, Iroh growled. You speak from passion. From wrath, Zhang declared, you don't understand the larger scheme of things, not even by a small margin. You are lost to your own grief, too lost to accept what I could. The Fire Nation is not destined for greatness, not on the path it's been steered towards for the past 95 years. But, you already know it, don't you? No war that could steal your son could be a worthy war. No ideologies, no greatness, can justify such a sacrifice. Can they? Iroh gritted his teeth, tears spilling from his eyes before he could help himself. Zhang remained impassive, unmoved, and unconcerned with the tears Iroh couldn't contain. The destiny your father forced upon you, that is the true folly. For that is not your fate, Zhang said, with determination. How can you say so with such confidence? Iroh asked, too broken to protest, too immersed in sorrow to lose himself to anger anymore. Why would you know any better? I am enlightened, Zhang Zhang said, closing his eyes. I can access the spirit world. The words rang in Iroha's ears, and then in his heart. He raised his head, mouth agape as he stared at Zhang Zhang in sheer disbelief and confusion. That was what he had wanted, that was exactly what he had been looking for. He had been at a loss, unable to unravel how to access the spirit world, his mind so foggy after he lost his son that he had made no real efforts towards finding a doorway or any method to truly cross over. By the end, all he had hoped for was death. For if Lu Ten needed him, if Lu Ten's spirit was crying out to him, as it did in Iroha's every dream, then surely by letting his spirit go free from the trappings of his own body Iroha would find him again. Surely. But Zhang Zhang could access the spirit world. And somehow, Zhang Zhang had found him, when Iroha had been at his lowest point. That couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Destiny, no, it was still a foolish notion. It couldn't be right. It wasn't something he should indulge in. But his heart was fickle and foolish, all he wanted was to find his son again, no matter the cost. And if Zhang Zhang would help him do that, Iroha would do whatever it might take. Show me how, Iroha pleaded, crawling towards Zhang Zhang. The man opened one eye, furrowing his brow only slightly, with utter disapproval. I have to find Lu Ten. I have to. I will show you, Zhang Zhang said, and Iroha tried to smile, though it didn't seem his face knew how to do that anymore. Even trying was painful, but not because you've asked. I will do so because of the one who asked it of me long ago. You have yet a role to play in this world, but it will not be in my hands to make you understand it. I don't care. I'll do whatever you want, Iroha said, gritting his teeth. You'll command armies again? Zhang Zhang asked, and Iroha's face immediately twisted into a horrifying scowl. You'll fight against those who were your allies until your desertion. Why would I? Said Iroha, flinching. You'll stand up to your brother? You'll fight him, if you must? Asked Zhang Zhang now. Iroha's dread shifted into puzzlement again. Why? What is the meaning of these questions? Why would you? Would you seek out the next avatar? Zhang Zhang continued, and Iroha blinked blankly. But the avatar is. Would you guide your people, your nation, towards the right course? Towards balance, towards peace, towards the end of all meaningless bloodshed? Those were questions he couldn't answer, not earnestly. He had ever been an accomplished liar, but he wasn't sure he could lie to Zhang Zhang now. The man was unyielding, and Iroha's soul was much too scarred to bear new blemishes across it. He lowered his gaze, unable to make promises he couldn't keep. One day the answers will come to you, Zhang Zhang said, pushing himself up to his feet again. Until then, you will train with me. I will see to it that, once you're ready, you will be able to access the spirit world and find your guide. I pray that, once that moment arrives, you will have already decided to face your destiny. Nothing made sense. Zhang Zhang left the hut, and Iroha had more questions than answers after the man's arrival. His eyes now raked the dirt floor of the hut, his mouth still agape as he tried to find his voice again, to call for Zhang Zhang, to give him an answer he didn't know yet. What was he supposed to do? What was all this talk about destiny, about a guide? Why would Zhang Zhang help, without knowing for sure that Iroha would answer the questions the right way? He wouldn't know anytime soon, he guessed. He raised his eyes towards the doorway to spot men older than himself dressed in blue and white robes, all of them scowling prominently at him over Zhang Zhang's shoulders. Now they spoke with hushed voices, just when Iroha most wanted to know what they were speaking of. What did they know about him? What did they understand about his destiny? It was a question he would ask for months, never obtaining the answer he sought, no matter who he might pose it to. But one day he would know. One day, when Zhang Zhang deemed him worthy of crossing into the spirit realm, the countless questions Iroha still longed to ask would be answered. He had refused to accept any notion of his own destiny at first, chalking everything down to nonsense. His son had deserved to have a larger destiny than just dying in the most gruesome way, in a doomed battlefield. If there was indeed such a thing as destiny, it was sick and rotten, or so he had believed. Upon understanding what was expected of him, though, he had changed his mind, but it had taken forces beyond his own to convince him of that. And he didn't think he could rely on such forces to convince Angela that he would be her proper guide. How could he ever do as much, when the princess seemed to be the person who disliked him most amongst an entire crowd of people who scoffed derisively in his direction? The guests had arrived by then, and most of them had filed into the feast's hall. War Minister Qin was amongst them, and he was taken by surprise when Angela gave him the cold shoulder. Witnessing her bitter rejection of the man brought Iroh to smile, even when his heart was so riddled with contradictions. She was awfully spiteful whenever someone threw her perfectly controlled world out of balance. One day, perhaps, she'd learn better. Eventually she would be humbled, and she would learn to respect others properly, rather than merely demand respect from them. Yet suddenly it seemed he was misjudging his niece again. Iroh frowned as the princess was greeted excitedly by a young woman close to her age. Angela was smiling too, and if just for now, it would seem she was genuinely interested in this acquaintance of hers. I was amazed by the slavery laws you proposed. My parents were astonished, but I thought it was brilliant. Ah, and of course, Sneers did, too. I figured he'd appreciate them. I take it your partnership is going well. Quite so, thanks to you and Sokka, of course. Without your help we would have never really figured out how to work together, you know that. He's been much nicer since then, especially after we got to meet one of his friends. Ah, the red-striped hornet we told you about. Yeah. Her sponsor wasn't some pretentious guy as I'd feared, he's an honest merchant. Whenever he has business in Udeo he brings Smellerby along now, just so she can stay with us and spend time with Sneers. That's wonderful to hear. Bringing people together after the war tore them apart can be quite satisfactory, right? It truly is. And I expect your laws will make it even easier, now that there will be better control over slave trade and everything about it. Honestly, I was thrilled enough when I heard about the laws, but when I knew they were your doing, I decided I'd help however I could, if you needed me. That's why my father sent me as Udeo's representative. Well, I can say for certain I wouldn't have wanted anyone else to represent Udeo. Governor Morishita absolutely made the right decision. Oh, it's all thanks to you, truly, you always open new paths for the rest of us. The life of a noblewoman would be so much more boring if you weren't setting such a fine example for us to follow, princess. Now, that's quite flattering, Cory, but it might be for the best if you don't follow my example in too many regards. The young women laughed together, and their conversation seemed so casual, so innocent. Iroh was nearly convinced right then and there of his latest suspicions. Angela often presented herself harsh, cold, and yet she showed unusual, unexpected humanity, whenever she found company worth her time. No doubt, this was what Toph would see in her, what had brought the Earthbender to befriend Angela regardless of Iroh's opinion. Surely it was what Sokka saw in her too, whether they were in a relationship or not. Most representatives were envoys from governors or mayors. Omashu's representative was a young man who introduced himself quite nervously to Angela, interrupting her conversation with Cory Morishita without quite weighing his mistake. The princess wasn't completely harsh towards him, but the easygoing smile she'd held for Cory faded as she spoke cordially, though with a few barbs, to the man Yukino had sent in his stead. Unsurprisingly, though, one governor had decided to come in person, and Iroh couldn't help but smile and wave at him as soon as he caught his eye. General Tien grinned and strode towards him. It seemed he was the only person in the entire temple who was happy to see him. I had no idea you'd be here. Tien exclaimed, laughing. I hoped to speak with the princess, but she seems busy right now. Ah, it is her grand hour, and we have to let her bask in it. These laws are her greatest triumph up to date. Iroh smiled. It is quite good to see you, Governor Tien. Have you been well? Well enough since your last visit. Yes, Tien answered, nodding. Jin and I have been working hard in Basing Se. I've left her in charge while I came to the Crescent Island Summit. Is that what they're calling it? Iroh asked, raising his eyebrows. Well, yes, that's how War Minister Qin has been referring to it for the past hour. So I suppose that's its name. Tien laughed. I admit this matter of the enforcers is all new territory for me, but I find it fascinating all the same. It's remarkable how the princess is already blowing winds of change in the Fire Nation, with her own brand of leadership, long before it's her time to pick up her father's mantle. True, very true, nodded Iroh, solemnly. You must be so proud of her hard work, said Tien, grinning. I'd think Lu Ten would be, if he were here. The words could have sat ill with Iroh, if only they hadn't been absolutely true. A kind-hearted young man like Lu Ten would have likely been the first advocate for slaves' rights if only he had lived to see the day when slavery had begun. Oh, but if he had, surely there would be no slaves at all. Surely there would be no more war. If Lu Ten hadn't died, he would be crown prince instead of Azula, and Iroh would be Fire Lord instead of Oze. The war would be over, there would be no slavery, and... Though, would that be the case? His stomach sank upon that thought. Perhaps he wouldn't have been as given to carnage as Oze was, but without Lu Ten's loss he might have never understood fully the wrong of the Fire Nation's ways. He would have never been found by Zhang, and he wouldn't have traveled into the spirit world to discover the guiding words that had driven his life ever since they were spoken to him. But that wasn't what Tien wanted to hear, was it? Iroh smiled sadly, a fragile grin, and he nodded in Tien's direction. "I'm quite certain you're right," he said, before gesturing at Azula. "Look, she scared off Omashu's representative by now. Here's your chance to speak with my niece." "Ah. Thanks," Tien said, glancing at Azula quickly to confirm Iroh's words. He waved at him promptly in a gesture of farewell before striding up to Azula now, and once again, the princess displayed nothing but respect and genuine liking for the governor, as she had with Kori Morishita earlier. My, seems to me you're the only governor who came in person, and the one from our most important colony, no less," Azula told Tien, who chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. "This was far too important a matter. I wanted to be here in person," he explained. "I'm truly looking forward to hearing more about the enforcers, Princess. It seems to me you have already excelled at this new enterprise of yours and you've only just begun." "Oh, no need to be so flattering." Azula laughed, and Iroh sighed, closing his eyes and mind off the noise in the temple's hall. The feast would continue for the next few hours, and on the next day, the actual summit activities would begin. For now, she would meet those representatives and determine how best to present her case, but from tomorrow onwards she would be hardened, composed, the picture of perfection, as she always was. Iroh was certain of it. Her motivations were still a mystery. Her actions were right, though, they were. And that only furthered his latest suspicions, and his fears, that maybe the prophecy had been referring to her all along. It had taken months of work, months that seemed to pass by heavily, draining his energy, his strength, even his will to survive. Every time he wavered, Zhang would force him to raise his head anew by reminding him that he had a purpose beyond his understanding. Iroh still didn't know what said purpose was, and it didn't matter how many times he asked, he wouldn't be in luck. Zhang refused to answer, and his faithful followers would hardly even acknowledge him so far. The men in the white and blue robes came and went through those months. Iroh had asked Zhang about them once, wanting to confirm his suspicions that they might be White Lotus, but once more, the former admiral held his silence. His supporters were more confusing than the potential White Lotus members, though. Iroh had fought through the Earth Kingdom for most his adult life and never had he come across any groups of natives quite like the ones who accompanied Zhang. They were clearly Earth Kingdom born, yet they praised Zhang and revered him, often referring to him as a living god, whatever that meant. Iroh wasn't sure whether Zhang was truly that remarkable or if he had tricked his tribal followers into thinking as much somehow. Those thoughts had been on his mind often during his first weeks with Zhang. They would be chased away easily with thoughts of Lu Ten, of course, and after the first few months, Iroh found he cared less and less for Zhang's business, only for whatever the man might teach him until he considered Iroh worthy of traveling to the spirit world. The meditations, the deep conversations, the careful bending sessions where Zhang had taught Iroh more than he expected to understand about the bending arts he had fought against, but never learned from. All of it had been building up to the moment when Zhang would finally tell Iroh how to cross the boundaries of their world into a new one. He had despaired at times, even accusing Zhang of stalling deliberately. Zhang had assured him that the more impatient, the more hard-headed he presented himself, the more difficult it would be for him to learn how to enter the spirit world. Begrudgingly, Iroh had relented, knowing it didn't befit him to throw tantrums, no matter how broken his heart might be. The day had arrived, though, when Zhang had determined Iroh was ready. His heart was not calm, but his mind was. His soul was still torn to pieces, but it had been patched up into a pale semblance of its former shape. And as much as he wanted to find Lu Ten, Zhang Jiang's persistence about Iroha's destiny had somehow been cemented as a secondary priority. He would try to save his son's soul, and he would seek out answers about his elusive destiny once that was dealt with. Zhang had explained much of what to expect. The spirit world was nothing like their own, for it was so much more alive than theirs. It was mutable, constantly in motion, the wildest facet of nature driven to its most genuine expression. Spirits would be friendly sometimes, but they could be fierce and threatening just as well. And it might take more than one attempt to find what he sought, but he couldn't despair. He couldn't spend too long inside it, or he might sever the connection between soul and his mortal vessel. He had to keep his mind clear as possible, otherwise, he was doomed to fail. It took hours for the process to work. He had sat in meditation with Zhang for as long as possible, too aware of his surroundings at first to successfully phase spiritually into another world. But before long, the expected sounds of nature began to shift and change. He opened his eyes to find himself in a jungle, darker than the world he was accustomed to, bleak and yet no less beautiful in his eyes for it. Upon glancing down at himself, he found his entire body sported a blue glow, much like that of Lu Ten in his dreams. Only upon crossing over did he truly realize the magnitude of the task laid before him. 6 months of preparation, and now he found he was entirely alone, lost in a hostile world that would likely single him out as an outsider within moments. Zhang Jiang's warnings proved true before long. Dangers lurked everywhere he went. The ground under his feet would vanish or turn liquid at times. The spirits in animal form often wanted nothing but to be left alone, and those who spoke only told him as much. Worse yet, when the hostile ones attacked, he had no option but to flee. He couldn't bend in the spirit world. It was yet another of Zhang Jiang's warnings that had proven unpleasantly accurate. He returned to the real world when he was too tired, one day of rest, and then he took off again, once more under Zhang Jiang's supervision. By the 5th time, Iroh asked Zhang for help. What was he supposed to look for? Zhang offered no aid, though, and suddenly it occurred to Iroh that maybe his mentor knew just as little about his true fate as he did. On the 9th day, he came across an unusual spirit. It was a small monkey, and it nestled near a dark, twisted tree. The monkey seemed wary of the location, and yet it lingered nearby. "Why? Can you help me find my son?" Iroh asked, for the umpteenth time, expecting the same answer he had received from all spirits that hadn't fled or attacked on sight. The monkey turned its head towards him, and Iroh was chilled to the bone. In the real world, the creature had no face. Frightened, he returned to his body and begged Zhang for an explanation. "No human can dare pretend to be an expert in regards of spirits," Zhang said, offering Iroh a broth to calm his nerves. "But I have walked amongst them enough times to know you came across the work of Koh, the face stealer, and his lair. He is an ancient, dangerous spirit, more knowledgeable than most. Would he know where to find Lu Ten?" Iroh asked. "He might. But as I understand, you must remain impassive at all times if you dare seek him out," Zhang explained. "He poaches faces that display emotion. You must remain level-headed and ask your question with indifference. Ignore all his provocations, or else you will be lost to us." "I understand," said Iroh, nodding. No emotion, with the emptiness he had yet to do away with, that couldn't prove so difficult, could it? He was wrong. When he faced the centipede spirit on the next day, with those shifting faces, he felt the most powerful temptation to scream, both in fear and outrage. It was, truly, a face stealer. Why? What purpose could there be in such cruelty? Well. I hadn't had one of your kind in my territory for the longest time, the mask spoke, with a deep, mocking voice. "To what do I owe this pleasure, mortal? I seek my son's soul. His spirit crossed over to this world, and I wish to meet him," Iroh answered, his face as stoic as possible. "And you hoped I might have taken his face for myself?" Koh asked, amused. "Oh, I would have liked to add a new face to my collection. I would still quite like to, if you're here to offer one in exchange for information on your son. Is it in your power to make such an offer?" Iroh asked, and suddenly it was near impossible to remain stern and stoic. Was the spirit merely trying to trick him? Was it one of the provocations Zhang had warned him of? "Do you doubt me?" Koh asked, his centipede body circling Iroh's own. I respect you, KOH, face stealer, Iroh answered, and KOH chuckled in the eeriest of laughs Iroh had ever heard. Then yours shall be one of my very favorite faces, KOH determined. Your son, mortal, is beyond our realm's help. His spirit passed through, of course, and he begged for his father to help him, but his crying stopped long ago. How long? I suppose I shall be more specific once I take you for my own, KOH said, hovering right at the same level as Iroh's face. Or is Lu Ten's fate less important than yours? That had nearly done it. He had been seconds from breaking, from answering earnestly, from giving himself away to the greedy spirit before him. But Zhang Jiang's questions returned to mind. Would he lead armies against those he had once counted as friends? Would he fight his own brother? Would he seek out the Avatar? None of those questions had been poised without intent. Zhang knew more than he dared tell. There was still some purpose, some role, that Iroh was meant to take upon in his world, and Lu Ten's spirit, as gentle as it might be, as kind and deserving of love as it ever had been, couldn't derail it. For their world was rotten, poisoned by hatred, war, and cruelty, and it would continue to be that way unless someone took a stand. Unless someone made the right decision, for a change. KOH's smile soured upon seeing the tears slip down Iroh's still expressionless face. He watched the tears drop on the ground, knowing they were overflowing with emotion, but it was imperceptible, beyond his grasp. His legs clicked towards where the tear had fallen to find nothingness. Nothing. There was nothing inside Iroh. Nothing. I cannot give you what you seek, Iroh said, and even his face seemed empty of all feeling, of all sensation, to the centipede spirit. It was he who displayed emotions now, disgust, disapproval, disappointment. Then leave. You have nothing more to ask of me, KOH determined. Leave. Iroh bowed his head before turning on his heels. He didn't expect the spirit to talk further, but surprisingly, it did. Leaving is all you ever knew how to do, isn't it, General Iroh, Dragon of the West? Conqueror of cities, they've called you, despite you failed to take Ba Sing Se, the last slayer of dragons, yet incapable of slaying any, just so. Of course you would give up on your son, for you have given up all your life. You deceived them all, lied, claimed you would be loyal to your family and nation, when you are loyal to nothing but yourself. The depths of his depression had kept him trapped for months, but as he turned his back on KOH and continued walking, Iroh found he was now floundering rather than sinking into nothingness. He was giving up again, giving up on a lost cause, it seemed, if his son was nowhere to be found here. Had he reincarnated? Was he in another spirit world? Who knew, but if Lu Ten was truly beyond his reach. All had been for nothing. The dreams he had constantly had, the visions of his son, why? Was it nothing but his mind, playing sick tricks on him? What of all this talk of destiny? Not because Lu Ten was gone could Iroh ever hope to find the strength to do what Zhang had asked of him. And as he climbed his way out of KOH's lair, the emotions he had kept at bay began rising, rushing, overcoming him as his face was overtaken by sadness. The sound of quick, clicking footsteps behind him prompted him to turn around, eyes wide in fear. KOH's mask vanished mere instants before rows of deadly teeth could sink on Iroh's no longer inexpressive face. And just as suddenly, a long, serpentine creature with massive wings crashed into KOH, the two tumbling down into the cavern once more. Terrified, afflicted, Iroh had clambered to his feet, trusting the spirit dragon to keep KOH at bay as he ran. But what was the point of running? Where was he going? He might as well remain in the spirit world, sever the bond between his soul and body, for, if Lu Ten could not be found. He stumbled over a stray, shifting root, and he tumbled down a dirt slope, face first into a pond of water. Iroh pushed himself out of it, coughing, tears spilling from his eyes just as droplets of water ran down his face. Even through the ripples, he glimpsed blue glow reflected by the water below him. Blue glow that did not belong to his own spirit. He gasped, raising his head, Lu Ten. Could it be? But the face that belonged to this spirit was old, wizened, wrinkled. The robes he wore were hardly different from many sets Iroh had worn in his years as crown prince. The tall figure sported long white hair and matching beard, and his top knot bore a familiar and yet foreign hair piece, the design close enough to those worn by the Fire Nation's royal family, but different enough to stand out as unique amongst them. He was no royal, though. Iroh had seen few images of him before, but he immediately identified the spirit before him. For reasons beyond his understanding, Avatar Roku's spirit had sought him out, and all Iroh could possibly do was listen. Chapter 200, Iroh's Suspicions 4. Wooden swords made for a lesser spectacle than steel ones, yet the excited, newest recruits of the enforcers were enthralled over the duel unfolding before their eyes. The young woman who had served as their instructor when they had enrolled, already a candidate for the promotion of lieutenant in their forces, had challenged the enforcer's sword master to discover whether she was ready to relieve him permanently as instructor for the recruits or not. The young soldiers that watched the duel avidly seemed to root for both contestants at the same time, but Maysun couldn't help but hope Sae might prove triumphant. Despite objectively knowing it would be impossible, Sae seemed to have the upper hand only to the untrained eye. Sokka was only on the defensive to give his opponent a chance to show her strengths before her fellow enforcers before he inevitably defeated her. It happened barely half a minute into combat. Sae was overconfident, lunged too far, and with one swift slash, Sokka forced the enforcer to let go of her sword after having lost her footing. Some of the recruits seemed aghast, but most of them were thrilled by the outcome. Sae sighed in defeat, though she smiled when Sokka offered her a hand to help her back to her feet. "I guess you can't quite take over my duties permanently yet, but you're on your way there," Sokka said. Sae laughed, shaking her head. "I'm certain you'll humble me many more times in the years to come, Instructor Sokka. I can only hope to rise up to your expectations one day." Now, no need to be so stiff," Sokka laughed, waving a hand to give the matter little importance. "You're an enforcer, the real deal. You're out there changing the world every day. There's no point in beating yourself up about not catching up to a swordsman with nearly 4 years of experience when you only picked up your first blade a few months ago." "Well, I guess you're right," Sae acknowledged, with a small giggle. Sokka grinned with satisfaction. "All right, then, show's over, and I'm pretty sure you guys have other lessons to get to," he said, glancing at the rest of the recruits. "Best get going, right?" The recruits did as they were told, though they kept muttering excitedly as they left, some of them offering sad, sympathetic smiles to Sae, others merely eyeing Sokka with dreamy grins. Maysun's stomach twisted at the sight of that last thing. She was tempted to step out into the open now, hiding by a thick column as she had been while watching the duel unfold, but she didn't dare yet. Sae hadn't left with the rest of the recruits, and instead she seemed nervously eager to speak with Sokka in private. Maysun rolled her eyes upon recognizing the girl's intent, supposing she'd have to intervene indeed. Instructor Sokka? Do you have a moment?" Sae asked, while Sokka gathered the wooden swords used during today's drills. He would tuck them in a barrel, where they would be kept until the next training session. I guess so. Do you need something?" Sokka asked, carrying the barrel carefully towards a corner of the courtyard. Well, I just... Sae started, toying with a strand of her hair nervously. "I merely thought, well, do you have anything to do this evening?" "Say what?" "It's fine if you're busy." I don't wish to impose." To Maysun's surprise and genuine relief, the gladiator grimaced at Sae with obvious discomfort. Instead of jumping at once at the opportunity to sweep this girl off her feet, he seemed moments away from rejecting her, and Sae realized it just as quickly as Maysun had. "Okay, never mind, forget I said anything." Sae mumbled, ready to leave. "Wait just a moment," Sokka said, grimacing. The flustered girl looked utterly ashamed, and as much as Sokka had no intentions of accepting her offer, he hoped to smooth matters between them, if possible. "Why are you asking me something like this?" I guess because I hoped you could feel the way I do. But, maybe it was just me." Sae sighed. "It's alright, it's not the first time I've made mistakes like these with men." "Heh, well, don't beat yourself up about that either," Sokka said, with a sad smile. "Though I'd advise that you should get to know people better before trying to go out with them. If you knew more about me." "Oh, I've heard much. You seem to be a really exemplary man," said Sae, biting her lower lip. Sokka chuckled. "If you did know more, you'd know I'm, well, in short, not available," he finished, with a shrug. Sae was slightly taken aback, though it seemed she was far more surprised by the revelation than upset about it. I'm sure you'll find someone better for you in due time. Well, I guess I did know that, to a fault, said Sae, swallowing, but I thought, since the princess wasn't around right now, never mind that. I'm really sorry, it wasn't my place to say anything in the first place. It's just an honest mistake, isn't it? One you couldn't have known you were making, Sokka said, nodding. I really don't like hurting people's feelings, but, this isn't going to happen, Sae. She smiled weakly and nodded, averting her gaze from him regardless. I understand, she said. You'll be okay? Sokka asked, still uneasy, but the young woman nodded promptly even as she walked backwards, towards the nearest doorway, where most of her fellow enforcers had exited. Absolutely. This won't be a cause for concern for you, I assure you, said Sae, nodding promptly. I can be professional regardless of my stupid mistakes. We'll both forget about this soon enough. All right, then, said Sokka, smiling weakly. Until later, Instructor Sokka, said Sae, nodding in his direction before dashing away through the corridor. Once Sae was gone, Sokka sighed in relief in a pretty undignified way, to the point of slouching, before returning to his barrel of wooden weapons. Often he would boast about being handsome, especially to poke fun at Azula, but at times like these he almost wished he weren't all that good-looking. Being the object of admiration for young women could be a fascinating notion for other men, but he couldn't care less about it ever since his heart had been swayed completely by his princess. If only their relationship could be public, if only people understood why he sported a new scar over his right palm, all these advances might cease, but he guessed he was forced to endure this until Azula could become Fire Lord. Everything was certain to change for the better by then. Just the thought brought a smile to his face, and he glanced at the tip of his hand's scar, the only part of it visible under his glove. One day, for sure. Finished your training drills for today, I see. Mei Sun's voice startled him, and he nearly jumped out of his boots before turning to face her. Oh, well, that was brilliant. He'd had the distinct feeling he was being watched. He'd had it for the past 2 weeks already, and of course, it had to be Mei Sun. The woman's glare upon him was unyielding, merciless, and Sokka didn't quite understand why. If she had eavesdropped on his conversation with Sae, which he was pretty sure she had, shouldn't she be glad he wasn't as much of a man-whore as she had originally assumed he was? Yeah, pretty sure Sergeant Deki needed the recruits for something, he said so earlier. Sokka mumbled, trying not to sound nervous. Sae is a promising leader, Mei Sun said, stepping towards Sokka and his barrel of wooden swords. She is very green still, of course, but she will be ready for new duties once the second raid's result has been dealt with successfully. Huh. That's nice to know, said Sokka, with an awkward grin. The smile fell off his face entirely, though, when Mei Sun reached for one of the weapons and drew it from the barrel. And, just what are you doing, Captain Mei Sun? Care to humor me? She asked, glaring at him sideways. Sokka grimaced but nodded, reaching for a sword of his own. Something tells me I won't be able to go easy on you, he admitted aloud, and to his relief, Mei Sun smiled at those words. The first smile he had seen on her face ever since he had returned from Shujing, actually. You certainly won't, she determined, before lashing in with a thrust of her sword. Sokka deflected expertly, as good as predicting the movements Mei Sun would make next. His sword parried hers effectively every time. His feet shifted to transfer his weight depending on where he needed to dodge next, and eventually they moved forward when he hacked at the captain's uniform, reaching it only superficially, but enough to alert Mei Sun that she was leaving openings she couldn't allow herself to have. The captain recoiled but held her weapon firmly, realizing that giving Sokka any chances to take the offensive would result in her defeat. But every attempt to keep him in the defensive failed anyways. He always snuck attacks through his flawless parrying, always reaching Mei Sun even if never with anything harsher than a mosquito bite. He was holding back, clear as day, and Mei Sun found she had no choice but to be grateful for it. Otherwise, she would have been out of the fray in a matter of seconds. Her style was different from what Sokka had taught the rest of the enforcers, without a doubt the result of learning swordsmanship with a completely different master than Piandao. Even so, Sokka had fought countless swordsmen with varying styles in the Gladiator League. Mei Sun had never faced off against any apprentices of Piandao's, let alone against one who was a sword master in his own right. Mei Sun's wooden sword fell with a clutter on the stone floor of the courtyard after Sokka attacked slyly, having sensed instability in her grip of her weapon. Mei Sun sighed, raising her hands in defeat, and Sokka offered her a friendly smile. "Pretty sure you would have finished this much sooner if you'd used your actual sword," Mei Sun commented, and Sokka laughed. "Yeah, well, as much as I have good control over Space Sword, it is pretty dangerous. I don't tend to use it when sparring with recruits," Sokka explained. "And how about when you spar with the princess? I've always heard she trains you personally," Mei Sun said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka was taken aback by the question, but he tried not to let it show. It's different with Azula," he said, with an awkward grin. "One time I was training a young kid with wooden swords, and just to give him an edge, she set my sword on fire and encouraged him to beat me up while I was disarmed. Can't say she wouldn't do that if we trained with wooden ones all the time instead of our actual weapons." "Huh. I'm a firebender too, though," said Mei Sun, raising her eyebrows. "I know, but you've always struck me as someone who plays by the rules," Sokka said, shrugging. "Azula, on the other hand, thrives in messing with me, so I can't really drop my guard with her." "I suppose you can't," said Mei Sun, as Sokka stashed the two weapons away again. "Anyways, nice sparring with you," said Sokka, with an awkward grin. "Did you need something? Or can I just? Do you have other pressing matters to attend to today?" Mei Sun asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka flinched. "Well, pressing? Not really. But I've been painting lately, helps me relax," he explained, wishing he weren't blushing as he spoke of his newest hobby. "It's much easier to do it while there's still daylight. But if you need me for anything, I can just." "Is it really painting?" Mei Sun asked, looking at him skeptically. "It is. I'm not very good yet, it's true, but," Sokka said, before sighing and covering his face with his hands. "All right, maybe we should just get to the point, shouldn't we? You want something from me?" "Answers, if anything," Mei Sun said, sternly. "I know different rules apply to you than to the rest of us, but you must be aware of how utterly unprofessional and unacceptable it is for an instructor of the enforcers to dismiss his duty in favor of personal reasons that are as far from pressing as can be, judging by what I overheard when I visited your house. I informed the princess of it, and I suppose the reason you're here now is because she must have spoken to you about this personally, but I can't say I'm appeased yet. I cannot understand why a man of your station would lower himself to such appalling behavior." "My station?" Sokka repeated. "You're the princess's gladiator," Mei Sun growled. "She trusts you, it's clear she does, and it seems utterly absurd for you to abuse that trust in such a manner. Truthfully, Instructor Sokka, I'm disappointed in you. Deeply. You may be a great sword master, but if your loyalty is that fickle." "Okay, slow down there, please," Sokka said, grimacing as he raised a hand in her direction. He knew this was coming, of course he did, but he had hoped it might not be so difficult to deal with once it did. Truthfully, only now did he realize he had no idea how to proceed, how to lie to Mei Sun, how to reassure her that the woman she thought she'd heard him with wasn't a hazard for the upholding of his duties. "I'm sorry if I'm too harsh, but it's wrong, by all accounts," said Mei Sun, frowning heavily, "that you would vanish for an entire week just when she's not watching. It's so dishonorable, it goes against everything you've ever represented." "It's not that simple, Mei Sun," Sokka said, sighing and shaking his head. "Look, what happened that week was..." "Yes," Mei Sun said, arms folded over her chest as she glared at Sokka menacingly. Of course, he had to lie. He had to. It wasn't even a question, and yet he couldn't do it. His heart ached enough as it was, with every day spent without looking upon Azula's face. He couldn't bring himself to make up any absurd, outlandish explanations that Mei Sun wouldn't believe anyhow. Not when even speaking the words, when pretending he had been spending time with someone other than the love of his life, was a completely devastating notion for him by now. "I know. I know what I did was wrong," Sokka said, finally. "I know what was expected of me, and I know I failed you and the enforcers, and I failed Azula, too. So, maybe it means I am unworthy of serving as instructor for the enforcers, yeah. Maybe you should ask Azula to demote me, to find a replacement, and you'll probably want to do that even more when I say that, despite knowing all this, I don't regret what I did that week. What? Said Mason, indignant and confused at once. But Sokka's clear eyes glowed as he raised them to meet hers. I spent that week with someone I love, he said, and now Mason's indignation faded to the background, promoting her bewilderment to prominence. Instead, it's someone I can barely spend enough time with, honestly. I know that's no excuse, it's why I get it if you don't want me here, but it wasn't some random girl I came across by chance, it wasn't some quick one-night stand or anything else you might have suspected. That woman, she's everything I've ever dreamt about, and everything I can't have, all because I am who I am. I can't have a normal life, and I can't be with her the way I should be. So, yeah, maybe I'm an ass who can't uphold his duty over love. For that 1 week, I had the chance to taste the kind of life we could have together if only the world was more forgiving. So, I'm sorry, really, for having disappointed you, but I wouldn't take it back. Not for anything. Mason was stunned now, something Sokka decided to take as a good sign. Maybe he had taken it too far, maybe he had been too obvious about his feelings for Azula, but he couldn't stand it. His entire soul seemed to break further with every day he woke up knowing she was still abroad, somewhere out of reach. All he could yearn for was meeting her again, taking her in his arms and kissing her slowly, to make certain she was real, but it hadn't happened yet. It couldn't. If only his heart had been any less turbulent, perhaps he would have made up a better story, but as it was. I see, said Mason, finally, and Sokka breathed deeply, waiting for the captain to pass judgment over him. The princess, she knows about this woman you love, doesn't she? Sokka's mouth fell open for an instant, but he shut it again quickly. Oh, well, either the woman wasn't very bright, or she was actually helping him spin a proper story to cover up for the obvious. Either way, that was an unexpected opening. A surprisingly useful way to lie about his relationship with Azula, without quite lying at all. Yes, he said, nodding. She's known ever since it started, and I guess she didn't approve at first, but she's come around in time. All she asks is that I remember my duty to her goes first, which is why I know I shouldn't have run off as I did that week and left the enforcers to themselves, but it was the one chance I had to be with the woman I loved. So. I understand, said Mason, nodding, and this is also what you meant when you rejected Sae. Yeah, I mean, I never had any intention to accept her, Sokka said, scratching the back of his neck. She's not the first girl who approaches me ever since I've been in the Fire Nation, but I'd rather they didn't approach me at all, honestly. It's not fun hurting other people's feelings, but I'd never be able to do anything else anyhow. I won't ever be with anyone else. Then you're genuinely loyal to this woman, said Mason, before nodding. That's good to know, at least. Truthfully, I did assume you were merely sleeping around with anyone who might agree to it. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. I know it didn't look good, Sokka said, with a sad smile, but this is the truth, Captain. Maybe I'm not what's best for the enforcers, I won't argue with that, but I won't sacrifice what I love most either. Why, then, are you working with us lately? Mason asked, confused. From what you're saying, you would be working far more diligently with the princess around, and whenever she leaves, as she did a few weeks ago, you'd put the enforcers out of your mind to spend time with the woman you truly love. Why isn't it the same now? Because she told me I couldn't forsake my duty, Sokka said, with a sad grin. After you spoke with Azula, she spoke with me and, well, long story short, she convinced me to return to my duties as I have, without disregarding them as I did that week. I wasn't happy about it, but, at least I had that week, right? It was better than I expected, more than I thought I'd ever get, really. So. Mason nodded, and Sokka stood still now, waiting again for a verdict. The older woman seemed out of place now, probably feeling just as ashamed as Sae had been earlier, but the harsh steel she'd regarded Sokka with was gone now, fortunately. I understand. I'm sorry, she said, bowing her head towards him. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, let alone been as unprofessional as I was about it, too. It's all right, said Sokka, smiling weakly. You certainly lead a complicated life, said Mason, solemnly, and I should have done best to remember that. I won't make any demands for you to step down as swordsmanship instructor for the enforcers, if that helps in any way. Well, it's a relief, yeah, Sokka admitted. I'll make sure to tell all recruits and officers to focus on their duties, so that if you have any other admirers, they might know better than to bother you, said Mason, sighing. I'm truly sorry, though. Love is complicated enough for many people, I can barely imagine how difficult it must be for you. Yeah, I guess so. Mason had no doubts he was telling the truth. There was no sign of dishonesty in the swordsman, not even a shred of it. He was telling the truth. He did love the woman he had been with that week. But he hadn't told Mason who it was. And that he would keep that particular share of information to himself was more than a little suspicious. If only she hadn't seen the way they looked at each other, if only she hadn't found their closeness and their partnership an utter rarity, perhaps Mason would have taken the story very literally. But as it was, with the princess gone, with Sokka mysteriously working at headquarters this time, nowhere near as spirited as he ever was, and after all these explanations, there was only one answer Mason she still needed to unveil, and she was pretty sure she had already guessed at it correctly. So she smiled again at Sokka, her heart much lighter than it had been ever since she had overheard what she had in his house. 1 week of being gone, both at the same time, perhaps that was all the princess's vacation had entailed, and she had merely holed up at Sokka's house for the activities she already knew enough of. But that, frankly, was none of her business. Good luck with your relationship, then, she said, nodding in his direction. It sounds like the kind worth fighting for with as much strength as you can muster. It is, Sokka answered, smiling in earnest. Then, protect it as best as you can, said Mason. I doubt it will be easy, but I can be less unforgiving now that I know the truth. Just, try not to forsake the enforcers completely, if you can. I won't, I promise. Sorry again, and thank you for understanding, Sokka said, sighing in relief as Mason bowed her head towards him in a sign of respect. Have fun with your painting, then, she said, with a weak grin. Sokka kept an eye on Mason as she left through the same corridor as he had, and once more, he sighed in surprised relief when the woman was gone. Angela wouldn't be happy, he guessed, because that was too close a call for comfort, but Mason had kept quiet when she thought Sokka was a promiscuous fool, hadn't she? Even if she had made the right guess regarding who Sokka's mysterious lover was, which Sokka wasn't sure she had, wasn't it likely she would keep this secret from the rest of the enforcers too? As things stood, though, loneliness gnawed at Sokka persistently, and that often mitigated all concerns about whether they'd be discovered or not. Training the enforcers did distract him from the anguish of being away from Angela, but as soon as the sessions were over, he'd be left alone with his thoughts, and with the necklace he had taken to carrying in his pocket everywhere he went. He gave it a gentle squeeze before gathering his things and setting off back to his house. He traded courteous goodbyes with the members of the enforcers he came across on his way to the exit and started on the long hike back into the crater of Caldera. All the while, his body, heart, mind, and soul ached for the company he direly missed, more so with every day spent without her. However hard he might work to prove himself up to the tasks Angela had assigned him in her absence, it seemed as though life itself lacked the brightness he could see in it whenever Angela was around. After the miraculous week they had spent together with no interruptions, spending days away from her felt like years. Iroh could never pay enough for causing them so much trouble. The sounds of a pipa, its strings plucked by inexpert fingers, reached Sokka's ears even before he opened the door to enter his house. He smiled upon hearing the simple yet elegant music. Ruishi had been teaching Song how to play the instrument lately, and while she was still a beginner, her performances improved every day. Sokka smiled at her from the vestibule's threshold as she focused on the melody she had been performing, and he made his way to the backyard without bothering her. Once there, he pulled up the canvas he had been working on for the last weeks. It was halfway there by now, or so he wanted to think. As promised, he had endeavored to paint them sitting by the large courtyard of Piandeo's mansion, even if it meant the artwork would be more difficult in virtue of featuring more elements than just a landscape, but he wouldn't have it any other way. Strange as it might be, it comforted him to think that at least the Sokka in the painting could have that blissful moment with the love of his life forevermore, even if the real one had been forced to return to reality. With the gentle sound of music soothing his aching heart, he continued his work, longing constantly, inevitably, for the contented peace he hoped to share with Angela as soon as she returned. He had only seen that face in statues, in secret paintings kept stashed deep in the Dragonbone catacombs, but he recognized it even if he was looking in the face of a spirit. Iroha's mouth hung open as the ancient avatar before him studied him closely, his face unyielding. Avatar. Avatar Roku. Iroha dared speak, his violent trembling urging him to cower and hide from his great-grandfather's worst enemy. You have come into the spirit world seeking something you have lost, Roku said, a grandfatherly tone in his voice, harsh, yet not lacking in affection. Yet you were fated to find what you had not been seeking, instead. What do you? What does that mean? Iroha asked, pushing himself up to his knees properly. His eyes were wide, desperate, begging Roku for the guidance he had hoped to find. My son, Avatar Roku, he could have been the best of you, Roku said, startling Iroha. Young Lu Ten had a gentle soul, but it is too late for him now. He has passed on to a new life, and you must yet live out yours. But he's, my son, gasped Iroha, gritting his teeth as he felt his soul shattering under the weight of such words. He begged me to save him, to come to him, Titu. The last duty of his spirit was to guide you here, Roku explained, closing his eyes. You may yet dream of him, but his spirit will no longer seek yours. He helped me bring you here, as did Zhang, because I asked. Because I needed them to guide you to me. But why? Iroha cried out, frustration overpowering his senses. I am nothing. I am worth nothing, but my son. He deserved to be saved. I would give my life for his, I would. It isn't in anyone's power to trade lives once they are already lost. Roku shook his head. You cannot alter the past, Iroha. But the future, you have a role to play in it. A role no one can play but you. Why would I? You will determine the fate of the next Fire Lord. The words were a cruel joke, they had to be. Iroha's countenance shifted into utter indignation as he glared at Roku now. The next Fire Lord? I'm meant to be the next Fire Lord. Iroha growled, once my father passes, it will fall to me too. You have been away from home for many months, Roku said, again displaying sympathy. Iroha was no longer so eager to welcome. You have lost more than you know, Iroha. Your father, he is no longer Fire Lord. Iroha frowned, perplexed, but he didn't speak this time. A coup? Had Ajalon abdicated, perhaps? If so, then there would be a power vacuum. If so, it meant a throne awaited him, had awaited him for months while he had been grieving for Lu Ten's soul. You cannot take his place any longer, Roku said, as though reading Iroha's thoughts. Iroha scoffed. Why wouldn't I be able to? I'm Crown Prince. I've been raised to be Fire Lord. He exclaimed. Roku shook his head. You will find another, a usurper, sitting upon the throne once you return to the Fire Nation, he said. Iroha's eyes widened. A usurper of your blood, your own brother. Those words struck like lightning, deafening him with the roar of thunder, paralyzing him with a crippling fear, an awareness of how deeply lost the world would be if his brother, of all people, became Fire Lord. He was not ready, he had not been raised for it, he couldn't possibly understand the pressures of ruling. His temperament, his lack of military experience, his merciless, cruel nature. There were far too many reasons why Oze should never be Fire Lord. And yet Iroha didn't doubt Roku's words. Somewhere, deep in his heart, he knew Oze was capable of this. He could have murdered their father. Iroha certainly wouldn't put that past him. All of it for a throne, for a chance to fulfill the ambitions he had disguised so poorly all his life. He had waited patiently until Iroha had lost his heir, rendering him unviable as a crown prince altogether, to strike away at Ajalon, surely knowing the elderly Fire Lord would never grant him the crown, or the throne. My brother. Iroha repeated, gritting his teeth. I could fight him. I could duel him. Agni Kai. An Agni Kai will be fought. 2 of them, Roku announced, but you will take part in neither, Iroha. Your role is not to be found on a throne. But I know better now. Iroha exclaimed. I've seen the true horrors of war, the true wrong of the Fire Nation's acts. I've learned with Zhang, I've understood. My brother, he will never understand. He will never allow this world to regain its balance. If he's on the throne, he must be, Roku declared, for he will be the last of the warmongering Fire Lords. He will be defeated. He will fall, once the Avatar rises anew. The Avatar? Iroh repeated, puzzled. The Avatar is gone. You were the last, Avatar Roku. As long as there is a world to protect, the Avatar will never be gone. Roku said he will return, and once he does, he will usher in a new era for our world. Balance will not be regained with ease, but he can bring back hope to all those who have lost it. But he cannot do this alone. Then, I must seek him out. Iroh asked, perplexed. The chase for the Avatar, the one mission his brother had been chosen for instead of him. A mission fated for failure. Was it perhaps because it was Iroh who had to find him, rather than Oze? The Avatar will need masters, and you will help him find one of them, Roku declared. But most importantly, Iroh, it is in your hands to prepare the next heir for the Fire Nation throne. What? Iroh asked, astounded. The true heir to the throne carries the joined bloodlines of Fire Lord Sozin and myself, Roku explained. Only one with such a lineage will prove capable of ending this war and leading the Fire Nation out of the darkness it has been submerged in. Evil and good are at war within his soul, just as they are at war within the world. But you can help him bring balance, both to the strife inside him, and the world around him. Then Zuko. Iroh said, eyes wide. All rests in your hands. It is your destiny to aid the future Fire Lord to fulfill his own. Roku continued. Sozin's comet will return, and once it does, it will be the last chance to bring the world back to a true state of harmony. If Fire Lord Oze succeeds at harnessing its power once more, the world will never recover. The heir will be the last chance at redemption for the Fire Nation. Without him, all will be lost. I understand, Iroh gasped, without quite knowing why. How could Roku know any of this? It defied all logic that someone could predict the future with such certainty, and yet. Your choices will determine the fate of the heir. They will determine whether he chooses balance or chaos, light or darkness, Roku continued, raising his head. The future of this world hinges on you, Iroh. You have yet to fulfill your destiny, but just like the Avatar, you needn't do this alone. Who could ever help me? Iroh asked, gritting his teeth. Zhang. The Order of the White Lotus will welcome you as a friend once you share with them what I have told you, Roku continued. They may doubt you, but you will dispel those doubts. You shall travel to the Fire Nation with them, and you will prove the truth of my words once you find a lost relic only I could guide you to, a relic you will offer the heir once he is ready to face his destiny. The spirit raised a hand and touched Iroh's forehead with his fingertip. The world around them became a blur until a clear image materialized before Iroh, an island, deserted, victim of countless volcanic eruptions. But underneath the hardened lava, through the many layers of wreckage and chaos, Iroh's lips parted, unable to react to the revelations with anything but astonishment as Roku smiled warmly at him. Even now, Iroh remained on his knees, ever repentant, ever reverent. Your true journey has only just begun, Roku whispered. Be strong, Iroh. Be resilient. One day your soul will find Lu-Tens once again. Until then, I will face my destiny, Iroh replied, not knowing he was speaking the words aloud in the real world too, to a dumbfounded yet profoundly relieved Zhang. For the first time in years, the deserter would allow himself the smallest, rarest of smiles. It was a destiny he hadn't truly understood, not right away. It was a complicated, difficult journey that he wasn't quite sure he should still be working towards. To this day, Sozin's comet had come and gone, and the Avatar hadn't returned. Zuko hadn't found him, and Iroh hadn't found Zuko afterwards either. Was it, then, too late? Was that it? Could their universe's fate be set in stone because the Avatar hadn't returned when Roku had claimed he would? And yet here he sat, staring in the face of what appeared to be a second chance at destiny, or so he hoped. Iroh blinked himself out of his thoughts and memories as he tried to focus on Angela's presentations again. She was speaking to the sizable crowd, explaining the newly proposed divisions of the enforcers, advising to establish the administrative, market-related branch as soon as possible for further ease once the main enforcers' activities began. Some of the people in the room seemed bored, unsurprisingly. Others, like Tien and Cory Morishita, were taking notes and paying attention to every word she said, and they had done as much for the 2 weeks they had already spent in Crescent Island. Much progress had been made, but most importantly for Iroh, he had seen with his own eyes how versatile a leader Angela could prove to be. She was charming to those who revered her, diplomatic with those who respected her at a distance, and authoritarian to those who showed any signs of disrespect towards her. She was certainly capable of changing masks at the drop of a hat, and even those who had treated her with disdain at first, such as Jailing's representative, now appeared to be genuinely terrified of crossing her. The meeting was adjourned brief moments after Iroh started paying attention again, but Angela would be busy afterwards regardless. She would spend the rest of the morning and afternoon receiving the representatives in private meetings in her assigned room, where they would offer their estimated calculations regarding how soon the enforcers might be able to begin operating in each attending colony. Angela had remained fully professional throughout the summit, never displaying any emotional attachment to slaves as she explained the laws and their application through the enforcers. She was objective, direct, even cold-blooded, just what Iroh would have expected from her. Unlike Oze, Angela had the right temperament for ruling, and Iroh hated himself for admitting that was one regard, at least, at which she outdid her brother by miles. She was clever, resourceful, adaptive, and capable. At times it seemed like she could do no wrong, even if Iroh knew much better than to genuinely believe that. In so many ways, it appeared she could truly be an extraordinary Fire Lord. But Iroh still resisted. He couldn't trust her blindly, considering he scarcely trusted her to begin with. She had been raised by her father, trained by him, and all her life she had behaved exactly as he would have expected her to. But the mixed bloodlines of Roku and Sozin comprised her lineage, just as they comprised Zuko's, a fact Iroh had given very little importance to for years on end ever since he first heard Roku's prophecies. For Angela wasn't next in line for the throne, Zuko was. Angela wasn't a genuinely good-hearted person, Zuko was. Zuko could be a better leader for a world without war than Angela, who had even rejoiced in the brutality of an Agni Kai where her father had seared her brother's face. That memory was one of the reasons why Iroh constantly found himself drifting away from his niece. She had been a child, of course, and yet he wasn't sure she had changed in the least since those days. But if his suspicions about her relationship proved true, he would be willing to believe that he might have been wrong about the princess. If she cared enough for her gladiator to defy her father by holding such a controversial, intimate bond with him, Iroh might come to accept she could be the heir in the prophecy, just as much as it might be Zuko. If it was Angela, though, he had to act fast. He had opposed her for years, sabotaged her efforts to rise to power and antagonized her openly ever since he returned from his 10-year voyage with Zuko. All along he had done it to pave the way for Zuko to become the next Fire Lord, but Angela had overcome all obstacles regardless, even succeeding at removing her brother from the picture completely. She had fought back against Iroh all along. If he couldn't sway Angela by now, if he couldn't convince her that he could be her ally rather than just her enemy, then the world was as good as doomed. Some part of him already feared that it was, for he wasn't sure the princess would care one bit about saving it. But he had to try. He owed it to Avatar Roku, he owed it to himself. The old Avatar had assured Iroh that the world would end if Oze wasn't stopped before the comet, but that much had been wrong about his prediction. The world could still be saved even 10 years after the comet had passed, Iroh was certain of it, and if Roku had been wrong about that, perhaps he was also wrong about who would be the heir Iroh had to guide. All along, Iroh had assumed it meant Zuko, not only because he hoped as much, believing Zuko was not only the rightful heir by law, but that Zuko's heart was in the right place, too. Yet upon thinking back on what Roku had said, he had only ever referred to the heir as male. Could he have been wrong? Could it be Angela, in the end? Didn't she hold the same capacity for good and evil, for forging balance within herself and in the world around her, as her brother did? Representatives came and went all day, and Iroh watched them carefully from a comfortable chair by the stairs, waiting for the final private sessions to end. Once the last representative was gone and no one else appeared by the stairs to visit Angela, Iroh pushed himself up to his feet and walked to her room. He breathed deeply. It was now or never. The princess is occupied, the Imperial Guard at her door announced even before Iroh could ask to see her. Iroh blinked blankly. He couldn't see the man's face, but the voice tone sounded much like her faithful guard, Ruishi. Oh, even now? I was certain the last representative had left already, Iroh said, and Ruishi nodded. She is otherwise engaged, Ruishi declared, his evasive words and the certainty with which he spoke them filling Iroh with dread. I see, then. Well, I suppose I will try again in a few hours, Iroh said, trying to smile with casual abandon. Perhaps by dinner? She should stop working by then, at the very least. If you have a chance to, please let her know I'd like to share another meal with her. I feel as though I haven't exchanged more than 3 words with her since the summit proper began. I will inform her, then, Ruishi said, but she may reject the offer regardless, General. I'm aware, Iroh sighed, shaking his head. Better to try and fail than not try at all, though, isn't it? Ruishi said nothing, and Iroh offered him another friendly grin before bowing his head respectfully towards him. I shall return later, then. Have a good day. Iroh knew just how to evoke the sensation of harmlessness, how to lower other people's defenses and ease them into trusting him, yet Ruishi knew better than to be swayed so easily by one of his charge's most obvious political opponents. Once Iroh vanished down the stairs, Ruishi leaned close to the door he had been guarding and knocked on it gently. An irritable grunt from inside the room seemed to authorize him inside, and as much as he doubted the princess would take kindly to this interruption, she would likely thank him once he explained what had brought it about. It wasn't every day that Azula had to deal with heaps of paperwork, but today marked one such occasion. Each representative had turned in preemptive reports of the conditions of their armed forces and the resources that could be devoted to the enforcers' cause, starting from recruitment efforts and going all the way to infrastructure and training. She was arranging all the reports by now, jotting down notes and transcribing some of the information for ease of use onto her own papers. All of it seemed more than a bit overwhelming, and Ruishi nearly regretted having to pull her away from it, especially seeing how focused she was, with a harsh frown on her face. What is it? She asked, dryly. Ruishi cleared his throat. You had a visitor just now. I thought I heard you talking with someone. Azula grunted. Either a sage is being pesky, or Ember Island's representative found the papers he misplaced and couldn't turn in, or, of course, it was my uncle. Which is it? The last one, actually, Ruishi said, removing his helmet and frowning. He's been asking compromising questions to some guards, Princess. It seems. I know what he wants. Yes, Azula said, gritting her teeth as she set down her brush and rested against the backrest of her chair. I didn't know he had bothered any of you for it, though. When did this happen? Before we took off for the summit, Ruishi admitted, closing his eyes. Naturally, no one has given him the answer he seeks. Good, Azula said, sighing, and rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. I have enough of a migraine as it is. If so, then I'll make sure to tell him you're indisposed when he returns later, Ruishi said. Azula raised an eyebrow, inquisitively. He intends to attach himself to your dinner, it seems. He certainly has a knack for doing that, it appears, Azula sighed, rolling her eyes. I should have shut up about Iroh altogether when I found Zuko. After all this, I'd rather he spends the rest of his life at sea than being such a pain in the ass. Then I shall dash. No, don't. No. Ruishi said, frowning. But Princess. I'm not hiding anything, am I? I'm not. I'm not entangled in any illicit affairs. His accusations, which he hasn't even dared formulate, are unfounded, Azula said, with a sarcastic grin. So why would I reject his offer for dinner, if I have nothing to hide? Because he's an annoyance. A fair point, and yet he's never accepted that he is one. Azula shrugged. Might as well shut down his fancy theory before he actually finds some way to confirm it. Will you be able to do that? Ruishi asked, confused. Do you have a plan? Something along those lines, Azula sighed, shaking her head. I suppose it's time to prove myself the greatest liar ever, isn't it? Princess. Ruishi sighed, his hands on his hips. Just say the word and I won't let your uncle in. I'm not certain you can lie successfully when you're not in your best shape. And why not? Azula said, shrugging nonchalantly. Yes, I miss Sokka more and more every minute I spend in this wretched island, and if it were up to me I'd leave all of you to pick up my paperwork for me and fly to him right away. But if I don't put a stop to the threat Iroh represents, do you genuinely expect he'll get bored and stop looking for evidence? He won't. And the next thing I know, he'll be telling my father about us, and once that happens, my life is over. So, I can't let it happen. I have to stop him, even if it kills me to claim I don't To claim I could never, to lie to anyone's face about how I feel about Sokka. Ruishi clenched his fists by now, shaking his head. If you can't lie to me, when I know you're lying, how do you expect to do it with him? Ruishi asked. Azula shrugged. Fortunately, my uncle expects nothing but the worst from me. Unlike you, he has no true reason to believe I'm more than just a power-hungry princess with ambition as my life force. So, however hard it might be to lie, I'm pretty sure he'd sooner believe that than the truth. As ever, Ruishi had no choice but to face defeat and allow the princess to do as she pleased. He wasn't certain she was making anything other than a mistake, but too often he had misread situations Azula had come out triumphant from. Hopefully, this would be another such case. Merely 2 hours later, Azula had managed to safely organize the paperwork, with the most important information gathered in a report she had written to turn in to her father. She was exhausted, her migraine had not receded in the least, but she had a chance to drink her daily tea before Iroha's arrival. She had been fortunate the man hadn't pressed his luck and forced a meeting between them until now, though she was almost out of tea leaves, and that was just another problem she would have to deal with once they were back in the mainland. In 4 days, this would be over, and if she handled her catastrophic situation with Iroha properly, his meddling would be gone for good, too. However difficult it might be, she intended to put a stop to her uncle, and if that meant pretending she was every bit the monster he always thought she'd been, she intended to do it. She wasn't sure she could come up with any other solutions to fool Iroha into thinking she was incapable of loving the man her heart yearned for. She had cleaned up and stashed away her room's assigned tea set just in time for her dinner's arrival. She tried not to scowl too prominently at the sight of Iroha, tailing the assigned sage who entered the room with her meal on a tray. Iroha was carrying a tray too, full to the brim with food and sporting a steaming teapot of his own. Of course. Your guard let me in, Iroha said, relieved and hopeful. Here I thought I might not have another chance to speak with you until we were back in the capital. I can't quite see why you'd wish to do it before then, frankly, Azula sighed, walking to the table where she had been taking her meals lately. She sat down as the sage placed the tray on the table, and she nodded in his direction to acknowledge his services. She had thanked him properly each time until now, but that as well might be ill-advised to do in front of Iroha. Fortunately, the old man seemed so preoccupied with balancing his own tray that he didn't pay any attention to his niece's gesture. I guess you really have been swamped with work lately. And yet you don't even look tired, Iroha smiled, sitting down as well as he gazed around the room. I'm not quite sure how you make everything appear effortless, Princess Azula, but if it's a pretense, you needn't bother with your uncle. I know firsthand how difficult it is to be crown prince, and I never had these particular kinds of duties, to begin with. You organized and strategized for battles, didn't you? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Or was it, by any chance, you merely sat back and took all the credit while others worked for you? Words, as ever, poised to incense the man, to irritate him. Iroha sighed at the accusations as he waited for the sage to close the door behind himself. Only once the man was gone did he dare speak, and even so, he had no intentions of humoring Azula with an argument about his management of the army he had deserted. You've done well for yourself regardless, Princess, Iroha said, ignoring her question, but you can finally relax. We shall take off to the Fire Nation after tomorrow's closing feast, won't we? We will, and no doubt you'll go right back to passing time with whatever catches your interest by then, but I will continue to work on all my projects, Azula said, dryly. Iroha smiled sympathetically. So truly, changing venues won't make that much of a difference to me. You're certain of that? Iroha asked. I'd think you'd miss being home quite dearly. As things stand, my barge's cabin serves me as a home just as well as my room in the palace, Azula claimed. Iroha raised his eyebrows. And isn't it better to work with the enforcers directly, I wonder? I can't say it is. Now that there will be enforcers all over the world, I won't be able to work with most of them directly, Azula said, matter-of-factly. And your friends? Iroha asked, tentatively. Surely having someone to talk to would help you cope with all the stress you're surely piling up all over again. No doubt, but I don't need it as badly as others might, Azula said, simply. I do my best work alone. Doubtful, Iroha said, raising his eyebrows before beginning to eat his meal. If you hope to be a true leader, you cannot hope to handle everything yourself. Curiously, that has served me just fine until now, Angela shrugged, doing the same thing. The meals in the temple weren't bountiful, but the fried fish in their dinner reminded Angela of Sokka immediately, and her heart threatened to break by another memory of Shujing. How she wished to be back there again, in his arms, impervious to all the troubles that would plague her within a month of their escapade. "Oh, princess, why lie to protect your pride?" Iroh asked, sighing. "Pride does no one any good, for starters, so investing that much energy in protecting it is even more futile. Haven't you and your Gladiator boasted of being the best team of the league for a very long time now?" "I wouldn't quite say we boast about it, we hardly were the ones who started making such claims," Angela said, rolling her eyes. "Do you truly think I hired him because I longed to have someone to fight my battles for me? Frankly, uncle, if it had been within my power to take matters into my own hands, I would have. I had to find a gladiator to do it for me, but I would have gladly fought all those who sought to undermine me by my own hand. It's only the trappings of tradition and my standing that prevented me from doing so." That wasn't a lie. At the very least, she would have gladly fought the spawn of the volcano with her own hands, or Chan himself, if only the Gladiator League had allowed it. Naturally, needing a gladiator had become a blessing in disguise, and she absolutely wouldn't want to fight her battles alone anymore, but that was just another matter she refused to disclose to Iroh. "Well, be that as it may, I'm sure you don't regret having teamed up with him," Iroh said, raising his eyebrows. "As far as anyone can tell, you two have an ideal partnership. Even Toph seems to believe you do." "Toph's judgment is hardly sound, considering she trusted someone who abandoned her at her lowest point," Angela said, with a dry grin. "Oh, a low blow, and yet one she hardly felt guilty for delivering to her uncle. I wouldn't put much stock in her word, if I were in your place." "Really? Then I shouldn't believe you're not every bit as bad as I always assumed you are?" Iroh asked, cuttingly. It nearly brought a smile to Angela's face to realize he was unable to hold back from rising to her taunt this time. "That is, as it happens, part of what Toph constantly says about you, too. Shouldn't I trust her about that either?" "Why would you?" Angela asked, looking at Iroh intently. "You have me so figured out, don't you? You understand just who I am, how my mind works, what sort of wicked schemes I'm concocting. Why defer to her judgment instead of trusting your own, uncle? Or is it you suspect your wits are not what they used to be?" Iroh closed his eyes but smiled, a dry, ironic smile that betrayed truer feelings than those he often showcased. That was something Angela did consider telling, for it meant Iroh was close to a breaking point, if she hadn't already pushed him past it by now. He hid behind his nice man facade, often trying to make others warm up to him, to convince them that he was harmless. Only when he had been pushed too far would he show his true feelings, as he did now upon turning his charged eyes upon her. Contempt, indignation, perhaps even outrage, all of them hidden behind a sarcastic grin and a furrowed glare. "One way or another, Princess Angela." "I'm right," he said, the fierceness of his glower nearly taking Angela aback. If only she hadn't seen such wrath in other eyes before, along with having borne them in her own. It reminded her acutely of her confrontation with her father just after she had discovered Cephas. "Either you are so smart you are seeing through me, covering up the weakness I've grown to suspect you of having by any means necessary, or you are so cruel that I'm completely wrong about that weakness, in which case, my original assessment of you will be correct. So, care to share which is it?" "Ah. We're cutting to the chase now?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. "I knew all along what you were up to, uncle, however much you've tried to excuse yourself through any means you could. It was, frankly, a tiresome and pointless chase. You're not much of a hunter, to begin with." "Answer the question," Iroh said, clearly at the end of his patience. Angela smirked, hardly knowing why she felt like doing so when her headache only worsened now that their conversation had reached its promised breaking point. And to think they had barely even touched their dinner before things reached this level. "You know Zuko is out of your reach," Angela said, simply, "and now, you need a replacement. A new puppet. Someone to play to your tune, to rule as you would, all of it in a spiteful, pointless plan to avenge yourself after lacking the guts to stand up to my father yourself. Frankly, it's petty, it's even conceited, especially coming from a man who scoffs at pride as much as you do. If you want the throne so badly, uncle, Why didn't you simply fight my father for it once you returned home? Was it because you knew you'd lose? Iroha's poorly contained fury was growing more difficult to conceal, it seemed. He took in a breath, then another, and finally he closed his eyes and exhaled. Angela had half hoped he would stand up and leave, but instead, he reached for his teapot. He poured a cup for her, and one for himself right afterwards. Such was the tense silence that Angela didn't dare even bring another bite to her lips, not until Iroha answered her. That morning. I thought it was impossible. I thought you couldn't have been hiding something of that magnitude from your father, Iroha said, with a skeptical smile, that someone so driven, so determined, would jeopardize all her ambitions for a man. Were you any other princess, I would believe it. But you? Ose's prized favorite child? The one with the cold-blooded streak, the steel heart, capable of outdoing every expectation placed upon her? How could you possibly enter an illicit relationship when you had never shown any interest in anyone but yourself and your own advancements? Angela remained silent, frowning as Iroha shook his head. He raised his eyes, and for once, there were no masks, no walls between them. No longer did he pretend to be inoffensive, no longer did he hide how broken, how damaged, how old and weary he was. He spoke to her in earnest, expecting nothing but the worst, and yet hoping, desperately, for another kind of answer. Tell me now, Princess Angela, if I was wrong, he said. Tell me he isn't the reason why you've built all you have so far. Look me in the eye and say it, and I'll believe you. And then I'll also believe you're only fated to doom our world further than it already is. For if you could love him, then maybe you wouldn't be who I always believed you were. Maybe you would be someone worth pledging support to, someone worth fighting for. Someone worth entrusting a world, balance, to. Angela's eyes shifted. She analyzed him, carefully, cautiously, and there was no shortage of confusion in those golden orbs. She said, before shaking her head, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You do, Iroha growled, impatient. You know what I mean. You know who I mean. You're not the first to make such accusations, Angela said, frowning frankly. It is growing tedious. Awfully tedious. Can't men ever come up with better ideas to disparage and discredit women than, she's involved in a secret love affair? I am not disparaging you, and I would not discredit you, Iroha said, shaking his head promptly. You don't have to hide the truth from me. I will keep quiet, I will help you protect your secret. I will be on your side, Princess Angela, if you only let me help you. You say you fight your battles alone, we both know that's not true. Let me be your ally. You will not be a puppet, I never meant for you to be one. I only want you to fulfill your destiny. That is all I ask. Angela's face was undecipherable for Iroha now. Her brow was drawn together, a perfect imitation of the same disapproving scowl he had often seen in his brother's face. You will help me? You will keep quiet? She repeated, and suddenly it seemed Iroha had cracked through the surface, that perhaps her walls were crumbling, just as his own had. From the moment you returned home, uncle, you did nothing but stand in my way. You've sabotaged me, you've stood against me, you've chosen to ally with my worst enemies in more ways than I can possibly imagine, and now, all of a sudden, you expect me to bare my soul to you, to share my innermost secrets, secrets which I don't even hold, to begin with? Preposterous. Absurd. You are truly every bit as senile and delusional as my father always said you were. No. You know I'm not, you can see I'm not. And to think that you expect some alleged love affair to be proof of my rampaging hormones. Angela said, with a disbelieving laugh, all because of a tea brew you dislike, which had purposes and consequences I couldn't even fathom. That alone, apparently, convinced you that I have some pointless affair with Ruishi, just as Zhao claimed, despite Ruishi is with. Ruishi? Iroha asked, eyes wide. Angela blinked blankly. Why so surprised all of a sudden? She said, perplexed. Iroha gasped in disbelief, shaking his head, isn't this what you? No. Not Ruishi, that's not who I. He snarled, no. You know full well who I mean, Princess Angela. Well, goodness. Now you've certainly thrown me for a loop, Angela said, eyes wide. I guess I have more mysterious secret lovers than I ever dared imagine. Shame on me for being a fictional adulterer, on top of course, doing whatever I want out of wedlock. Like my father would ever forgive a slight of the sort. Sokka, Iroh growled, outright. Angela's eyebrows rose, and she looked at Iroh derisively now. Sokka. She repeated, well, damn. Your imagination is certainly worse than Zhao's, isn't it? He's hardly any good at hiding how he feels about you, Iroh said, shaking his head. If anything, he's as good as screaming it all the time. And you, Angela, you are no fool, not when it comes to people you can manipulate. You know this. You know you have him wrapped around your finger if you so want him to be, so is that it, then? You're merely playing with him, just for your own amusement, while he's led on without understanding who you truly are. Angela snorted, her shoulders shaking with each laugh that tumbled from her lips. Iroh's gritted teeth hurt by now at the sound, at the dismissive, self-important behavior of his niece. Playing with him? She asked, smirking. Whatever made you think a man of his lowly birth would be worth even that? She wasn't sure where she'd found the serenity with which to speak such words, and yet suddenly it seemed the tables had turned. Iroh was stunned cold, speechless. He stared at her in disbelief, yet in his eyes there was understanding. He recognized that coldness, he acknowledged it as the only possible behavior of a child raised to be Ose's heir. And in that moment, Angela knew she'd won. Don't tell me, the slavery laws were for his benefit, you thought. Angela continued, with a cruel smirk. How would that make any sense, uncle, truly? If I wanted him to receive more lenient treatment, I didn't need to write it into any laws. If anything, at some points I regret some of the clauses I chose, since now I truly am at a loss for what to do to punish his insolences. But honestly, you expected this to be for his sake? All of this? For some water tribe man who just happened to become a useful enough gladiator for me? Why, then? Iroh asked, trembling. If not for him, why? Your speech, all that talk of responsibility. What better way to gain the common folks' approval, to rally them to support me over the potential return of your beloved nephew, than by saying exactly what they wanted to hear? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. The slaves, and the honorary citizens, they represent an opportunity my father has squandered so far. All this, uncle? It's a strategy. A scheme, of the same kind you love to concoct, no less. I have been acknowledged by the nobles through the gladiator business, by the sages after my ceremony, by my father and his council once he named me crown princess, by the masses through my speech, and by the slaves thanks to the enforcers. Honestly, that a man of your tactical abilities failed to understand it baffles me. You truly are losing your touch, aren't you? It's saddening, even. How I enjoy playing these games with those who have the intellect to match mine. It seems you no longer fit those requirements, though. A pity. Iroh narrowed his eyes, scowling still. Angela breathed deeply, reaching for the teacup he had poured for her, and she sipped it gently. She made no faces of disgust, no gestures of distaste, not even to mock him. And all this, over tea, Angela said, with a disbelieving smirk. Frankly, uncle, I'm disappointed. Then that makes it two of us, Iroh said, closing his eyes and shaking his head. I was right, after all. I was. You are only meant to doom this world, aren't you? To act only for your benefit. You were never fated to bring back balance. Fated? Angela repeated, with a scoff. Please. What's with all this talk of destiny? Here I thought you'd know, after all these years, that there's no such thing in our world. Destiny would have dictated that you'd take the Fire Nation throne, and then, at worst, Zuko would follow, and yet that's exactly what hasn't happened, uncle. Destiny? Destiny is a fool's notion, a comforting tale people tell themselves when they lack direction in their lives. It's pitiful that you'll only realize that now, in your late years. Pitiful. Of course, Iroh said, shaking his head before standing up. Oh, now, you won't storm out on me, will you? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Iroh shook his head. Perhaps you're right. I must be a fool to have ever believed you were capable of anything but what you've proven so far, Iroh said, glaring at her fiercely. mercilessly, the most talented firebender in her generation, with the charisma of all the greatest of fire lords, and she has no soul, no heart, no true passion, only drive for power and glory that she does not deserve. If you believe I am pitiful, princess, I dare not say what I think of you now. Ah, never you mind. My mother already beat you to it a long time ago, and monsters like myself thrive in knowing that's exactly what we are, Angela said, waving a hand carelessly. Do take your tray with you, at the very least. It will be a bother to dispose of it myself when it's not even mine. Unsurprisingly, Iroh shook his head and disregarded her words as he made his way to the door, pushing it open so harshly it slammed into the wall loudly, the echo tearing across the temple. Had Ruishi been standing any closer, the door would have slammed into him, and as angry as Iroh appeared to be, he probably wouldn't have cared less if it had. The Imperial Guard watched Iroh warily, moving to stand right in front of the open door just in case the old man changed his mind about leaving. If he so much as dared raise a finger to hurt Angela, Ruishi wouldn't pull any punches in her defense, no matter if Iroh was a member of the royal family as well. But Iroh didn't turn back, and his footsteps echoed away from the corridor until they faded from Ruishi's perception entirely. Only then did the guard enter Angela's room, to find the nearly untouched dinner trays on the table. With Angela breathing slowly, her entire body shivering, she held something of a bone-white color in her right hand, and she pressed it to her forehead. "Princess," Ruishi said, and Angela shuddered. It's done. I'm pretty sure I did it now," she announced, though she sounded far from triumphant. He looked. "I'd never seen General Iroh like that," Ruishi said, stepping closer. "Are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he?" "No, I'm fine." "There's no need to worry," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "You can call a sage, tell them take the tray to his room or whatever, and maybe call someone to take my own, too. I'm not hungry anymore." "Princess," Ruishi said, grimacing under his helmet, but he could tell she was far too preoccupied with what had just happened to listen to any of his protests, as ever. Had she made a terrible mistake? Had she just turned Iroh into her very worst enemy? It made no sense to think she had. Of course, why would this change anything? Offering Iroh confirmation that she was as cruel, as evil, as merciless as he believed she was shouldn't particularly worsen their relationship. It was bad enough already. But something had definitely changed, even if Angela couldn't pinpoint what it was, no matter how she might rationalize what happened. Was it that she had seen Iroh without any of his pretenses, for the first time ever, possibly? She couldn't remember having angered the man to this extent before, not even after Zuko had left. Even with Topha's fight in the slate he had remained cold, distant, despite his hostility towards his niece was palpable enough. Now, though, she continued to breathe deeply, eyes closed, trying to tell herself she had done the right thing. She had saved Sokka, she had protected their relationship. And yet something in the back of her mind kept sending shivers of the bad kind down her spine, over and over again, as a warning, it seemed. As though alerting her that this was not the last battle of wills she'd fight against Iroh, let alone the worst of them. Several flights downstairs, Iroh stormed through the dark corridors on his way to his room. Had his mind been any calmer, he might have been relieved to run into no one as he rushed through the temple. He locked himself in his room, fury rising in his chest. All along he'd known, all along he'd been sure he was deluding himself, and yet he allowed hope to blossom to no avail. She absolutely didn't deserve to be hosted in a room that had belonged to Avatar Roku. She hardly deserved to call herself his descendant. And if there was one thing she absolutely didn't deserve, it was what Iroh had known better than to offer her, regardless of her status as crown princess. The White Lotus had traveled with him after he had returned from the spirit world. He had explained what Roku had spoken about, and Zhang believed him wholeheartedly. He seemed quite pleased, too, to see Iroh had decided to embrace his destiny. He didn't show it outwardly, but his eyes gleamed in a way Iroh doubted they had in years. Together, the small group had set sail to the Fire Nation, passing through the islands until they reached the one in Iroh's vision. Once there, he had told the earthbenders of the team where to dig. They had found a house, and within the house, a secret compartment. In the compartment, a small key, perfectly preserved. And in a hiding place underneath the floorboards, a locked box. All eyes were on Iroh as he opened the box and revealed its contents with the certainty of a man who had known exactly what he'd find. His companions were astonished, others were in awe, many approved, and amongst those who approved was one of the Grand Lotuses. It would be him who would promote Iroh and Zhang Jiang's candidacies for those titles after this discovery, even if he passed away within a year of doing so. Zhang Jiang and the White Lotus had put their trust in the prophecy Iroh had heard, the Avatar would return, or so Roku had promised him. Zuko would play an essential role to end the war, and Iroh had to help his young nephew find the right path to do so. Those words, for the longest time, had sustained the order. The promises only Iroh had ever heard, that eventually others had questioned, and that, once Sozin's comet had passed, had been disregarded by many desperate and angry souls who had placed all their hopes on the prediction Iroh had brought them from the spirit world. And yet they hadn't given up. Iroh had continued to seek the Avatar with Zuko. He had tried to impart his wisdom to the young man, even though he was stubborn and reluctant to listen. And just so, a new plan had emerged, one proposed by the youngest of their Grand Lotuses. Iroh shook his head now, the Crown Prince hairpiece resting on his room's desk. For years he had resisted giving it to Zuko. He had been tempted to offer it just before Zuko left, but he had doubted. He had feared it wasn't the right moment yet. And just now he had considered giving it to someone who was unworthy of it. He had truly allowed himself to think Azula, of all people, had it in her to be the world's savior, the harbinger of balance. If there was but one undeniable truth to have been learned today, it was that his own judgment could be tricked, that he was far from infallible, that he was, in many ways, a fool. For only a fool would have ever thought it could have been Azula. If the rest of the Order even knew, he cringed at the thought. Never would this mistake reach their ears. He would make sure of it. Just as he would make sure, one way or another, to keep Azula from ever taking the five-pronged hairpiece of the Fire Lord for herself. For he would never concede it should be hers, absolutely not. It had been bad enough that Ozai had stolen it when he had, but never again. He wouldn't allow them to usurp Zuko, just as they had usurped Iroh first. It was enough. None of Toph's words could change his mind about his niece anymore. Only the true heir to the Fire Nation's throne could redeem their nation, and that heir could only be Zuko. It meant Azula had to topple from the heights she'd reached before Zuko could take his rightful place on the throne, and Iroh was more than ready to engineer her fall. It's all my fault, isn't it? It's always my fault. Me and my big mouth, always causing more trouble than I'm worth. Could you stop? You'll ruin my painting if you keep being such a grump around it. What, my nasty aura will mess it up. Geesh, dog, you've spent way too much time with Stretchy if you believe that kind of nonsense nowadays. Sokka rolled his eyes, deciding against tossing his palette at the earthbender despite the urge was rather intense. He chose to take a deep breath instead and he focused on his work again. He knew it wasn't perfect, far from it, but at least he hoped Azula would be pleased with his progress. Considering how poor his first depiction of her had been, this landscape-oriented artwork ought to be more acceptable, or so he hoped. Toph had visited his house on occasion over the past weeks, bored out of her mind as she was, without either Iroh or Azula to talk to. Sokka had hardly been good company, but at least they could sulk together whenever he wasn't painting. Song was usually fun, but she seemed about as eager to see Rui Shi again as Sokka was to see Azula. She was out in the city for now, looking for strings to replace those of the pipa she had been practicing with, and now Toph was left to sigh as she languished in the house's backyard. I still feel like shit, though, Toph groaned. I didn't even say anything incriminating about you two. I didn't fuck up at keeping your secret, nah, I just had to go and convince Iroh, without knowing I'd convince him of anything, to try and be best friends with Azula. Just, ugh. I'm an idiot. Yeah, you are, Sokka growled, swiping the brush gently to trace what he hoped might look like a cloud, but weren't clouds pale instead of dark? He cringed, deciding to spread out that stroke to turn it into the sky's color instead, leaving strips of unpainted canvas to serve as the clouds. The stupidest thing of all, though, is that you keep beating yourself up about this when I'm pretty sure no one else thinks you're to blame for it. Then you're all dumber than I am, Toph huffed, shaking her head. Who else could be to blame, really? How about we blame Iroh? Sokka asked, with a sarcastic grin. You know, the pesky, annoying guy who keeps trying to mess up Angela's life without any real reason to? Honestly, I've never seen a family as messed up as theirs, and it grinds my gears. I wish I could really just sweep her away from it completely and make sure she doesn't have to worry about her father or her uncle or her mother or her brother ever again. Heh, might as well give her a family all of your own, while you're at it, Toph said, smirking as she slid her hands behind her head. Could be that's what they all need, to replace the old, useless family, and get new ones instead. Simplistic, but effective. You can go be Iroha's surrogate daughter and make sure he leaves my wife alone, Sokka growled, and Toph laughed, inevitably. Your wife, eh? She said, damn, getting used to hearing that will take me some time. I got used to it pretty quickly, myself, Sokka said, sighing, and yet I can't help her one bit when she's dealing with serious crap like this. So, see? You can go ahead and blame yourself for causing this if you want. I'm too pissed at myself for being useless to care. You're really in the shittiest mood if you don't see Angela for a while, huh? Toph asked. It can't be healthy for your happiness to hinge that much on her. Probably not, but if she'd just taken off freely I'd be less worried. Sokka admitted. I'd miss her like hell, but I'd know she'd be okay. It definitely beats waiting forever to find out if she managed to get Iroh off our trail or not. Yeah, that's what I hate about it too, Toph sighed, shaking her head. If there's a god listening out there, if they even exist, I promise I'll quit wishing my best friends would get along. I'll just accept things as they are, I swear. I usually address those kinds of thoughts to the universe, but I guess that works, Sokka said, smiling a little as he blurred the colors of his depiction of the sky carefully, hoping not to smear it over the rest of the paint. Toph sighed, her face contorted by a displeased grimace. It was odd, to a fault, to realize that both her and Sokka's lives seemed so much more boring without their sponsors around, but she genuinely dreaded what would happen once they returned, which would be soon, she was sure. The cold hostility between Angela and Iroh had been unpleasant, nonsensical, Toph thought, but whatever it could have morphed into after their weeks away terrified her. On some level, she hoped they could have fulfilled her wish, that they might have learned to get along, but she didn't think she would be that lucky. Not when Sokka and Angela's secret had been caught in the fray. So, for now, she could only hope for the best, and the best was that nothing would have changed. If she had to cope with Angela and Iroha's hostilities for the rest of her life, so be it. At least that was a better alternative than an all-out war between them, wasn't it? I guess it shouldn't be that long before we know if the universe listened to me, eh? Toph sighed. They said the trip shouldn't take that long. It's already 3 weeks, isn't it? Pretty much, Sokka said, grimacing. He'd been counting the days, one by one, desperate for any signs of their impending return. He hadn't communicated with Angela at all, as they had agreed they wouldn't, and he had no way of knowing when she'd finally return. But as per her word, it should be soon. It couldn't be much longer, so he had to hurry up with his painting. There were still a few things he could fix, even if he was mostly finished, so. A loud, reptilian roar tore across the sky above them. Sokka jumped at the sound, dropping his brush and palette immediately. The paint splattered on the ground as he glanced above himself, frantic, while Toph sat up, startled by his distress. She smiled weakly, though, having recognized the sound just as quickly as Sokka had. Heh. So, she's still out and about with the flying crocodile, huh? Maybe the universe does listen. Toph reasoned, as Sokka continued to scour the skies desperately. High above in the clouds he spotted, at last, a small, serpentine figure that was growing larger and larger by the minute. His face broke out into full joy. She was back, and if she was flying from the direction of the palace, then she had already seen her father, reported to him, dealt with all the nuisances that might get in the way of their reencounter. Iroh couldn't possibly be pestering her so closely anymore, not if she would risk visiting him on the very day of her arrival. Xian Long hovered above the house carefully, circling the backyard on his way down to discourage Angela from jumping off the saddle as she had once before. It amused Sokka to see the dragon resort to such a technique, and he hoped Angela might not end up sick because of it. Angela! He shouted, inevitably, once he knew she was within earshot. He could hardly see her face as Xian Long spun in the air as he did, but he glimpsed a smile. He was sure he had. Xian Long landed barely a few steps away from Toph, who crawled away from him as soon as she sensed him beside her. Angela didn't check on her, though. She felt dizzy after Xin Long's ridiculous spinning act, but now that he had stopped, she wasted no time dismounting and rushing into Sokka's waiting arms. The matching despair with which they kissed startled both Xin Long and Toph. The dragon eyed them with uncertainty, almost wondering when would be his turn to greet Sokka, while Toph waited for them to stop with a teasing smirk already waiting on her face. "You don't think they'll stay stuck like that all day, do you?" Toph finally asked Xin, who offered her a casual shrug. His response surprised and amused the earthbender, sensing it through her bending as she had. Their tight, intimate embrace didn't cease even as they parted for air, hands touching each other's faces as soft laughs left their lips. It had been less than a month, and yet it felt like a lifetime of being apart for the desperate pair. They exchanged more gentle kisses now, even though their desperation wasn't completely quenched just yet. "I missed you, oh, I missed you so much." Sokka groaned, finally interrupting the contact between their lips to press his face to her shoulder, hugging her tightly enough to lift her off the ground. Angela smiled and held onto him, caring little for feeling solid earth under her feet, arms locked around his neck. All the falsehoods she'd been forced to speak to Iroh days ago now faded into nothingness in the face of the powerful, overwhelming love she had protected successfully. "I missed you more, I'm sure," Angela whispered in his ear, kissing it gently. "That damn summit was a nightmare without you. Not being there was a nightmare for me, too." Sokka groaned, setting her down and taking her face into his hands. "Is everything alright, though? Did you get him off our backs, or?" Angela nodded, though she didn't seem confident. Sokka had expected a proud smile, even an arrogant smirk, not reluctance. Not uncertainty. "I think I did, but only by convincing him I'm too much of a monster to care about anyone," Angela admitted, her throat closing up as she spoke. I said awful things. I had to, and I've said worse, I'm sure, but, shit, it felt disgusting, and worst of all is I don't know if this will only make things worse in the end." The way he reacted. "What do you mean?" Sokka asked, stroking her cheeks gently with his thumbs. Angela raised her hands, taking his own into them. "Angela, if I thought he hated me before, I was wrong. I fear I may have pushed him past the point of no return," Angela said, shaking her head. "I've never seen him so angry." "Wait, what?" Toph asked, pushing herself up and approaching them. As mushy as the pair might be, Angela's current words concerned her. Strangely, Angela wasn't proud of what she'd achieved. She didn't turn to Toph with an obnoxious, cruel smirk to boast about how she had outdone Iroh, let alone did she turn with an accusatory glare, to blame the younger woman for what she'd had to do to get Iroh off her back. Remorse, if anything, colored her semblance. "I'm sorry, Toph," she said, earnestly, "but I don't think you'll get your wish. Iroh and I." That's fine," Toph said, swallowing hard. "I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just shut my mouth. I keep doing this. I was just telling Sokka, I'm sorry, Spicy. None of this would have happened if I hadn't been so stupid and selfish and..." "It's not your fault," Angela said, closing her eyes and letting herself rest against Sokka's chest. He wrapped her into his arms, still confused by her demeanor, but ever willing to stand by her and support her whenever she might need him to. "And it's not an awful thing for you to have wanted what you did. It's just impossible now, I fear. I know it can't be what you wanted to hear, but... Is he alright?" Toph asked. Angela shrugged. "He was angry after our last conversation, but he acted like himself again on the next day, even if he refused to acknowledge me at all," Angela admitted. "We haven't spoken since, and for all our sakes, I hope we won't have to anytime soon." "Yeah. Probably better that way," Toph sighed, biting her lip. "I should go check on him. Is he at the palace yet?" "He should be, I assume," Angela said, nodding. "All right, then, try to wait until I'm gone before pouncing on each other again, all right?" Toph said, teasingly, though the mood certainly didn't seem to be all that suitable for such jokes. Even so, both Angela and Sokka smiled at Toph before relinquishing their warm embrace to walk her to the door. Only once Toph was gone did Sokka wrap his arms around Angela again, hugging her from behind as he covered her cheeks with kisses. Warmth rose in her face, in her chest, everywhere in her body as she relaxed in his arms, wanting nothing but this, nothing but him, and to hell with everything else, but she knew he had questions. And she'd have to answer them, even if she wasn't entirely sure of how she'd do that. I know we both need to jump each other's bones right about now, but before that, can I ask why you seem so sad about this? Sokka asked, his fingers intertwining with hers over her abdomen. Azula sighed, turning around in his arms and clutching at him desperately. For one thing, it's because of everything I told him, Azula groaned. I never thought lying could hurt so much. It was unbearable. But for another, I don't know. Something was weird about him. When you convinced him to leave us alone. Or before that. Both, Azula said, gritting her teeth. I think I saw him as his true self for the first time ever, no masks, no disguises, and he was angry. He was every bit as merciless as me or my father might be. He near begged me to tell the truth, to say I loved you, expecting me to trust him, claiming he would be my ally, and he sounded genuine, too. But, it makes no sense, doesn't it? It was all just a trick, it was all just to manipulate me, so I'd spill the beans just so he could run to my father with the tale. It had to be, right? If that's the only explanation that makes sense, then yeah, said Sokka, frowning as he rubbed Azula's back gently. But I don't know why I can't really believe that, Azula said somehow. I think I've made him our very worst enemy, all by trying to get him to leave us alone. I'm honestly scared of him. I never thought I would be, but he won't get to us, Sokka said, reassuringly, his hands on her upper arms. Now I know lying feels shitty, and that's okay, we'll go upstairs right now, help you shake it all off right away. But we've always said we'll do it as many times as we have to, and that's still true. I love you, Azula, and you know I always will. And you, Azula said, raising one hand to his face, the other landing over his heart. Honestly, maybe that's all we have to do. Shake it off, make love, forget about this nonsense. Because curses, I missed you so badly I nearly cried when I saw your house again. I flipped my palette the minute I heard Xin roar because, oh. My painting! Sokka exclaimed, excitedly. Azula's eyes widened just before he grinned and guided her outside again. It's not all finished yet, I know, but you can give me some pointers for that too, right? You can tell me if it's any good, because I think I've been staring at it for too long and I don't know anymore. Azula hadn't quite noticed the easel before, and she couldn't hold back her laughter when Sokka squeaked. Xianlong was sniffing the painting with confusion, smoke slipping out his nostrils as he analyzed it carefully. No. No, no, no. Don't you even think about it, Xian. Sokka exclaimed, rushing to rescue his artwork from a mischievously grinning dragon. Bad dragon. Behave yourself. Xianlong jumped in place, leaning back in a playful chase gesture. Sokka cringed, raising the canvas high over his head before Xianlong lunged for him. Xian. Azula, help. Sokka squawked now, and as much as Azula did try to help, joining their crazy chase, she couldn't help but be doubled down with laughter as Sokka kept trying to defend his near-finished painting from Xianlong's greedy claws. It took around half an hour of playful chasing for Xianlong to finally give up, and by then both humans were exhausted from running in circles and laughing as hard as they had by the end. They sat against the dragon's long body, with Azula holding the painting and assessing it carefully. The lingering smile on her face reassured Sokka even before she delivered her verdict. Still needs a little work on regular shapes, your pulse trembles quite a bit. Azula said, trailing the mistakes carefully with her finger. Sokka smiled awkwardly. And yet it's not a bad effect. If anything, it feels more vivid this way. Perhaps once you learn to control your lack of control, you'll even develop new techniques even masters can't imagine. Now that's just ridiculous flattery. Sokka pouted, as Azula laughed and pressed her face to his shoulder. But then, you don't hate it. Not by a long shot, she said, smiling, and handing the painting back to Sokka. You definitely are a quick learner, husband. Well done. His wild grin at those words brought Azula to laugh again, leaning close to kiss his cheek. He laughed as well, setting down the painting to embrace her tightly. He received Azula's approval in many regards, perhaps in most of them, and yet knowing she saw value in his work thrilled him to impossible extents. He sighed blissfully, burying his face in her neck as Angela held on to him, relaxing despite it all. After the wild chase and the beautiful painting had finally helped ease her mind, Sokka always succeeded at chasing away her demons, whether deliberately or not. "I'm so glad you're back, love," he whispered, and Angela nodded, nails scraping his shirt as she clutched at it eagerly. "So am I," she replied, pressing soft kisses to his neck until he raised his head to look her in the eye. His earnest gaze was far more beautiful than any paintings Angela had ever seen, and she smiled warmly in the safety of his arms. "Welcome home, Angela," he said, and a rush of joy seemed to pour through her body, overpowering all her senses. The same words, spoken by her father, had surprised her, thrown her off when they had returned from Shujing. She had been unsettled, uncertain of what to make of them, and yet with Sokka there was no such uncertainty. It was right when they came from him. For she certainly was coming home whenever she returned to his arms. She kissed him gratefully, and he responded by pouring his own relentless emotions into the exchange. How easy it was to forget all concerns, all troubles, when they were together this way. Iroh could plan all sorts of wicked schemes to destroy them, but the bond between them was strong, true, stable like nothing else Angela knew. With Sokka by her side, she was certain she'd defeat anything else Iroh dared throw her way. But Iroh had no plans of the sort in mind right now, unbeknownst to his niece. The old general had reached his room, taken his seat and sighed, unwilling to even brew tea for himself, unsure of what to do now that his flared temper had receded, now that he was left with the acute, keen certainty that everything he had worked for over the past years had been in vain. "Iroh." Topha's voice drove yet another feeling of inadequacy deep inside his chest. Iroh closed his eyes, swallowing hard before turning to the door. The young earthbender looked nervous, uneasy, and he smiled at her, even though he knew she wouldn't be able to see it. "I missed you," he said, with a relieved sigh. "I certainly could use being near a friend after all those weeks." "I'm glad you're back," Toph said, smiling too as she sat before him and, "Hey, I'm sorry. I keep doing stupid things, I keep asking stuff of people without any right to, and I know I shouldn't have told you to become friends with Angela just for my benefit. It was stupid, and I..." Her words were interrupted when Iroh reached for her and swept her into a surprising, warm hug. Topha's eyebrows rose, and she was left to blink with unease before reaching to pat her sponsor's back gently. His heart was racing, she could feel it, somehow. In that moment, Toph felt as though Iroh had aged 50 years over a single trip. What on earth was wrong with him? Was it what Angela had talked about before? Or was it something else? "There was nothing wrong with what you wanted, child," Iroh said, and Toph wasn't entirely sure why her throat seemed to close in upon hearing those words. My mistakes are my own. I'm sorry, truly, but I cannot do as you wished. I can't." Toph gritted her teeth, shaking her head but hugging Iroh back. Again, she felt the urge to say this was all stupid, to say this made no sense. Iroh was a good man, Angela was a good woman, and they were both great, fun people as far as she was concerned, so why? How could this rift between them only grow wider and larger with no apparent explanation? But she kept her silence this time. She had been the reason this had begun, even if neither Angela nor Iroh wanted to hold it against her, but it would be enough for Toph to hold it against herself. I guess you're not coming to the wedding?" Toph asked, and Iroh laughed softly before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Toph. I'm really sorry." She nodded in acceptance, though, and she held him regardless of how disheartening it was to hear such words. But she fell quiet for now and she begged silently to the universe, the gods that she had spoken to earlier, from inside her mind, to help her best friends find peace, even if it wouldn't be in the way she had hoped they would. Toph believed she owed them that much, at the very least. Check the description for the links to the author.